Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Jong Ki-on would also be appointed as the future general manager of Jong Corporation. But as compensation for Jong Jingshi, the sisters signed an agreement: if the older generation stepped down in the future and Jingshi's Zengshi company needed emergency funding, Jong Ki-on would be required to provide financial assistance unconditionally. There was also a minimum amount specified in the agreement. It could not be refused. Both sisters were on board with the proposal. While signing, Jong Jingshi mentioned, "Dad, can I reduce some of my workload recently?" Mother Jong nodded. "If things are really tight for you right now, Jingshi, you can hand over part of your tasks to Kyankian and let her take the lead." "Alright." Once the signing was done, it went smoother than anyone expected. Grandpa chuckled. "I honestly thought this meeting would be tough. But in the end, you're still sisters." Jingshi and Kyankian were both gracious. "You know, in other families, heirs would be fighting tooth and nail over a few percentage points of profit. You two argue plenty on the surface, but you handle real matters pretty well." Father Jong held up the agreement. "I'll keep this document. What's been decided is set in stone. Neither of you can go back on it later." Jong Ki-on and Jong Jingshi both nodded without hesitation. Mother Jong said, "Your dad and I have some things to take care of, so we won't stay here. You two get some rest." "Dad, are you staying over?" Grandpa nodded. "I'll spend the night here." The sisters walked out with Grandpa to see their parents off. Just as they reached the villa entrance, Mother Jong pulled Jong Jingshi aside. Jingshi looked puzzled. "What is it, Mom?" Her mother lowered her voice. "Just a personal question, sweetheart. How are things going with that someone at work?" Jong Jingshi answered honestly, "Really well." "Why are you asking so sneakily? You could just ask me straight out." Though in middle age, Mother Jong had plenty of experience from her years in business. "You don't get what I mean, huh? You really think things are just fine? You're not planning to change the arrangement?" "I'm talking about the shares." Jong Jingshi realized her mother was referring to the share split between her and Lin Zhengren. She gave a helpless smile. "It's fair. Didn't I already explain this to you guys? Since we started Zengshi Company, I've mainly handled the operations and promotion. But the key parts, training the staff, doubling the profits, that's all him. He's the only one who could pull that off. I think a 60-40 split with me taking 40% is very reasonable. Why are you selling yourself short like that? You provided the foundation when the company launched, and your connections were crucial during its growth." Jong Jingshi didn't quite get her mom's angle. She replied softly, "Mom, having money and connections is important when starting a business, yes. But the person who can actually make it profitable through skill is even more valuable. How many rich kids start companies and end up losing money? Do you even know how much our profits have multiplied in the past couple of years? Without him, would Zengshi have grown this fast in just 2 years? Besides, when you and Dad started Jong Corporation, you both invested money and took on debt together. Yet you still took a smaller share than Dad. Wasn't that because he was more capable?" Mother Jong clicked her tongue. "That was because your father and I were married. I took less because I was his wife. We were a team. What did it matter who had more?" Jong Jingshi followed up smoothly, "Then Zhengren and I are also a." The two women locked eyes. Mother Jong smiled. "So you two are official now?" Jong Jingshi was at a loss for words. She'd walked right into that one. Her cheeks flushed pink. "You're too much, Mom. I don't even know if we're official or not. All I know is, I think the share split is fair, and I gave it willingly." Mother Jong looked suspicious. "What do you mean you don't know if you're official? How can you not know if you two are together? I know my daughter isn't dumb. You wouldn't give away that many shares for nothing. You and Kyankian both have sharp minds. Bottom line is, deep down, you already think of yourself and Lin Zhengren as a team. So forget 60%. Even if you gave him everything, you'd still be fine with it, right? Your heart's already with him." Jong Jingshi stayed quiet. Her mother poked her forehead. "You've got guts, I'll give you that." Still no response from Jingshi. Mother Jong said, You haven't even married him yet, and you're already acting like he's your man. Sneaking behind your dad and me to start a company, secretly finalizing the share split with him. You really took a gamble. Zhang Jingshi mumbled, well, Mom, we're not so different, are we? Whether it's business or relationships, both come down to trusting your instincts. Don't use people you don't trust, and don't doubt the ones you do. And Lin Zhengren really has pulled off miracles. Just like Dad did back then. Hey, your dad was never as impressive as Lin Zhengren. Back when we started out, we were fighting through storms. There were several times we almost went bankrupt. But Zhengren? Your dad and I looked into your company's entire development process recently. Lin Zhengren really is a rare genius. He's got skills across the board. He can solve any problem big or small, and he's great at teaching others too. Young, sharp, decisive. That's the kind of person who makes the best entrepreneur. Not only outstanding himself, but capable of lifting the whole team. And with you as his support system, providing contacts and stabilizing internal affairs. If you two work together like this, how could you not succeed? She let out a long breath, her face carrying a hint of admiration. If your dad had been this good back in the day, I wouldn't have spent so many sleepless nights coming up with ideas for him. Don't be fooled by his chairman title. He's honestly just average. Zhang Jingshi quietly protested, only you would say that about Dad. Her mother continued, but seriously, the biggest threat in co-founding a business is internal conflict between the founders. Even the best company will go down the drain that way. But you two? You're shockingly in sync. Outside of family, I've never seen a pair work like that. She looked at her daughter. By the way, you still haven't answered me. Are you two together or not? Honestly, Zhang Jingshi didn't even know if she counted as his girlfriend. Even after what happened in the car this afternoon. But does that really mean she's his now? She still felt like something was missing. Her peach blossom eyes drifted to the side. Let's not talk about that. Oh, he did mention today that he might come over for dinner sometime, but it's not certain when. Mother Jiang's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Zhengren's coming over for dinner? That's great. When? Your dad and I will make time. We have to meet our future son-in-law properly. I really admire that young man. And your dad and I looked into his background too. Sure, his family isn't as well off as ours, but your grandpa's generation had ties with them. Plus, someone as talented as him. Give him a little support and he'll be unstoppable. The fact you two had a childhood engagement? That's fate. Zhang Jingshi frowned. Come on, he's coming over for company stuff. Didn't you say you wanted to meet him? So I told him. But I also said the timing isn't confirmed. When it is, I'll let you know. Her mother nodded. Got it, got it. When the time comes, we'll talk about both personal and company matters. It's all in the family now. Makes things easier. Zhang Jingshi was half shy, half exasperated. You're unbelievable. Do you have anything else? Mother Zhang said that was all. Then immediately added, oh, wait. One more thing. Your dad and I heard Kyankian has someone she likes at school? You even looked into it? What's his name? What's his background? How far have they gotten? Zhang Jingshi blinked those pretty eyes. How do you and Dad know everything? Chapter 224, A Genius Well Said, Zhang Xueli's mother replied matter-of-factly. I only have you and Kyankian, my two precious girls. When have I not thought about you two? It's just that the company's been busy lately, otherwise I would have already had someone look into the guy Kyankian likes. She looked at her older daughter and continued, I heard you already checked into him, so I felt comfortable not getting involved. So, what's the boy's name? What's his background, his family situation? Zhang Jingshi glanced back at Zhang Qian in the distance. The usually cold and aloof Zhang Qian was also looking over, her eyes full of unspoken meaning. Zhang Jingshi's lips curved into a smile, helping to cover for both her sister and herself. It's hard to say for sure. I don't even know if Kyankian really likes him. From what I've heard, her grades weren't as good as his when the semester started, and he also crushed her in sports. So she got competitive and started paying attention to him. As for whether it counts as liking him, well, when I asked her a while ago, she told me it wasn't like that. She just cared because he stood out. Might just be a misunderstanding. Zhang Xueli's mother narrowed her eyes in thought. Is that so? Zhang Jingshi nodded. I'm telling the truth. Didn't lie about a thing. She had a clear conscience, because when she'd asked Zhang Qian a while back whether she liked Lin Zhengren, that was what she said. Zhang Xueli's mother nodded. Alright, I believe you. With Kyankian's personality, I honestly can't imagine her liking anyone. Let's just set that aside for now. What matters more is your situation with Lin Zhengren. Once he confirms the day he's coming over, your dad, Kyankian, your grandpa and I will all be there. We'll have dinner together. So formal? Well, duh. It's his first time coming to our house. Of course your dad and I have to treat it seriously." As she was speaking, Zhang Jingshi suddenly felt a wave of dizziness hit her. Zhang Zuoli's mother quickly held her up. "Jingshi, what's wrong?" Zhang Jingshi figured it was that illness again. Once she steadied herself, she awkwardly replied, "It's nothing. I've just been a bit too exhausted lately. Got a little dazed." Zhang Zuoli's mother softened her tone with concern. "Yeah, you've been working too hard trying to handle both sides. Once Kyankian takes over some of your responsibilities, things should ease up a bit." They chatted for a little while longer. Then Zhang Zuoli's mother and Zhang Jingshi walked back to the entrance. Zhang Zuoli's father was already seated in the car. She turned around to look at her daughters and the grandpa standing farther off. "Jingshi, Kyankian, and Dad. You three should head back inside. We're off." The sisters said in unison, "Drive safe, Mom and Dad." The driver closed the car doors, and the vehicle drove off into the distance. In the car, Zhang Zuoli's father asked softly, "So? How'd it go?" Zhang Zuoli's mother, sitting beside him, smiled faintly. "Looks like it's happening. Judging by Jingshi's tone, at the very least, there's definitely a spark between them." "Just a spark?" Zhang Zuoli's father frowned. "I've done a thorough check on that boy. He's the real deal. Pure genius. With that kind of talent, he'd make a phenomenal son-in-law. We can't let him slip away. Jingshi has to lock this down. With him, our Zhang family will be unstoppable." Zhang Zuoli's mother clicked her tongue and gave her husband a light smack. "Listen to yourself. No conscience at all. Business is business, but feelings are another matter. Even if Lin Zhengren's that capable, it still depends on how Jingshi feels about him, right? They need to like each other. If she's not into him, no amount of talent can force a relationship." She rolled her eyes at him. "You're so transactional. What kind of father says stuff like that?" Zhang Zuoli's father looked helpless, momentarily speechless. "How am I being transactional? I'm only saying this because I know Jingshi likes that boy. Otherwise, why would I even bring it up? I care more about those two precious daughters of ours than anyone. Isn't all this for them? Everything we've built is going to them anyway." Zhang Zuoli's mother huffed but still admitted, "Still, gotta admit. So young, yet so talented. Anyone would be jealous. Jingshi mentioned he might come over for dinner soon. We'll have to meet him properly then." "He's coming over? Great. I've been wanting to meet that young man myself." Chapter 225, The new three all have their thoughts. After Zhang Zuoli's parents left, the two sisters stood at the door, watching until the car turned the corner. Zhang Qian was the first to speak, her voice cold. "Let's get this straight. I don't care what you talked about with Mom. Just don't let it involve me." Zhang Jingshi gave her sister a sideways glance with her peach blossom eyes. "Something about Kyankian tonight felt a little murderous. Funny timing. We did talk about you, actually." "What was the topic?" "Mom asked if you were into someone, wanted to know if I knew who he was." She didn't hide it. Zhang Qian's brows furrowed, and a flicker of awkwardness flashed across her face. "So what did you say?" "I told her I wasn't sure. After all, even your big sister doesn't know for sure whether you like anyone." She looked at her sister with a knowing gaze, clearly probing for her thoughts about Lin Zhengren. But what made Zhang Jingshi feel helpless was that, just then, she caught a glimpse of shyness in Zhang Qian's eyes. That subtle shift in her expression only happened when she was thinking of someone. She never imagined that she and Kyankian would actually like the same guy. And if things really developed between her and Lin Zhengren, then wouldn't that make Kyankian the little sister who fell for her future brother-in-law? Zhang Qian turned and walked back inside. From behind, Fang Meng followed her. "In the future, when Mom asks about me, just say you don't know anything. Like you did today," she said. Zhang Jingshi smiled. The sisters, one ahead and one behind, walked back into the living room. Their grandfather had already returned and was sipping tea on the sofa. He asked casually, "Jingshi, how are things going between you and that Lin kid from the Lin family?" "Things should be going pretty well, right?" Up ahead, Zhang Qian and Fang Meng both stopped in their tracks. The former's face went icy cold, while the latter's expression subtly shifted. Zhang Jingshi smiled and turned around. "Pretty well, Grandpa. Everything's going smoothly." Her grandfather nodded with satisfaction. "Earlier, while you were out, your parents already told me and Kyankian about it. Said you and Lin Zhengren started a company together a couple of years ago? Something called Zhengshi Corporation? Said it's doing quite well now. Your parents couldn't stop praising that boy. It's Zhengshi Company. It's not quite at corporation level yet." He let out a hearty laugh, sipping his tea animatedly. It's only a matter of time. That Lin boy, I told you he was talented. Grandpa didn't lead you wrong, did he? He's the grandson of my old war buddy. We've been through life and death together. You two should cherish what you've got. If things feel right, I think it's time to make it official. Get engaged first, then when he hits legal age, you can go ahead and get married. Zhang Jingshi blushed, but she quickly realized something. So it turns out that before she even came into the room, her parents had already talked about her starting a company with Lin Zengren. No wonder Kyankian had looked so cold all evening. And when they spoke outside, she had even shown a flicker of hostility. So that's what it was. She was just about to say something when Zhang Qian suddenly spoke up coldly from up front. My sister said things are going well, but I think it just means they're good friends. Starting a company together means they're compatible as business partners, not necessarily suitable for anything else. Grandpa, I don't think you need to worry about this. And besides, my sister's still young. It's way too early to be thinking about marriage. That kind of thing can't be rushed. Grandpa didn't quite catch on to the subtext and argued back, your sister's not that young. She's already in her 20s. By the time Lin Zengren reaches legal age, won't your sister be 25 or older? Zhang Qian replied without hesitation, that's still too early. 25 is too early to get married. Aren't we supposed to be encouraging later marriages and childbirth now? Grandpa clicked his tongue. Later marriage and fewer kids? That was your generation's slogan. That policy changed years ago. And if 25 is too early, then what about you? You're even younger than your sister. You planning to wait 10 more years to get married? I know you've never been into socializing or dating, but... Zhang Qian interrupted him sharply, I'm not like my sister. I can get married early. Grandpa was stunned. He hadn't expected Kyankian, who had always steered clear of anything related to romance, to say something like that. Huh? Even Zhang Jingshi couldn't help but look at her sister in surprise. Zhang Qian repeated herself, I said I can get married early. Her face reddened, and she quickly added before Grandpa could dig deeper, anyway. I'll just say it outright. I don't think my sister and Lin Zengren are a good match. Or rather, they're only suited to be friends. Not a couple. Grandpa looked confused. What's not a good match? Everything. They're just not meant to be together. With that, Zhang Qian stormed upstairs, unwilling to say more. Because earlier, when she heard her parents say her sister and Lin Zengren had been secretly running a company together. And for over 2 years. She'd almost lost her breath from anger. Calling it anger didn't even do justice to how she felt. Her chest was tight, like something precious had been stolen from her. She and her sister had always had their ups and downs growing up. But deep down, Kyankian still cared about Zhang Jingshi. She was willing to share many things with her sister. Even company shares, no matter who had more or less. Family was family. But Lin Zengren. She would never give him up to anyone. Not even a single hair. When she got to the second floor, she said, Zhao Meng, you go rest too, then shut her bedroom door. Downstairs, Zhang Jingshi had been watching her sister's every reaction. Strangely, it seemed like Kyankian cared even more about Lin Zengren now than she had before. Could something have happened between them recently? On the sofa, Grandpa looked up toward the second floor, watching his youngest granddaughter storm off and slam her door. What's going on with her? He asked Zhang Jingshi. I don't get it. Why doesn't Kyankian want you and Lin Zengren together? I know they go to the same school. Did he do something to upset her? Does she hate him or something? Zhang Jingshi gave a wry smile. If Kyankian hated Lin Zengren, this whole thing would be a lot easier. But the problem was, she liked him too. And while she usually let Kyankian have her way in most things, when it came to him, even if Kyankian got upset, even if she was against it, if he needed her, she would stay by his side. No one would stand in her way. She said to Grandpa, Grandpa, don't worry about it. I'll figure it out. You should get some rest. I'm heading to bed too. Grandpa sighed. Alright. It's true. These things are out of Grandpa's hands now. But I really do think Lin Zengren is an exceptional young man. A rare talent. She smiled gently. He really is one of a kind. Then Zhang Jingshi headed back to her room. No one noticed that upstairs, Feng Ming had been watching her retreating figure. Her expression was subtle, conflicted. Hearing Zhang Zuoli's parents say that Zhang Jingshi and Lin Zengren had already been running a company together for over 2 years had genuinely shocked Feng Ming. She had long known that the eldest miss had feelings for Lin Zengren. But she didn't expect her to make a move so early. And Kyankian. From what she knew, Kyankian wouldn't give up even an inch. But the most important part was herself. I like him too. That night, Feng Ming lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, completely lost in thought. Zhang Qian lay under the covers, sleepless the entire night. Zhang Jingxi's gentle eyes stared out the window, also wide awake. Each girl with her own thoughts, her own heartache. The only one sleeping soundly in the entire villa was Grandpa, his snores echoing through the house. Chapter 226, An Unexpected Encounter. The next morning, the sun was bright and clear. The three Zhang girls hadn't slept all night. On the other side, Lin Zhengren had also stayed up, scouring the internet for information. He'd discovered that this so-called Jixin syndrome was so rare that there was barely any reliable material on it. At least, nothing useful could be found in the mainstream medical books or research papers online. Thankfully, his level 2 master of all things skill helped with tracking down obscure texts. Lin Zhengren was able to follow some leads and locate hard-to-find books, which he then forwarded to Pan Lin. But even with their company's resources, Pan Lin couldn't track down every single book. Some of them were so niche or obscure that they were nearly extinct, or already lost to time. Around 9 a.m., Pan Lin arrived at Lin Zhengren's house with a group of men in suits. Each of them carried a large suitcase in both hands. There were about 7 or 8 of them. At that time, Lin Zieli and Lin Yingjun were watching TV at home. When someone knocked at the door, Lin Zieli got up to answer it. "Who is it?" Pan Lin stood at the door, bowing politely. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin's residence? I am here to deliver some items for him." Peeking through the peephole, Lin Zieli saw a bunch of men in black suits with briefcases. She was both confused and nervous. What the heck? Salesmen? Insurance agents? The Matrix? She waved to her husband. "Honey, come here. Check this out," she whispered. "There's a whole group of people at the door." Lin Yingjun got up nervously and also peeked through the peephole. Sure enough, it looked weird. The couple was instantly on edge. Swallowing hard, Lin Yingjun called out, "Mr. Lin?" "What, Mr. Lin? You've got the wrong place. What do you people want?" In the bedroom, Lin Zhengren heard the noise, quickly got out of bed, and came to the living room. "Dad, Mom, it's fine. I asked them to come." "Huh?" Lin Zhengren walked over and opened the door. Pan Lin bowed again. Lin Zhengren pointed toward his bedroom. "Put all the books in my room." Pan Lin directed the group to move everything in an orderly fashion. They entered and exited more than a dozen times, leaving the empty suitcases behind. Then she handed him a thick list. "This is the list you gave me last night. So far, I've found about 80% of them. I've already sent people to keep looking for the rest, and I'll deliver them as soon as I get them." Lin Zhengren nodded and didn't bother with pleasantries. Just said, "Keep it moving." And just like that, the team left as quickly as they came, vanishing down the hallway. Only Lin Yingjun and Lin Zieli were left behind, completely confused. Lin Yingjun cautiously walked over to his son's room, only to find the place filled to the brim with books. They were stacked around the bed like mountains, with only a narrow path to walk through. He couldn't tell exactly how many there were, but there had to be thousands. "Son, what's going on here? You opening a bookstore or something?" Flipping through the checklist, Lin Zhengren answered casually, "I'm heading off to college soon. Just trying to study and research a few things." Lin Zieli also walked in and was stunned by the sheer volume of books. "Isn't his a little overboard, son? You didn't go this hard for the college entrance exam. And you've always been a bookworm. Our storage room is packed with books you've read." Back in his room, Lin Zhengren replied, "You can sell those now. I won't read the same book twice." Lin Zieli sighed. Her son really wasn't like normal people. "I was afraid you might need them again, so I never threw them out." Sitting down on his bed, Lin Zhengren picked a book at random and said, "If I've already read it, I won't look for it again. Have you ever seen me go back to the storage room?" Lin Zieli nodded. "That's true." Lin Yingjun added, "Just don't wear yourself out with all this reading. This is way too much. Back when I was in school, I never went to these lengths." He picked up a book and flipped through it. "Most of these are medical texts, huh? Now you're studying medicine? And these books? Bet they weren't cheap. I've been doing a bit of freelance work. Books aren't that expensive." Then he added, "All right, go back to watching TV. Don't worry about me. No need to call me for meals today either. I'll grab something from the kitchen when I'm hungry." Lin Zieli and Lin Yingjun both nodded. As they closed his door behind them, Lin Zhengren called out one last reminder, and shut the door, "Please." Outside, the couple looked at each other. To them, it wasn't anything new. Lin Zhengren had never been a typical kid. People always said that geniuses and madmen were separated by a thin line. They both agreed with that. With how obsessed he was about reading, he really wasn't normal. Lin Yingjun sighed and whispered, "Honestly, it's a good thing we're living in peaceful times. If this were any other era, Who knows what world-changing stuff our son would be doing? Lin Zili wholeheartedly agreed. For the next 2 days, Lin Zhengrun stayed holed up in his room, reading and thinking. He kept an eye on his EXP bar too. Right now, there were 2 possible ways to treat Zhang Jingshi. One was to level up again and see what new abilities level 3 Master of all things would unlock. The other was to find a treatment method through his studies. There was technically a third option, though. It was more of a longevity-focused route, and whether it could actually cure anything was still uncertain. It belonged to a completely different system. Still, the reason he'd told Zhang Jingshi that he'd figure something out within a month was because, at his current level, if he used all his free time to study, he could probably break through to level 3 in less than a month. If he encountered a fortuitous encounter, it could happen even faster. Maybe within a day. But those were rare. Lin Zhengrun had already tested that theory long ago. Fortuitous encounters were things that found you. The more you tried to chase them, the less likely they were to happen. They were based entirely on luck and couldn't be relied on. So, if he wanted to find a cure as fast as possible, his best bet was to combine his level 2 learning ability with reading and figure something out himself. After all, diseases were always easier to treat in the early or middle stages. The longer you waited, the harder it got. And maybe luck was on his side. After 2 days of digging through countless books, he actually stumbled across a theory in one book that described a treatment for something similar. The only issue was that something seemed missing. But overall, it was headed in the right direction. That morning, Lin Zhengrun was sitting on his bed reading, lost in thought. Suddenly, there was a knock at the bedroom door. He didn't react at first. But when the sound came again, he finally looked up. "Mom? Didn't we say not to bother me unless it's urgent?" But the voice outside wasn't Lin Zili's. "It's not Andy. It's me, Fang Meng. Can I come in?" Lin Zhengrun was surprised. Fang Meng? He'd been so absorbed in reading, he hadn't even noticed she was here. "Come in. The door is not locked." Fang Meng slowly pushed open the door. As usual, she was dressed fashionably. Today it was a red and white plaid short-sleeved top with a black-brown skirt. Her long, fair legs were paired with white sneakers, and her hair was in its signature side ponytail. She was stunned at the sight of all the books. But considering Zhang Qian's room sometimes looked like this too, it wasn't entirely shocking. Geniuses were just built different. So many books? And he wasn't exaggerating. "There's barely even a path left in here," she said in awe. Lin Zhengrun leaned back against the headboard. "What brings you here?" Fang Meng's cheeks turned slightly red as she recalled kissing him after graduation. "I came to check on you. Andy said you've been totally immersed in medical books lately. Said she's never seen you read like this before, so I got a little worried." Lin Zhengrun smiled. "What's there to worry about? I still get up to eat and use the bathroom." Well, that's still better than Qian, Fang Meng thought. When she goes into seclusion, she really doesn't leave the room at all. She tiptoed over to the bed and recognized a lot of the books. Why the sudden interest in medical texts? And it looks like they're all about the same category. Cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases? Lin Zhengrun raised an eyebrow. "You're sharp." "Well, I have been studying medicine for years. That's why I came over. Figured if you're digging into medical stuff, maybe I can help." Did something happen? He recalled that Fang Meng had always been into medicine, but he hadn't really paid much attention before. "Nothing serious. But since you've studied for years." He pulled out the checklist Pan Lin had struggled to complete and handed it to her. "Do any of these look familiar?" Fang Meng took the list and scanned it. They were all on cardiovascular conditions. "Some of these titles sound familiar. But a lot of books share similar names. I might have them, but they're really old ones." "You have them?" Lin Zhengrun was shocked. Pan Lin had said many of these were considered lost. Fang Meng nodded. "Funny story. I actually have a huge book collection. A few old village doctors in my hometown left them to me. Tons of obscure, hard-to-read medical books. If you want, I can take you there to check it out. But we'll need to drive. It's pretty far, in my village." Fortuitous encounter, lost medical texts and secret elixir manuals. Lin Zhengrun's eyes lit up slightly, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips as he stared at Fang Meng. "What's with that look?" she asked, blushing. Chapter 227, The Hidden Library. "It's nothing. I just thought you looked really nice today," Lin Zhengrun said casually. But those offhand words made Fang Meng's heart skip a beat. Lin Zhengrun continued, "Shall we go now?" "Sure." They didn't waste a single moment. Fang Meng drove, taking Lin Zhengrun toward her rural hometown. While holding the steering wheel, Fang Meng would occasionally glance over at Lin Zhengrun, who sat staring out the window deep in thought. When they hit the red light, she stepped on the brake, shifted into neutral, and reached over to feel his pulse. Lin Zhengren noticed her hand on his wrist and turned to look at her. To her surprise, his pulse was completely normal. No, better than normal. From her experience, there was nothing wrong with his health. In fact, his meridians and pulse were far stronger and more balanced than most people's. In the modern world, no matter how well someone takes care of themselves, most people end up in a sub-healthy state because of the environment and lifestyle. But not him. She had no idea how he maintained that level of health. Out of concern, she asked, "You're not sick, are you? If you're not feeling well, I can take you to a private hospital. That's where the eldest Miss and Kyankian go when they're sick. The doctors there are the best." Lin Zhengren looked at her and smiled. "Do I look sick? You can tell from my pulse I'm perfectly fine. I just got curious about something, and once I'm curious, I have to figure it out." Fang Meng withdrew her hand, finally relieved. The light turned green, and she focused back on the road. "Can't figure you out, but as long as you're not sick, that's good. You off today?" Lin Zhengren asked. "Ever since you and Zhang Qian patched things up, you two have been glued at the hip again. Haven't seen you around my house much." It was just a casual remark, but to Fang Meng, it almost sounded like he missed her a little. Of course, she also knew the old saying, there are 3 great illusions in life. Still, when it's someone you like, even the simplest words can make your mind wander. "I asked for leave last night. My mom was on the phone with Auntie Lin, and I overheard her say you'd been holed up reading medical books for the past few days. So I took the day off to come check on you," she explained. Fang Meng paused, then added, "Now that I see you're okay, I feel better." After quite a bit of driving, they finally arrived at a village on the outskirts of Wisteria City. Because Wisteria City is located on a plain, even these rural back roads were fairly easy to drive through. Once they left the city and passed a narrow road lined with trees, Fang Meng's hometown came into view. The village was called Fangzhuang. Most people there had the surname Fang. On the way, Fang Meng explained the story behind the library. "My grandpa used to be the village accountant, and he was really close with a lot of the old men here. Even though he wasn't a doctor himself, he had a deep interest in the medical field. When he found out I was passionate about it too, he'd take me to visit those old doctors during the holidays, hoping I'd learn a thing or two. Okay, maybe this sounds like I'm bragging, but those old doctors all thought I had talent. They said I was a natural. Picked things up really quickly. So they were all willing to teach me everything they knew. I couldn't learn it all, of course, but over the years, I did absorb a lot. Most of them were traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, doctors, which is why my TCM skills are way better than my Western medicine. By a long shot." She parked the car in front of what looked like an ancestral hall. "After a few of the elders passed away, the remaining ones called me over a few years back and handed me the key to an old book library. It's in here." "There were a lot of doctors in your village?" Lin Zhengren was curious. "In rural areas, it's rare to have multiple doctors in one village. Usually it's just 1 or 2, otherwise they'd all be fighting over patients." Fang Meng replied, "According to my grandpa, hundreds of years ago, our village used to be called Holy Medicine Village. Everyone here studied medicine. But after a few generations and some wars, the whole thing fell apart. Now there are barely any people left who know TCM. Younger folks aren't interested in medicine anymore. It was just a dozen or so elderly doctors still hanging on. Otherwise they wouldn't have passed it on to me." The two of them got out of the car. Looking at the old, solemn ancestral hall, Lin Zhengren asked, "A hall like this? Can outsiders even go in?" Fang Meng replied, "We're not going into the hall. The library's no problem. I asked the old doctors before. They said these books were once priceless secrets that shouldn't be shared. But now that their generation is gone, nobody even bothers reading them anymore. As long as the knowledge can be passed on, they'd be happy." She pointed to a small path nearby. "This way." She led Lin Zhengren down a narrow trail, just wide enough for 2 people side by side. They walked through until they reached a locked old house, just to the left of the ancestral hall. Fang Meng pulled a key from her pocket and unlocked the door. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a room filled with shelves and books. Lin Zhengren was stunned. The place had a unique, almost mystical vibe. Fang Meng continued, "These are all pretty standard books. The older texts you're looking for should be in here." She walked over to a shelf on the right and pulled out another key from inside her shirt. Feeling around in a corner, she eventually found a hidden keyhole. A soft click echoed as the mechanism unlocked. Fang Meng smiled and tried to push the bookshelf aside. Lin Zhengren came over to help. Once the bookshelf was moved, a hidden door was revealed behind it. Fang Meng pushed it open, and inside the old house, a smaller, secret library, about 1/3 the size of the main room, was revealed. All the books inside were ancient and worn. Lin Zhengren stepped in carefully and began inspecting them. Feng Meng explained, I've browsed through these before. Honestly, it's no surprise they were lost over time. A lot of what's written in here doesn't match the modern world anymore. Some of it's not even in its original form. Many of the methods are written in such cryptic or exaggerated language, and some of them don't apply at all to modern illnesses. But there are a lot of strange, rare case studies. Flipping through a few, Lin Zhengren nodded. Yeah, it's written in a really convoluted way. And you can tell a lot of it was recopied by later generations. Still, there was something strange. With his level 2 master of all things, Lin Zhengren could actually understand most of it. While a lot of these ancient texts might not have much use now, if one day they could be integrated and cross-referenced with modern theory, they could be incredibly valuable. He carefully searched for the cardiovascular-related books he needed, then sat down and began reading. Feng Meng watched him focus so intently and pointed off to the side. There are chairs over there. You can sit and read. I'll stay with you. No need. I'm good like this. Thanks, Feng Meng. You've really helped me a lot this time. Hearing that made Feng Meng smile. It's nothing. Chapter 228, Heartbeat. Lin Zhengren had been flipping through books from morning till night, and Feng Meng had stayed with him the whole time. Around noon, worried that he might be hungry, she even drove to town to buy some food. But Lin Zhengren ended up reading while eating, never putting the book down even during the meal. Back then, Feng Meng sat on a chair, watching him read while standing in front of the bookshelf, nibbling on his food. She thought to herself, he's even more serious than when Kyankian goes into closed-door cultivation. By the time Lin Zhengren snapped out of it, it was already past 6 in the evening. He realized the lights in the room were already on. He didn't even know when that happened. It was the sound of his phone ringing that snapped him back. It was a call from his mom, Lindsay. He picked up. Hello? Mom? On the other end, Lindsay sounded puzzled. Zhengren, where did you run off to? Why aren't you home yet? Lin Zhengren answered while glancing back at Feng Meng, who was still sitting against the wall flipping through some books. Feng Meng looked up at him and silently mouthed, if you want, you don't have to go back tonight. Lin Zhengren smiled and said to his mom, Mom, I'm not going back tonight. I'm hanging out at a classmate's place. Lindsay didn't find it strange at all. Her son often spent nights outside. All right, just be safe. Are you coming back tomorrow? Lin Zhengren replied, I'll see. Even if I don't, I'll call you and Dad. Okay then. Just let us know if anything happens. Got it. After hanging up, Lin Zhengren checked the time again and asked Feng Meng, didn't expect it to be this late already. Are you sure you don't mind staying over tonight? Feng Meng smiled where she sat. No problem. I usually crash at Kyankian's place anyway. My parents don't even know, and since Kyankian knows I took a day off today, she won't call unless it's urgent. Lin Zhengren nodded and suggested, can I stay here tonight then? I want to read more. Don't worry, I won't mess with anything other than the books. You don't have to stay with me the whole time. If you're tired, just go rest. Feng Meng didn't hesitate. It's fine, really. There's nothing valuable here other than the books, so read whatever you like. Plus, I don't mind keeping you company, so don't worry about me. Lin Zhengren said no more and returned to reading. Feng Meng quietly kept him company. What's interesting is that very night, Lin Zhengren actually found a case similar to the one he was researching recorded in one of the medical books. Recalling the modern medical books he'd read over the past 2 days and combining them with these ancient texts, Lin Zhengren came up with a promising solution. He also marveled at how overpowered level 2 mastery was, equivalent to someone with 40 years of professional experience. This kind of learning and research capability was simply unmatched by normal people. The night passed. By around 9 the next morning, Lin Zhengren had returned all the books to their places and was standing in the courtyard making a call to Pan Lin. She picked up quickly. President Lin? Lin Zhengren asked, did you manage to find the books I asked for? Well, I'm really sorry, President Lin. A few of those books are so old that no one knows where to find them. Some people have seen them before, but... Lin Zhengren smiled, it's fine. If you can't find them, just forget it. No need to keep searching. I'll send you a file in a bit. It lists some items and basic equipment I'll need. They shouldn't be hard to get. Give this file to the private hospital that Zhongji invested in, and tell them to carefully prepare everything on the list today. Have them set up a lab just for me. I'll be using it tomorrow. Remember, this is very important. Although Pan Lin had no idea what Lin Zhengren was working on, it sounded like he was researching Jiang's illness. Unbelievable. Could President Lin also practice medicine? Though confused, she didn't dare question it. Alright, I'll personally talk to the hospital director after you send it over. Thanks. Once it's ready, let me know right away. No problem, President Lin. Call ended. Lin Zhengren opened the analysis report on his phone, full of densely packed notes. This was a combination of his recent summaries and the hypotheses he came up with after reading those ancient texts last night. If nothing went wrong, this illness research would soon make a major breakthrough. After all, there were already some early-stage treatments available in modern society. Combined with his modifications, creating a specific remedy should be very doable. While waiting for Pan Lin to arrange the lab, Lin Zhengren decided to return to the library for another round. He wanted to sweep through everything and memorize it. Every book here was invaluable, passed down by predecessors, priceless beyond words. Back inside the library, he noticed Feng Meng had already fallen asleep in the corner. Her face looked a little tired but strangely content. He took off his coat and gently draped it over her. Then, he went back to reading. This time, his pace slowed down. He started skimming through various topics, not focusing solely on his initial research. By around 11 a.m., Feng Meng groggily opened her eyes. Seeing Lin Zhengren still flipping through books in front of the bookshelf, she rubbed her eyes. She wanted to check the time but suddenly noticed a white coat draped over her. It was Lin Zhengren's usual coat, and it carried his unique scent. Feng Meng's cheeks flushed as she clutched the coat, spacing out for a moment. He put this on me? Hearing the rustling, Lin Zhengren asked from a distance, "You're awake?" Feng Meng glanced at her phone. It was already past 11, and slowly stood up. "You're still reading? You didn't sleep all night?" Lin Zhengren casually replied, "I rested a little." Feng Meng walked over. "Any leads from your research?" Lin Zhengren smiled. "I've got one. Now I'm just browsing other topics. There are a lot of interesting books here, so I want to check them out." "Really? That's great." Feng Meng beamed, genuinely happy for him. "I was worried these books wouldn't be helpful to you. By the way, how many have you read?" The room had 3 large shelves of books. Lin Zhengren pointed to the rightmost shelf. "Just this one left. I finished the rest last night. I should finish this one before the end of today." Feng Meng bent down, shocked. "So fast? Can you even understand all of it? Some of it isn't even written in modern script. I got confused just looking at it." Lin Zhengren thought to himself, "With my current stamina stat, I already have perfect memory. As long as it interests me, I can memorize it all in one go. Most of it makes sense. These are mainly old records of rare and complicated cases. They may seem useless, but they're actually wisdom passed down from countless practitioners. Many people probably died to gather this knowledge. It's pretty mind-blowing." Feng Meng crouched beside him and gently put his coat back on him. "This field really is built on a pile of bodies." She paused. "Thanks for the coat." Lin Zhengren replied casually, "No problem. By the way, if I remember correctly, you started studying medicine because of Zhang Qian, right? She helped you with your low blood sugar when you were little, and that sparked your interest." Feng Meng nodded. "Yeah, I told you before. It was because of Qian that I started learning, and once I did, I just kept going." "Are you naturally gifted at it?" Lin Zhengren asked out of curiosity. "Not really." Lin Zhengren casually threw out a few medical questions. Feng Meng answered fluently. Surprised, Lin Zhengren asked harder questions. Feng Meng still answered most of them, though there were a few she couldn't quite grasp. Then Lin Zhengren made them even harder, which left Feng Meng wide-eyed. How does he know all this? He even understands these high-level medical theories. They both blurted out at the same time, "You're amazing." Feng Meng's face flushed. She felt embarrassed and inadequate. "What's amazing about me? I couldn't even answer your last few questions." "You're the amazing one, you've clearly dived deep into so many fields." Lin Zhengren thought to himself, "I'm definitely different from ordinary people," but he also recognized that Feng Meng's talent for medicine was far above average. No wonder the old doctors in the village passed down these books to her. "You're already very skilled," Lin Zhengren said. "Honestly, with your level, you could already be considered an expert in some hospitals. And you're still so young, your future is limitless. Have you ever thought about becoming a doctor?" Looking at the medical book in his hands, Feng Meng answered truthfully. "I have. Actually, I used to think that if Qian never got married, I'd just stay by her side as her assistant forever. But now, things are so different from how I imagined. All sorts of messy thoughts have been popping into my head lately." Lin Zhengren. She stared at Lin Zhengren. "There's something I've always wanted to ask you. Every time you see me, are you really seeing me?" Back then, she had approached Lin Zhengren purely for Qian's sake. Investigating his life, getting close to him, it was all for Qian. She had never even had a reason to be alone with him. But over time, she realized it wasn't just for Qian anymore. She had started going to his house because she wanted to see him. Today was no exception. So, she hoped that in his eyes. When he saw her, he wasn't just thinking of Kyankian, but simply her. Looking into Fang Meng's eyes, which seemed to carry an indescribable glow, Lin Zhengren didn't hesitate. Of course, when I see you, I'm seeing you. Who else would I be thinking of? Why are you suddenly asking me this? Fang Meng blushed and laughed. Nothing, just asking randomly. You know how girls can be, sometimes even we don't understand why we ask certain things. Lin Zhengren thought for a moment and said suddenly. Honestly, when I first met you, I did sometimes connect you to John Keon, like, what are you two up to this time? But later on, I stopped making that connection. You don't usually come to me because of Jong Keon, do you? Fang Meng's pupils widened. Her face reddened even more. Does he know what I'm thinking? If not, then. These words were just a little too heart-fluttering. Chapter 229. The research begins. By the time Lin Zhengren finished reading the last book in the library, the sun was already setting. Fang Meng locked up the hidden door and the library door one after another. Back in the car, the reddish sunset made the side ponytail swaying behind Fang Meng's head appear a faint golden yellow, with the sunlight threading through her hair. Her beautiful face, under the glow of the red light, looked dreamy, just like her name. Lin Zhengren said, "Thanks for staying with me these past 2 days. Remember how you once said you owed me a favor when I helped you and Jong Keon? You don't have to keep that in mind anymore." Fang Meng was caught off guard. Why? This time I helped you because I wanted to, not to repay that. Lin Zhengren chuckled and interrupted, I know. But you helped me a lot this time, even letting me go through all those old books. If I still went and asked you for that favor later, wouldn't I just be a petty guy? So, let's wipe the slate clean. Fang Meng suddenly realized something and gave a helpless smile. Did you never intend to ask me for anything in the first place? After all, back then you were good at everything, there wasn't anything you'd need me for. Besides. She laughed, back then, when I said I'd fulfill a request if you helped me patch things up, I really thought you wouldn't help me, so I dared to say it. Now that I think about it, I was the one being petty. You really are a good person, Lin Zhengren. Lin Zhengren couldn't help but find it weird how in this day and age, being called a good person by a girl felt awkward. He laughed dryly, I wouldn't say I'm a good person. I already told you before, I don't help just anyone. I only help people I want to help. Same goes for you, doesn't it? Fang Meng smiled softly, not denying it. Yeah, if it were someone else in trouble, I might not help. But if you need me, Lin Zhengren, I'll definitely help, no matter how many times you ask. She looked at him directly, her eyes sincere yet gentle. After all, you're a very special existence to me. She paused and added, in ancient times, if parents arranged a childhood engagement, I would technically already be your fiancé. It's just that now it's no longer ancient times. While sitting in the car, Lin Zhengren received a call from Pan Lin. Hello, Panji? Pan Lin said, President Lin, I've already had the hospital prepare everything on the list you gave me. I personally double-checked all the materials and equipment. Are you available now? If you are, I can bring you the room keys. Lin Zhengren hadn't expected her to work so fast. He'd thought it would take at least a day to gather all that. While the materials weren't rare, the quantity needed for experiments wasn't small. He thought for a moment and replied, no need, are you still at the hospital? If so, stay there and wait for me. I'm heading over now. Pan Lin immediately said, yes, I'm still here. I'll wait for you. Fang Meng, who was driving, vaguely heard the conversation and asked after he hung up, are you going to the hospital? Yeah. Lin Zhengren put away his phone. You don't have to drop me off directly. Just leave me in the city, I'll take a cab. Alright. I don't know exactly what you're working on, but are you sure you don't need my help? I'm sure. You've already done enough these past 2 days. If I ever really need you, I'll tell you. Then let me at least take you to the hospital. Lin Zhengren glanced at her but didn't refuse again. He simply said, thanks. Because of traffic jams in the afternoon, the car only made it to an intersection near the hospital. Lin Zhengren got out there, said goodbye to Fang Meng, and walked into the hospital. Pan Lin was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing him, she quickly came over, President Lin, you're here. Everything's ready. That was fast. I thought you wouldn't be able to get everything together until tonight. You personally arranged it, of course I had to get it done as fast as possible. Take me to the room. Right away. Pan Lin led Lin Zhengren to a special laboratory inside the private hospital. The space wasn't small, and the environment was clean and tidy, clearly rarely used. The hospital had no idea what Pan Lin planned to do with it, but to outsiders, Pan Lin represented Zhang Jingxi. Naturally, the hospital followed her instructions to the letter. Both the equipment and the environment were arranged to the highest standard. Lin Zhengren entered, checked the instruments, reagents, and medicinal herbs, and was very satisfied. This will do. Panji, you can go rest now. I'll handle the rest myself. Alright. Before leaving, she hesitated and asked, President Lin, I hope you don't mind me asking, are you researching President Jiang's illness? Do you know medicine? Looking at the materials, Lin Zhengren replied, you'll know in a few days. Pan Lin's eyes lit up. She knew Lin Zhengren wasn't an ordinary person. Ever since she met him, he had pulled off one miracle after another. She nodded seriously. Then I won't disturb you. Just let me know if you need anything. She quietly left the room. Inside, Lin Zhengren noticed a white lab coat nearby. He took off his jacket, put on the lab coat, and slipped on gloves. Looking at the well-prepared materials on the table, he officially began testing the theories he had formed over the past 2 days. Meanwhile, after leaving the hospital building, Pan Lin sat in her car, only for her phone to ring again. It was Zhang Jingxi's driver. Pan Lin immediately picked up. Hello? What's wrong? The driver sounded extremely anxious on the other end. Panji. Something happened. President Zhang just collapsed at home. I'm about to take President Zhang and second miss to the hospital. What? Pan Lin was shocked. President Zhang fainted at home? Yeah, we don't know why. She just suddenly collapsed while walking. Pan Lin immediately guessed it must be related to the illness. Don't panic. Bring President Zhang here. I'm already at the hospital. Okay. I got it. At this moment, inside the villa, Zhang Qian, who usually appeared cold and indifferent while watching TV, was now anxiously holding the unconscious Zhang Jingxi in the courtyard, her eyes red with worry. Sis. What's wrong? She had no idea why this had happened so suddenly. The driver quickly brought the car over. Second miss. Has the eldest miss still not woken up? Zhang Qian carried Zhang Jingxi into the car, her voice trembling. Just drive. Get to the hospital. The car sped toward the private hospital in the city. Inside the car, Zhang Jingxi still showed no signs of waking up, and cold sweat had broken out on Zhang Qian's forehead from fear. She asked the driver, what's going on? Has this ever happened at the company? The driver was so scared he couldn't even speak properly. No, President Zhang has never been like this. Just a few days ago. A few days ago? What about a few days ago? The driver suddenly realized he had said too much, recalling Banji's previous instructions. Zhang Qian demanded, say it. The driver had never seen Zhang Qian so terrifying and didn't know how to answer. He could only pray that they would reach the hospital soon and that President Zhang would be okay. Chapter 230, breaking through level 70. By the time the Rolls-Royce carrying Zhang Jingxi arrived at the hospital, it was already evening. Since she was still unconscious, the hospital staff sprang into action without a moment's delay. Even the regular doctors weren't allowed to handle the case, only department heads personally stepped in. After a flurry of activity and thorough examinations using every available instrument, more than an hour passed. Inside the private ward, Zhang Qian stared at her sister lying peacefully on the hospital bed with a deeply worried expression. Zhang Jingxi had already changed into a white hospital gown. Her slightly wavy long hair spread out across the pillow. Pan Lin and the driver stood silently at the side, both looking increasingly tense. At this point, there was no way to hide the truth any longer. Zhang Qian asked coldly, what is Jackson syndrome? And when did this happen? The driver didn't dare speak. It was Pan Lin who, glancing at the still unconscious Zhang Jingxi, softly said, President Zhang was just diagnosed a few days ago. It's a hereditary cardiovascular and cerebrovascular disease. According to the doctors, it's been present for a while already. Zhang Qian fixed her gaze on her sister. Hereditary? Then why wasn't it discovered earlier? The doctors said it skips generations. Not everyone carrying the gene will develop it. Also, symptoms only show up after adulthood, so it wouldn't have been detected in childhood physicals. In fact, the eldest miss asked the doctors about your condition too. They said you're healthy and haven't shown any signs of it. Zhang Qian clenched her slender fingers tightly. When they examined her just now, the doctors said this could eventually lead to full body paralysis, right? Pan Lin remained silent. Zhang Qian turned on both of them angrily. Such a serious matter, my sister told you not to tell me, so you really didn't say a single word? Qian. Suddenly, the unconscious Zhang Jingxi opened her eyes. Her gaze was a little dazed. The three of them quickly rushed over. President Zhang. You're awake. President Zhang. Zhang Qian anxiously leaned closer to the bedside. Sister. How are you feeling? Zhang Jingxi's mind was still a bit foggy, but when she saw the hospital environment and the people around her, she immediately understood the situation. Looking at her sister's worried face, She realized that although they usually only quietly cared about each other, it was rare for Jang Ki-on to openly show such concern. Jang Jingshi smiled, I feel fine. Where did I faint? Jang Ki-on choked up, in the garden. Why didn't you tell me about something this serious? Her voice suddenly turned hoarse. Jang Jingshi's peach blossom eyes widened slightly as she smiled and held her sister's hand. What serious matter? I told you, I'm fine. Don't make it sound worse than it is. She glanced at Panlin and the driver and gently said, you two can go now. You don't have to stay here. Panlin and the driver exchanged glances and nodded. But just as they were leaving, Jang Jingshi suddenly added, Panlin. Panlin turned back immediately. Yes, President Jang? Jang Jingshi whispered, don't tell him. It's so late, I don't want to bother him. I'm fine. It's just the early stage. Panlin slowly nodded, and Jang Ki-on could more or less guess who her sister was referring to. Panlin and the driver exited, closing the door behind them. Now, only the two sisters remained in the ward. Jang Jingshi's beautiful eyes shifted back to her sister, and she chuckled. What's with that look? I don't usually see you looking at me like that. Don't you normally just bicker with me? For once, Jang Ki-on didn't argue. She blurted out, that's different. This time is different. If you think I'm unhappy when we bicker, I'll apologize. I'm sorry, sister. Jang Jingshi looked stunned for a moment, then smiled softly. What are you apologizing for? I actually like the Kyankian who argues with me. Being this obedient doesn't suit you at all. Jang Ki-on said nothing. A little later, the department head entered the ward. Jang Ki-on quickly stood up. Doctor. How's my sister's condition? The department head, holding the scans, explained, President Jang, second miss, the test results are out. The situation isn't as optimistic as we'd hoped. The disease is progressing faster than expected. We initially predicted it would reach the late stage in about 3 months, but it could be even sooner. Jang Ki-on immediately asked, what? Then what should we do? The related medications from abroad have arrived. Starting today, President Jang will take them daily, and will monitor her closely. Medication? Jang Ki-on frowned. This serious and you're just giving her pills? Can that really cure it? The doctor hesitated. At this moment, lying on the bed, Jang Jingshi wasn't that frightened. Because she believed that someone would save her, as long as he agreed, he would definitely make it happen. She trusted him. Jang Jingshi sat up slowly and interrupted, Doctor, just say it. At this point, you might as well be honest. Jang Ki-on hurriedly helped her sister. The doctor looked grim. This disease is extremely rare, not just in our country but globally. It's still classified as incurable. The best we can do is slow it down with medication and maintaining a good mental state. As for anything else. Jang Ki-on scowled in anger. What did you just say? Jang Jingshi calmly soothed her, Kyankian. It's not the doctor's fault. Don't speak to him like that. Then she turned to the doctor. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. The doctor knew the situation well and wasn't offended. It's nothing. I'll have the nurses bring the medication now. The experts at the hospital will continue searching for treatment options. Perhaps there will be a miracle. Jang Jingshi nodded, and the doctor left. The night in Zedong City wasn't dark at all. The streets outside the hospital were even livelier than during the day, glowing with flashing neon lights. Inside the quiet ward, Jang Jingshi noticed Jang Ki-on lowering her head in silence. Biting her lip, tears slid down Jang Ki-on's cheeks. Seeing her sister cry moved Jang Jingshi. Kyankian? You're crying? I told you I'm fine. Don't be like this. Jang Ki-on suddenly threw herself onto her sister's lap, gripping the blanket tightly. Her voice trembled. Why does this have to happen to you? I can't accept it. Jang Jingshi gently stroked her sister's head to comfort her. Don't be scared, don't be scared. I'm not even afraid, so why are you? Besides, I might still have a chance to be cured. Jang Ki-on sobbed even harder. Jang Jingshi smiled, really, I'm not just trying to make you feel better. I really do have a chance. Jang Ki-on turned her head slightly, looking at her sister. Jang Jingshi felt like her sister had reverted to being a little child again, back when she could do nothing but cry. Listen to me. Don't tell mom and dad yet. They'll only worry. If you have to tell them, wait a week. But this is serious. Why wait a week? Because, in a week, someone will call me. I'm waiting for his call. Jang Ki-on stared at her sister, confused about what she meant. Lin Zhangren? Jang Jingshi thought to herself, my sister's reaction is really fast, and deliberately teased. Your brother-in-law. Jang Ki-on buried her face into her sister's lap and rasped, he's not my brother-in-law. Jang Jingshi couldn't help but laugh and continued to gently stroke her sister's head. Anyway, Just listen to me. Wait 1 week. 2 days later. Inside the laboratory, the entire table was covered with experiment notes and failed samples scattered everywhere. Sweat beaded on Lin Zhengren's forehead as he carefully opened the round, bucket-shaped container. He took out the contents and poured in hot water. Makes sense, theory is theory, but it's never smooth sailing. As he mumbled, he threw in various random packets, seasoning, beef tallow, salt, and closed the lid, waiting 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, he picked up the plastic fork and began slurping up hot instant noodles. As he ate, he stared at the rows of bottles filled with the medicines he had concocted. He sighed in relief. Even with a solid theory, it still took me 2 whole days and dozens of failures before I finally succeeded. And what's more annoying is, just as I finished making the special medicine, the system notified me of a breakthrough thanks to my recent encounter with Fang Meng. Fortuitous encounter. In these past 2 days, you and Princess Jiang's personal assassin Fang Meng explored the Holy Doctor's ancient ruins and obtained many treasures, elixirs, and ancient techniques. Several of the techniques even resonated with your bloodline, causing your cultivation to skyrocket. During this encounter, you gained spirit level +3, stamina +1, and master of all things level +1. Your spirit level has now reached level 70, and since your stamina is maxed out, it has transformed into a new ability, Resonance with Heaven and Earth. Resonance with Heaven and Earth. Your spiritual power has begun to resonate with nature itself. As this resonance grows stronger, you will gain the ability to manipulate rain, wind, earthquakes, and thunder. Additionally, while refining pills or crafting items, you can draw on the world's spiritual energy to create miraculous effects. Lin Zhengren was slightly shocked when he heard the system's voice. Did I hear that right? Why does this new ability sound so ridiculous? And he had even gained 3 levels all at once. Chapter 231, Alchemy. Lin Zhengren checked his status panel. Current attributes: Spirit level, 70. Nascent Soul Stage, Spirit Control, Level 2. You can control objects with spiritual power and walk on water. Stamina, 99. Unlocked Lifespan Breakthrough, Enhanced Physical Body, and Doubled Cultivation Speed. Resonance with Heaven and Earth, Level 1. At Level 1, all items you create will be blessed by Heaven and Earth, turning into at least legendary grade items, and all side effects will be removed. Affinity with all things, Level 3. Your affinity has reached a hero level, no longer merely that of a genius. When a panel appeared before his eyes, the improvements from breaking through level 70 fully integrated into Lin Zhengren's body and mind. He focused on the last trait, affinity with all things. Although the system didn't elaborate much, just stating that it upgraded from genius to hero level, Lin Zhengren could clearly feel that the world in front of him now seemed slightly different. Before, with level 2 mastery, he could instantly figure out how to use any object he saw. But after reaching level 3, it wasn't just about usage anymore. Now, whenever he looked at something, like the carbon pen he used for notes, images of its disassembled parts and detailed chemical composition automatically surfaced in his mind. Not only could he easily use any object, but his brain also instinctively grasped its internal principles and intricate workings down to the finest detail. So this is what it means to be hero level? Compared to just knowing how to use things, this was a complete qualitative change. He then turned to the medicine bottles he had painstakingly created after dozens of failures over the past 2 days. Now, when he looked at them, the fusion mechanisms, the reasons behind the failures, and every detail of the medicinal combinations unfolded clearly in his mind. He no longer needed to tediously experiment step by step. In other words, if he had reached level 3 2 days ago, he probably could have created the special medicine on his very first try. More than just saving time, this ability let him see through the very essence of things. As for the resonance with Heaven and Earth, although level 1 didn't yet allow him to summon wind or lightning like the system had mentioned, it could already bless his creations with the power of nature, and even remove side effects. Lin Zhengren couldn't help but wonder, what would happen if I infused this medicine with the power of Heaven and Earth? He stared at the medicine bottle, gathering spiritual energy into it experimentally. Within moments, faint, invisible streams of natural energy began to visibly swirl around the bottle before his eyes, imbuing the medicine with an entirely different aura. Half a minute later, the glass of the bottle cracked open. The liquid inside began to condense and solidify. Soon, a pitch-black pill formed perfectly between his fingertips. So, this is alchemy? This is getting way too much like cultivation now, and I didn't even need a cauldron. Lin Zhengren examined the pill closely and was astonished. The original special medicine he had created could only suppress the disease effectively but still required prolonged treatment, about half a year, with weekly doses, to fully cure the patient. Moreover, it couldn't alter the genetic factors causing the illness. While the patient would no longer relapse, their descendants could still inherit the disease. However, this pill, created through Heaven and Earth resonance, could heal completely within just 2 days. Not only would the patient's body recover fully and become healthier, but even the pathological genes would be transformed, eradicating the illness for future generations too. Cutting the problem off at the root, once and for all. Lin Zengren couldn't help but smile. This ability is even better than I imagined. He looked down at the clothes he hadn't changed for 2 days. Guess it's time to head out. He set the pill aside, took out his phone, and called Pan Lin to check on the situation. In the hospital ward, Zhang Jingxi, wearing a hospital gown, lay on the bed with a somewhat pale face. She gazed out the window at the rows of ginkgo trees planted along a hospital pathway. It was summer, and the ginkgo leaves were dark green and full of life. As the wind blew, the leaves swayed gracefully, looking especially beautiful. Zhang Qian and Feng Meng sat silently beside her. Feng Meng had come over yesterday. After hearing at the villa that the eldest miss was hospitalized, she had rushed over early in the morning. After some simple inquiries, she learned that the eldest miss was suffering from a rare cardiovascular disease, with rapid deterioration. She couldn't help but think of something. Wasn't Lin Zengren just researching cardiovascular diseases 2 days ago? Aunt Lin even mentioned that he hadn't been sleeping while reading medical books lately, and Feng Meng had seen it with her own eyes too. Could it be that Lin Zengren was researching for the eldest miss? Qian Qian. Zhang Jingxi suddenly spoke. Both Zhang Qian and Feng Meng looked up. Zhang Jingxi turned to Zhang Qian, her pale face still showing the same gentle expression as always. There's no need for you to stay here every day. I'm fine. Go home and rest. Feng Meng also noticed Zhang Qian's exhausted appearance and added, yeah, why don't you go home and get some rest? I'll stay with the eldest miss. At least get a proper night's sleep. But Zhang Qian showed no sign of getting up. I can rest here too. I don't want to go home. Zhang Jingxi sighed helplessly, knowing her sister's temperament well. Just as she was about to turn back to look out the window, a wave of dizziness hit her, making her frown slightly. Feng Meng and Zhang Qian immediately rushed over. Eldest miss. Sis. Fortunately, the dizziness passed quickly. Zhang Jingxi forced a smile. It's nothing, don't get so worked up. Even if the doctors say it's progressing fast, it's not going that fast. Zhang Qian glanced at the foreign medicine on the table. But haven't you been taking this since the day before yesterday? Why isn't there even the slightest improvement? Zhang Jingxi also felt that the hospital's medicine was doing little to help. The doctors said different people react differently. Maybe the effect just hasn't kicked in yet. No one said anything. Just then, the phone on the nightstand suddenly rang. All three of them turned to look. Zhang Jingxi quickly reached out to check the caller. Since Pan Lin hadn't reported any company matters to her these past few days, the call could only be either from Zhang Corporation or him. However, when she saw the number on the screen, her initial hopeful expression faded. It wasn't Lin Zengren, it was just a call from the Zhang Corporation. She had no desire to answer. Just as she declined the call and was about to set the phone back down, the door to the ward suddenly opened. Lin Zengren walked in. Chapter 232, Hope Itself. In the morning, while Lin Zengren was at the lab, he called Pan Lin to ask if anything had happened at the company over the past 2 days. From the worried tone in Pan Lin's voice, he immediately suspected that something was up. Sure enough, after some probing, Pan Lin told him about Zhang Jingxi's hospitalization a few days ago. At the time, Lin Zengren only asked one question, which room is she in? Pan Lin gave him the room number, and he simply replied, got it, I'll go check on her, then hung up. Inside the hospital room, Zhang Qian and Feng Meng were still worried because Zhang Jingxi had just experienced a brief spell of dizziness. But as the door opened, everyone turned toward the entrance. They thought it would be a doctor or nurse doing rounds, but when they saw that familiar figure, the one that always gave people a sense of security, all three of them froze for a second. Especially Zhang Jingxi. She hadn't expected him to show up so suddenly. Her tired eyes instantly lit up, her eyes widened, and she even forgot she was sick as she sat up. Seeing all three of them there, Lin Zengren greeted them casually. You're all here. How's Zhang Ji doing? Zhang Jingxi felt like she was dreaming. Over these past 2 days, the person she most wanted to see was Lin Zengren. Not just because he was looking for a cure, but because just seeing him could calm her anxious heart. Zengren. Little brother. She called out softly. Lin Zengren walked to Zhang Jingxi's side and reached out to take her pulse. His medical skills were no longer what they used to be. With level 3 master of all things, he could now observe every detail of Zhang Jingxi's current physical condition. After finishing the check, he let out a sigh of relief. The illness is a bit worse than before, and your body is weaker, but it's nothing serious for now. Lin Zengren. Zhang Qian looked at him. She knew her sister had been hoping to see him these past few days, but she had no idea what exactly he was planning. Feng Meng was also staring at Lin Zengren, wanting to speak but hesitating. It felt like, In everyone's eyes, his appearance always made the impossible possible. Lin Zhengren turned to them. You two have been here for several days now, haven't you? You both look exhausted. Go get some rest, I'll take it from here. The two of them said nothing, just kept staring at him. He reminded them again, relax, I'm not just here to visit. I'm here to treat her. If you trust me, go get some rest and come back tomorrow. Maybe by then, Zhangji will already be recovering. If you all stay here, you'll just get in the way. Fang Meng's eyes widened. So, Lin Zhengren really had been working on Zhang Jingxi's illness these past few days? Zhang Qian's usually cool eyes also widened, her voice shifting from doubt to excitement. What do you mean, she might recover by tomorrow? Are you saying this illness can be cured? Lin Zhengren, you have a way? Lin Zhengren didn't answer directly, just smiled. Zhang Qian stared at those eyes of his, still as confident as ever. In a daze, she quickly responded, alright, then Zhao Meng and I will leave now. If you can cure my sister, no, the entire Zhang family will owe you a huge favor. Seeing the light return to Zhang Qian's previously despairing eyes, Fang Meng quickly added, then we won't disturb you. What time should we come back tomorrow? Lin Zhengren thought for a moment. Afternoon, around 12. The two nodded. After taking one last look at Zhang Jingxi, they left without hesitation. Zhang Jingxi called after them softly, you two be careful on your way home. In just that short minute, the conversation between Zhang Qian, Fang Meng, and Lin Zhengren wasn't long. In fact, Lin Zhengren didn't even explain how he planned to treat the illness or what method he would use. But neither Zhang Qian nor Fang Meng doubted him for a second. After they left, Zhang Jingxi stared at Lin Zhengren's profile. Her pale face now had a faint blush. You're here. She wanted to hug him, but having never been in a relationship, she didn't dare. She just clenched her fists and stared at him without blinking. Lin Zhengren also looked at her and casually sat down by the bed. Yeah, I just called Sister Pan. She told me you were in the hospital, so I came right away. Zhang Jingxi smiled from the bottom of her heart. I'm fine, you don't have to worry too much. I even told her not to tell you, afraid it would distract you. But it's still. I called her first. How could she be distracting me? Besides, I've already developed the medicine to cure you. That's why I came. Huh? Zhang Jingxi's face was filled with disbelief, thinking she must have misheard. After all, it had only been a few days. This illness, which had stumped so many experts for so long and was considered incurable, how could he have come up with something in less than a week? Lin Zhengren repeated calmly, I said I've already developed something that can cure you. But it's a little unusual. I don't think anyone in this world has ever taken something like this. So after you take it later, just lie down, stay calm, and let me observe how your body reacts. He really didn't know what kind of reaction a normal person would have after taking a pill infused with heaven and earth spiritual chi, so he was being extremely cautious. But Zhang Jingxi didn't even hear the second half of his sentence. She was still stuck on the first part. You're saying you've already made the medicine? So soon? It really only took you less than a week? Lin Zhengren nodded. Let's just say our luck was better than expected. Luck? Zhang Jingxi didn't buy that for a second. Her expression grew complicated as she stared at Lin Zhengren blankly, marveling at just how much of a genius he was. As her pupils trembled, a stream of tears silently slid down her face. Lin Zhengren frowned. What's wrong? Zhang Jingxi, trembling, said, What do you mean what's wrong? She didn't even realize she was crying until she felt the tears on her cheeks, and hurriedly wiped them away. She mumbled to herself, Why am I crying? I'm not sad at all. I didn't think you'd actually make it happen so quickly. Lin Zhengren watched as Zhang Jingxi kept wiping her tears, staring straight at him. He understood. Despite her soft expression looking the same as always, and even though she believed in him, deep down, she was still terrified. Maybe, somewhere inside, she was really afraid that she would never be able to get out of bed again for the rest of her life. But the words Lin Zhengren said just now were like a beacon, transforming all that fear into hope. Seeing how emotional she was, Lin Zhengren reached out to wipe her tears. Just like last time in the car, the moment his hand touched her face, Zhang Jingxi could no longer hold back. She threw herself into his arms. Lin Zhengren held her tightly as she cried uncontrollably and tried to comfort her. Don't cry. Didn't I already say I found a way? Zhang Jingxi broke into a teary smile and hugged him even tighter. Lin Zhengren gently stroked her long hair. Let's hold on like this for a bit, then we'll start the treatment. Chapter 233, Treatment complete. After locking the door to the hospital room, Lin Zhengren turned to Zhang Jingxi, who had calmed down a lot. Although her eyes were still red from crying too much, the happiness on her face was undeniable. Zhang Jingxi gently asked, What did you just say I should do? Can we really do the treatment right here? Lin Zhengren walked to her side, pulled out a small box from his pocket, and opened it to reveal a pitch-black pill, about the size of a fingertip. He handed it to Zhang Jingshi. Take this first. Without asking much, she took it with both hands and commented, that's a big pill. Can I chew it? You can, but you probably won't need to. It should go down just fine. Zhang Jingshi put it in her mouth, expecting it to be bitter, but the moment it touched her tongue, she barely had time to taste it. It felt a bit like cotton candy, dissolving softly in her mouth and sliding down her throat. She marveled, what a strange pill. Then what? Lin Zhengren asked, you swallowed it? It dissolved on its own as soon as it touched my mouth. Next, lie down, close your eyes, and relax. Zhang Jingshi obediently lay back on the hospital bed, tucked herself under the blanket, took a deep breath to calm her nerves, and shut her eyes. She had no idea how Lin Zhengren planned to treat her, but she was willing to do whatever he said. After lying there for a while, she realized Lin Zhengren was just holding her pulse and doing nothing else. About 10 minutes passed, and she couldn't help but ask curiously with her eyes still closed, aren't we starting yet? Lin Zhengren, staring at her beautiful face, replied, the treatment is already done. Now we just observe. Huh? Zhang Jingshi opened her eyes, completely puzzled, but quickly shut them again remembering what he said. It's already done? But all I did was take a pill. Isn't it normal to take medicine when you're sick? That pill is the result of my entire week of research. Don't underestimate it. Its effects will gradually spread throughout your body, and you might experience some reactions later. I see. But it was much simpler than I thought. While checking her pulse, Lin Zhengren could feel the medicinal effect slowly spreading inside her, heading directly toward the affected areas. The reason hereditary diseases are often considered incurable is because the body carries hidden defects from the very beginning. Once triggered, they silently evolve into illnesses. But this pill, infused with heaven and earth spiritual chi, could not only fully restore the damaged areas but even repair the defective genes themselves. Lin Zhengren closed his eyes. The spiritual energy was like a road crew, gradually rebuilding and renewing her cellular structure, dissolving the diseased areas. He smiled softly and reminded her, after taking it, you might experience some detox symptoms, mainly vomiting. If you feel it coming, just head to the bathroom. Zhang Jingshi replied softly, okay. Lin Zhengren asked, are you feeling anything now? Frowning with her eyes closed, she struggled to describe it. I think so. But I can't really put it into words. It's kind of like eating expired mint candy in my head. Lin Zhengren was puzzled. What kind of description was that? You've eaten expired mint candy before? Zhang Jingshi chuckled, no, it just feels like that. I don't really like snacks, they make you gain weight, and then I won't look good. Lin Zhengren sighed helplessly. You're already plenty good looking. Just keep lying there, and when you feel like vomiting, go to the bathroom. He let go of her wrist. Zhang Jingshi, feeling happy from his compliment, sensed his hand moving away and instinctively grabbed it. She asked cautiously, where are you going? Nowhere. I'm staying right here, watching over you. Relieved, Zhang Jingshi nodded. Lin Zhengren lowered his head to look at her fair hand. Zhang Jingshi used to always wear a silver ring that looked like a piece of art on her left hand's index finger. The faint marks from long-term wear were still there. But today, the ring had been moved to her middle finger. For women, wearing a ring on the middle finger usually indicated that they were in a stable relationship, their heart already belonging to someone. Zhang Ji, you moved your ring? Holding her hand, Lin Zhengren noticed Zhang Jingshi blushing but saying nothing. Instead, she gently tightened her grip, softly replying. She asked in a low voice, you haven't been sleeping much this week, have you? Even if I said I did, you wouldn't believe me. Besides, with you sick, how could I focus on anything else before curing you? She gripped his hand tightly, feeling the warmth of his palm enveloping hers. Her heart was filled with warmth. I don't even know how to respond to that. But you saved my life. From now on, I'm yours. She blushed, adding silently in her heart. Though in my mind, I've always been yours. You're the only one worth marrying. That afternoon, Zhang Jingshi's body showed no reactions, even as evening arrived. Only late into the night did she begin to feel repeated waves of nausea. She hurried to the bathroom, but nothing came out except for a few streaks of black in the saliva she spat. Each time, she quickly rinsed her mouth, worried about looking unkempt in front of Lin Zhengren. Every time she finished, Lin Zhengren would check her meridians again. Confirming everything was fine, he'd let her lie back down. This repeated who knows how many times. It wasn't until around 4 or 5 in the morning that the nausea finally subsided. The spiritual energy's restoration of her tissues was finally complete. As the morning sun shone into the hospital room, lighting up Zhang Jingxi's gentle and serene face. She looked a bit tired from not sleeping all night. But her complexion was no longer pale. It was noticeably rosier than it had been in days, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. Even her stomach, rarely feeling hungry, let out a few audible growls. Embarrassed, she quickly covered her stomach. Lin Zhengren chuckled, "I'll go get you some breakfast." Zhang Jingxi held his hand and shook her head. "No, don't go. This hospital provides breakfast, they have a dedicated kitchen." Lin Zhengren sighed, realizing once again how private hospitals really were something else. He called the nurse responsible for looking after her and asked for breakfast. 2 portions. Soon, 2 bowls of millet porridge and some nutritional side dishes were delivered. Despite her high status, Zhang Jingxi wasn't picky about food. She sat up and ate with Lin Zhengren at the small table attached to the hospital bed. In the past few days, due to both the illness and her mental state, she'd had no appetite. But this morning, she found herself eating with gusto. Though still eating slowly and carefully, she ate quite a lot. "I feel so much lighter. This medicine really works. Should I take another one today?" she asked. Lin Zhengren sipped his porridge. "No need. 1 is enough. Just get some rest this morning, and in the afternoon, have the hospital run a checkup." "A checkup? You mean to see how the medicine worked and make adjustments if needed?" "Adjustments? What adjustments?" "It's already over." She blinked, puzzled. Lin Zhengren smiled at her. Miraculous medicines always seem too good to be true, often needing to be explained multiple times. But it was understandable. Who would believe that such a serious illness could be cured by just 1 pill? So Lin Zhengren said plainly, "You'll see for yourself after the checkup this afternoon. Don't worry about anything else." Zhang Jingxi noticed some millet porridge stuck to the corner of his mouth. She gently wiped it off with a tissue, smiling softly. "Am I getting dumb? I feel like I keep needing you to repeat things these days." Lin Zhengren laughed. "You'll be fine once you're fully recovered." Zhang Jingxi also smiled gently, eyes filled only with the person in front of her. Chapter 234, A Medical Miracle. Around 10 in the morning, Zhang Jingxi fell into a peaceful sleep in the hospital room, catching up on the rest she missed the previous night. Meanwhile, in the hospital's parking area, a Rolls-Royce had been parked there for a while. Feng Meng and Zhang Qian sat in the back seat, occasionally glancing toward a certain hospital room. Lin Zhengren had told them yesterday that they could only visit afternoon today, not a minute earlier. Yet neither of them could stay put at home, so they had came early to wait. Zhang Qian's usually calm eyes stared at the hospital room, which looked no different from yesterday, but inside, she was extremely nervous. Her hands were tightly clenched. She feared that even Lin Zhengren might be powerless against the disease. After all, the doctors had called it incurable. "Zhao Meng, do you think this illness can really be cured?" she asked. Feng Meng could see Zhang Qian's worry, but she remembered clearly that day in the library when Lin Zhengren had personally said, "I've already thought of a solution." She was sure she hadn't misheard. Even if it's called incurable. There are always exceptions in this world. Lin Zhengren is the most unimaginable genius I've ever seen, no matter the field. With him here, I believe it can be cured. Zhang Qian glanced at Feng Meng, and after exchanging a look, they both turned back to the hospital room's window with hope in their eyes. "I think so too. Others may fail, but he definitely won't." Zhang Qian paused, then added, "Although I had no idea he could even practice medicine." The 2 friends waited until exactly noon. When the clock struck 12:15, they arrived right outside the hospital room door. They stared at the quiet room. Everything looked exactly the same as yesterday. It seemed like nothing had changed, but they hoped everything had. Zhang Qian took a deep breath and knocked. Lin Zhengren's voice came from inside, "Come in." When the door opened, Lin Zhengren saw the 2 of them, glanced at the time, and smiled. "You're here? Right on time, 12 sharp." The 2 friends turned their eyes toward Zhang Jingxi, who was sleeping peacefully on the bed. Especially Zhang Qian, who was unsure whether her sister was unconscious. The room had no fancy instruments, no advanced equipment. For a moment, Zhang Qian thought Lin Zhengren had failed. After all, if there had been improvement, why did everything still look exactly like it had the day before? Still, she clenched her nerves and forced herself to ask, "How is she?" Clinging to that sliver of hope. Lin Zhengren smiled calmly. "Very successful. It's just that she didn't sleep much last night. She's catching up now. Once she wakes up, we'll have the hospital run another checkup this afternoon, and you'll see." Zhang Qian froze, then finally snapped out of it, staring at Lin Zhengren to confirm she hadn't misheard. Feng Meng's face lit up with joy. Zhang Qian asked, "Very successful? You mean there's improvement?" Feng Meng grinned, "You really cured it?" Seeing how happy they were, Lin Zhengren casually replied, "Didn't I say yesterday that when you came back today, she be fine? Since I said it, I'm not going to break my word. Feng Meng couldn't help but say, you're incredible. Before anyone could react, Zhang Qian suddenly threw herself into Lin Zhengren's arms. Both Lin Zhengren and Feng Meng were stunned. Tears streamed down Zhang Qian's face as she hugged him tightly. Thank you, Lin Zhengren, thank you. I knew you could do it. Even if the doctors said it was incurable, I knew you could. Lin Zhengren, knowing how worried she was as a sister, exchanged a look and a smile with Feng Meng. At that moment, Zhang Jingxi, who had been asleep, was awakened. No, more like shaken awake by the sight. Half asleep, she vaguely heard Lin Zhengren's and her sister's voices, and somehow even dreamed of her sister competing with her for Lin Zhengren again, like they always did. So when she opened her eyes and saw her sister hugging Lin Zhengren, she immediately sat up in shock. Her sudden movement startled both Feng Meng and Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian wiped her tears and quickly came to her sister's side. Sis. You're awake? Do you feel any better than last night? Feng Meng also hurried over. Miss, how do you feel? Still half asleep, Zhang Jingxi paused, her face flashing a mix of jealousy and sisterly concern as she looked at her crying little sister. I do feel better. But. She glanced at Lin Zhengren, then at her sister. What were you two just doing? Zhang Qian blinked. Doing what? Feng Meng instantly got it and burst out laughing. Clearly, the young lady was really doing better if she still had the energy to get jealous. Her laughter only confused Zhang Qian more, while Lin Zhengren let out a long breath. Not long after, Lin Zhengren and Feng Meng sat off to the side while Zhang Qian sat beside her sister. Sis, do you really feel better than yesterday? What exactly changed? Was it surgery? Zhang Jingxi shook her head. I just took some medicine last night, and I already feel much better. Medicine? Lin Zhengren, still replying to a few of the little one's messages on his phone. Since he hadn't seen them in days. Replied casually, it's a special medicine I developed myself. No surgery needed, and it completely cures it. Besides, surgery wouldn't have helped with Zhang Ji's condition. Zhang Qian was genuinely shocked. A self-developed miracle drug? It sounded completely unrealistic, but with Lin Zhengren, unrealistic things often came true. She looked at Lin Zhengren with admiration and said to her sister, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Zhang Jingxi nodded. Lin Zhengren reached for the bottled water he had been drinking earlier but found it empty. Feng Meng asked, empty? Zhang Qian and Zhang Jingxi both heard her and instinctively reached for the unopened high-end mineral water next to the bed. Surprisingly, they both grabbed the same bottle at the same time. The two sisters looked at each other, confused. Zhang Jingxi said, Qian, what are you doing? Even in a good mood, Zhang Qian's voice still carried its usual coolness. Getting him water. What are you doing, sis? You're the patient, sit down. Zhang Jingxi, still feeling a little jealous about what she'd seen earlier, said, I'm feeling much better. I'll get it for him. You sit down. Before they could resolve it, Feng Meng got up and handed Lin Zhengren another bottle. Lin Zhengren accepted it and thanked her. Only then did the two sisters release the bottle they were both holding. But after letting go, they exchanged a look full of unspoken meaning as they watched Lin Zhengren drink. Around 1 p.m., Lin Zhengren arranged for the hospital to run a full checkup on Zhang Jingxi. The expert doctors were all extremely tense, but Zhang Jingxi, knowing her own condition and with Lin Zhengren beside her, remained calm. She was pushed into the equipment room while Lin Zhengren, Zhang Qian, and Feng Meng waited outside. After a detailed check, an unexpected voice came from inside. Huh? Is the machine broken? A specialist asked, what happened? Maybe I made a mistake. Let me adjust it and check again. The specialist frowned. A mistake? At a time like this? His expression grew serious. But after a careful recheck, the doctor exclaimed, the machine's fine. Look at the affected area. It was steadily worsening just 2 days ago. Why is it suddenly back to normal? There's no sign of any abnormality. Several experts crowded around, staring carefully at the monitor. One after another, expressions of disbelief filled the room. It really is. What's going on? How could this happen? It doesn't make any sense. Double-check the instrument data. The doctor inspected it again. There's nothing wrong, and the instrument is showing it clearly. The lesion is gone. Not even just improved. Completely gone. Outside the exam room, Zhang Qian and Feng Meng could clearly hear all of this. Both of them turned to Lin Zhengren with bright smiles. Lin Zhengren also smiled. He thought to himself. Well, history has seen its share of unexplained medical miracles, I guess I'm just adding one more. Chapter 235, The Angel's Daughter, Zhang Jingxi. After a series of thorough examinations, Zhang Jingxi was pushed out from inside. She got off the bed. While she was in the instrument room, She could only vaguely hear the voices outside and couldn't make out what they were saying, so she was very curious about what the doctors were discussing. But she was feeling excited, because the moment she got out of bed, she saw Lin Zhengren, Feng Meng, and Zhang Qian smiling at her through the glass window. After stepping out of the instrument room, Feng Meng quickly rushed to support her. "Eldest miss, how are you feeling?" Zhang Jingshi smiled and said, "It was just a checkup. I don't really feel anything." She made eye contact with Lin Zhengren. The two of them exchanged a knowing smile, which gave Zhang Jingshi an immense sense of security. Zhang Jingshi curiously asked the doctors, "How's my condition? What did the instruments show? Has it gotten any worse?" The group of experts had been studying for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. They hurried over to question her directly. "President Zhang, have you experienced anything unusual in the past few days? How are you feeling now? Have you had any dizziness these last 2 days? Have you eaten anything special or done anything out of the ordinary?" Seeing so many experts crowding around with so many questions, Zhang Jingshi was full of surprise. Having been in the business world for so long, with her sharp mind, she was already certain her illness must have greatly improved. Otherwise, these people would not be acting so shocked. But since Lin Zhengren hadn't said anything, Zhang Jingshi wasn't about to blurt it out either. After all, it was something he had developed. She shook her head. "Nothing special happened. I just lay in bed every day and took the medicine you all gave me." "Oh, right, yesterday I did feel nauseous for a long time and kept wanting to throw up. The doctors and nurses know about that." Since the nurses had witnessed her vomiting during their rounds last night, Zhang Jingshi had no intention of hiding it. One of the experts looked puzzled. "Vomiting? Why did you vomit?" Zhang Jingshi smiled. "That I don't know. I didn't eat anything weird. Anyway, how's my body now? I feel pretty good today." "What do the instruments say?" The experts glanced at each other, each more confused than the last, murmuring words like strange and unbelievable. One expert even looked at Zhang Jingshi as if he were looking at heaven's favored child, smiling as he said, "President Zhang, even though we can't fully understand it, your illness has completely healed." Zhang Jingshi froze in shock. Huh? Healed? She had thought it had only improved because her body did feel much lighter today, but healed. Her disease was supposed to be terminal. And yet just by taking the pill Lin Zhengren gave her and vomiting all night, she was completely cured? It sounded way too easy. Next to her, Feng Meng and Zhang Qian also widened their eyes, their faces lighting up with joy when they heard the word healed. Zhang Jingshi was still amazed. "By healed, you mean it's completely gone? Totally fine? The diseased area has disappeared?" The expert nodded and pointed at the image on the instrument that had just been generated. "Take a look here. This diseased area was supposed to be irreversible, because your condition is hereditary. The shadow here, under normal circumstances, would be impossible to fix. Even the most advanced foreign medication we gave you could only slow the progression, but somehow, although it was rapidly deteriorating before and almost about to enter the late stage, it suddenly healed completely." The expert emphasized, "And by healed, I don't mean like a skin wound scabbing over. There are no traces of healing, it's perfectly normal, just like healthy tissue. We don't even know how it repaired itself." Zhang Jingshi listened, feeling like everything they said was unrealistic, yet when she looked at the images, she knew it was all true. After finishing his explanation, the experts all shook their heads. "It's incredible. This is a true medical miracle, something impossible actually happened." One expert even muttered, "This will definitely cause a huge stir in the medical world. It's beyond understanding." Zhang Jingshi quietly glanced back at Lin Zhengren. Lin Zhengren hadn't said a word from start to finish. Later, Zhang Jingshi returned to her hospital room and locked the door. Inside, Zhang Jingshi, Feng Meng, and Zhang Qian all wore happy smiles. Lin Zhengren was also genuinely happy for her recovery. The next morning, the news of her miraculous recovery caused a sensation throughout the hospital. All the hospital's experts came to see for themselves. The hospital director even came. The room was packed with all kinds of doctors. They even ran Zhang Jingshi through another full-body scan with the machines. It was confirmed, she was truly healed, and there were no other problems anywhere. After observing for most of the day, by the afternoon, Zhang Jingshi was sitting on the hospital bed in her gown. Lin Zhengren, Zhang Qian, and Feng Meng stood beside her. The rest of the room was filled with doctors and experts. Zhang Jingshi had expected the hospital to be surprised, but this much commotion was a bit beyond her expectations. The doctors analyzed the scans, all of them utterly stunned. Finally, Zhang Jingshi asked, "Since I'm better, can I be discharged? You've observed me for a whole day, and I'm really busy." When the hospital director heard this, he came over smiling. "President Zhang, in the business world, they say you're heaven's chosen daughter. I used to think that was just an expression, But after witnessing this, I believe it. You can definitely be discharged. We just hope that if you feel any discomfort after leaving, you'll come back right away for a checkup. We'll give you a full re-examination immediately. Zhang Jingshi nodded. Of course. One more day later, Zhang Jingshi smoothly completed her discharge procedures. Everything was faster than expected. After all, no one likes staying in a hospital environment all day, and with so many people coming and going in her room, it was starting to get annoying. She hadn't even had a chance to be alone with Lin Zhengren. But although she was discharged, the aftermath of this event turned out to be far bigger than anyone had imagined. Almost the very day she left the hospital, the story Zhang Corporation, eldest daughter Zhang Jingshi's miraculous recovery from terminal illness shot straight to the top of the trending searches. The trending posts especially highlighted that this was an incurable disease that had miraculously healed in just 2 days. Phrases like heaven's favored daughter and angel reborn flooded in endlessly. On top of that, the news repeatedly recounted all the positive things Zhang Jingshi had done from birth to adulthood. For example, how she was born with fair skin and beauty, had a sharp business sense, managed business operations before even reaching adulthood, and after growing up, created massive profits for her company. Later, she co-founded Zhengshi Group with others, living a life so outstanding it seemed almost like cheating, a life far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Another 2 days later, all the subsidiaries under Zhengshi Group, the streamer company, the music company, the sports company, suddenly saw profits explode by tenfold, even dozens of times. Because so many netizens, inspired by the news, started paying attention to Zhengshi Group's various projects, this event unintentionally became a massive nationwide advertisement for the company. For a time, the phrase Angel's daughter Zhang Jingshi of Zitong City became an absolute sensation. Chapter 236, Visiting to give thanks 2 days after being discharged, inside the 2-story villa of the Zhang sisters in Zitong City. Zhang Jingshi and Zhang Qian sat obediently on the sofa like they were being disciplined, while Feng Meng stood to the side with her head lowered, fingers nervously fidgeting in front of her. Across from them were Father Zhang, Mother Zhang, and Grandpa, all scolding them sternly. Mother Zhang placed a news magazine on the table. Father Zhang said angrily, "Such a huge thing happened, and the 3 of you actually managed to keep it from us without anyone knowing? You've really got guts, haven't you?" Jingshi. His last shout was especially furious, and Zhang Jingshi responded, "Yes, Dad, I'm listening." "Listening, huh? Are you really listening? What if the illness hadn't been cured? This was a terminal illness. A terminal illness. What if it hadn't been cured? Were you planning on staying bedridden for the rest of your life?" Mother Zhang smacked her husband's arm, signaling that he shouldn't say such unlucky things even if he was angry. Father Zhang corrected himself, "When exactly were you planning to tell us? Huh? Tell me. Were you just planning to keep us in the dark forever? You clearly didn't take me or your mother seriously." It had been a long time since Zhang Jingshi had been scolded like this, but ever since she decided to hide it from her parents, she had already anticipated today's outcome. Her tone was gentle but not guilty as she said, "Dad, Mom, it's not that I don't take you seriously. I just didn't want you to worry. I was afraid it would affect your work." Mother Zhang pursed her lips, frowning with heartache. "Work isn't more important than you. In our hearts, you and Kyankian will always come first." Father Zhang also didn't understand. "Affect our work? Affect us how?" "Sure, your mom and I are always busy making money, but if anything happens to you too, wouldn't we drop everything immediately to take care of you? Do you have any idea how scared we were when we saw the news? It was a terminal illness. You might have been bedridden for life." After scolding the older daughter, Father Zhang turned to his younger daughter, Kyankian. "And you too. It's one thing for your sister to not want to tell us because she was sick, but you? This was so serious and you dared not to tell us? And Xiamen too. You've really been led astray by Kyankian. You're all getting bolder by the day." Feng Meng trembled in fear, lowering her head even more, and only dared to whisper, "Uncle, Auntie, I'm sorry." Mother Zhang tried to smooth things over. "Don't blame Xiamen. She was just being loyal to Kyankian, that's a good thing too." Father Zhang was speechless, but in truth, he knew how important it was that the assistant shared the same heart as his daughter. That kind of loyalty was something many entrepreneurs could only dream of, so he didn't say more. Grandpa, seeing that the scolding had gone on long enough, coughed a few times and interrupted, "All right, I think you've said enough. My eldest granddaughter just recovered from a major illness, and my little granddaughter took care of her for so long. A few words are enough." He glared at his son and daughter-in-law, speaking angrily, "And you too, don't just push all the blame onto the kids. Jingshi was in the hospital for almost a week. If she didn't tell you, you two wouldn't have found out? In a whole week, you didn't even spare a little time to visit your own daughter? If you had paid even a little more attention, would they have been able to hide it from you? Grandpa said sternly. To put it bluntly, it's your failure too. Father Zhang and Mother Zhang were speechless, sitting there like students being lectured. Zhang Jingshi couldn't hold back a laugh. Father and Mother Zhang turned to look at their daughter. Zhang Jingshi quickly apologized with a bit of awkwardness. Grandpa, don't blame Dad and Mom. They do care about me and Kyankian a lot. Besides, I hid it really well. If I hadn't fainted in the yard that day, even Kyankian and Xiaoming wouldn't have known. Grandpa sighed, picked up the magazine on the table, flipped it open, and looked at the poster of Zhang Jingshi. Out of nowhere, he said, but you have to admit, Angel's daughter Zhang Jingshi, that title isn't bad. The reporters took some great photos too. My eldest granddaughter really is beautiful. Mother Zhang added softly, after all, Jingshi and Kyankian have always been the center of attention since they were little. No matter how you photograph them, it's impossible for them to look bad. Grandpa asked, so what exactly happened? How did your illness get cured? Zhang Jingshi, Zhang Qian, and Feng Meng exchanged meaningful glances. Father and Mother Zhang also exchanged a look, clearly realizing something was fishy. Because if her terminal illness had really been cured inexplicably, their daughter wouldn't be making that kind of face. Father Zhang said helplessly, come on, there's no outsiders here. Your mom, your grandpa, and I all promise not to breathe a word of this to anyone. And judging by your faces, you all know the truth. Don't just brush us off with a few words. After exchanging a look with her sister, Zhang Qian sat up straight and suddenly said, it was Lin Zhengren who saved my sister. Father Zhang, Mother Zhang, and Grandpa all looked shocked, their eyes widening in disbelief. Grandpa said, my comrade's grandson? Father Zhang exclaimed, what? Lin Zhengren? He saved Jingshi? But how exactly? Did he know some famous expert or? Zhang Jingshi smiled. What expert could compare to him? My illness was already proven to be terminal worldwide. It was after he found out I was sick that he managed to figure out a way to save me on his own and developed a special medicine. Mother Zhang was stunned. He researched it himself? That incredible? And you were cured within just a few days of knowing you were sick? That's exactly what happened, Zhang Jingshi said, recalling that moment in the car, remembering the deep affection in Lin Zhengren's eyes. At first, when he said he could save me, I didn't believe him either, especially since the doctors had already made it very clear. But I've known him for so long, and he's never lied to me about anything. I just had this feeling he could really do it, and in the end, facts spoke louder than words. She lifted her head. If it weren't for him, I don't even dare imagine what kind of situation I'd be in right now. In short, I owe my life to him. Father and Mother Zhang could hear, from her tone and expression, the moment when despair had turned into hope for her. The two exchanged a silent glance. Mother Zhang gazed off into the distance and sighed, this Lin Zhengren is truly a rare talent. And he even knows medicine. That's practically being omnipotent. He's already impressed me more than once, but this time it's just incredible. Just thanking him isn't enough. Your dad and I have to personally visit him to show our gratitude. Father Zhang nodded slowly. I agree. Since our daughter's life was saved by him, we must show our sincerity. Even though we're elders, this isn't something where we can act aloof. You go prepare some good gifts. Mother Zhang nodded. But Zhang Jingshi quickly raised her hand to stop them. Wait, no. I'm telling you, this isn't something you can just go charging into. Father Zhang looked confused. What's wrong with that? We're just going to thank him, nothing else. Zhang Jingshi thought for a moment. That may be true, but I have to ask his opinion first. I can't cause him any trouble. Dad, Mom, you two shouldn't take any actions on your own either. Mother Zhang asked curiously, so cautious? Grandpa said at this point, she's right. As things stand, that kid's future is limitless. He definitely has his own rhythm and way of doing things. Besides, with Zhengshi Group's popularity skyrocketing after this incident, the Zhang family is in the spotlight too. If your parents move recklessly, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Grandpa concluded, let's do as my eldest granddaughter says. You go ask Lin Zhengren what he thinks. We'll follow his lead. Best if we find a time to invite him for a meal and properly host him, he's our family's most honored guest. Zhang Jingshi nodded. Alright, Grandpa. I'll talk to him in the next 2 days. After speaking, she looked at her own photo on the magazine cover. But in her mind's eye, what floated up were all the little moments she shared with Lin Zhengren in the hospital. She wondered what he was doing now. Should she call him later, or just go find him directly? Chapter 237, Lin Ziyali's new job. Around 9 in the morning, Lin Zhengren was brushing his teeth and washing up in the bathroom at home. Over the past week, he had been focused on curing Zhang Jingshi. Thanks to the system's help, Even though he hadn't slept much, he wasn't particularly tired and didn't even have dark circles. Still, a good night's sleep was refreshing for both body and mind. He felt completely relaxed now. Plus, with Zhang Jingshi's matters settled, he could finally take those 3 little girls on their trip, right on schedule after a busy week. While brushing his teeth, Lin Zhengren glanced at the time on his phone, then spit out the toothpaste and rinsed his mouth. Both his mom, Lin Xili, and his dad, Lin Yingjun, were sitting on the sofa watching TV since they weren't working today. Lin Xili was wearing loungewear, leaning against her husband, holding a plate of cherry tomatoes, munching one after another. Lin Zhengren asked, "You two aren't working today? Taking a break?" Lin Xili chewed a cherry tomato and answered unhappily, "Break? Your beloved mom is unemployed, out of a job." She pouted. Dad said, "I'm off today." "Unemployed?" Lin Zhengren was puzzled. Lin Yingjun chimed in, "Your mom's nail salon shut down. The boss's family lost a lot of money in stocks and ended up losing the store too. But being out of work isn't so bad, she can rest for a while. No rush to find a new job." "Bankrupt from stock trading?" "That's bold," Lin Zhengren commented. Mom pouted and leaned against Dad again, her face clouded with worry as the tropic turned to work. "Resting is nice, but we can't just sit around without earning money. Your dad's salary is fixed, and even though our family isn't exactly strapped for cash, we can't just sit back and watch our savings shrink." Lin Yingjun looked at his wife and said, "It's not like it's that serious. We still have several 100,000 yuan in savings. That's enough for you to rest for a while." Lin Xili turned her head and asked, "And what about Zhengren needing to buy a car and a house? You think 80 or 90,000 is enough? Do you even know how much property costs in the city these days? What's the rush?" Lin Yingjun shrugged. "Zhengren's just turned 18, and we're not that old either. There's still plenty of time before he settles down. When the time comes, buying a car and making a down payment will be manageable. Besides those 2 expenses, what else do we really spend on?" Munching on another cherry tomato, Lin Xili frowned and slowed down. "Are you sure Zhengren won't be getting married anytime soon?" Dad was at a loss for words, and both parents turned to look at Lin Zhengren. Lin Zhengren grabbed a cherry tomato from his mom's plate and popped it into his mouth. "You don't need to worry about buying a car or a house. I'll handle that myself in the future. You two should just use that money to enjoy life." Lin Xili raised a finger and reminded him, "Zhengren, money isn't that easy to earn, you know. The world's complicated." She thought for a moment, "But since my Zhengren is so outstanding, I think you will definitely find a good job later. If you become a manager or something, you might earn 30 to 50,000 yuan a month, maybe even 70 or 80,000. Thinking about it made her really happy. "Wouldn't that make you rich? How much would that be in a year? Plus a year-end bonus, that's easily $1 million a year. You'd totally be living the dream." Lin Zhengren thought to himself that he could probably make that amount in just a few hours. Considering Zhengxi Group's current surge in popularity, he might even earn more than that in a few hours. He reminded her, "Mom, if you still like working at a nail salon, I could fund you to open your own shop. You could be your own boss." Both parents turned to look at him. Lin Yingjun said, "Fund? Do you have that much money?" Lin Xili put down her plate of cherry tomatoes and sat up straight. "Right, Zhengren, what have you been busy with lately? You've barely been home and didn't tell us what you were doing. It's like you're hiding some secret." "Secret? What kind of things would I even be doing?" he said, speechless. Lin Xili squinted at her son. "You better not be doing anything illegal." "I'm not. It's still the usual stuff. Lily, King, and Winwin sometimes participate in competitions, and I help them out." Lin Xili said, "Well, that's definitely not illegal. You've been doing that kind of thing since you were little." Lin Zhengren smiled. "So how much money do you have exactly?" Dad asked curiously. Lily seemed pretty popular a while ago. Although with the recent college entrance exams, her popularity cooled off a bit. "I'm not sure of the exact amount, but it's definitely enough. Funding Mom to open a shop wouldn't be a problem." Lin Xili was surprised. "You don't even know how much you have? Do you have 30 to 50,000? Probably. Around 100,000? Probably. 5 or 600,000? Probably. Seriously? How much do you really have?" "I really don't know the exact number, but it's definitely enough," Lin Zhengren said calmly. Lin Xili's expression turned strange. "Zhengren. No lying. You think 50 or 60,000 is that easy to earn? Don't think you can fool your mom. I'm not some naive little girl who just entered society." Lin Yingjun didn't take it too seriously either. They always felt that although their son was outstanding in every way, making serious money was still a bit early. Making a little extra was fine though. After thinking for a moment, Dad said, Whatever you earn, it's fine. But you have to promise us that it won't affect your studies. Earning money is important, but it's definitely not the most important thing. Lin Zhengren replied, "Don't worry, Dad." Lin Yingjun looked at his wife. Still, opening a nail salon isn't a bad idea. You've talked about wanting to do it before, and after all these years, you've got plenty of experience. Lin Zili rubbed her chin, frowning thoughtfully. I did say that before. But the nail salon business is way too competitive now. It's not like it used to be. Lately, I've been thinking about doing something else. She grabbed her phone from the coffee table, pulled up a job posting online, and showed it to them. Did you two know? There's a really famous company in our city that's gone viral lately. It's called Zhengxi Group. I heard about it from others. It's a big media company, and their music company is hiring makeup artists. I've always wanted to work in makeup. Makeup artist? Lin Yingjun took her phone and looked at the salary and benefits. It actually looked really good, way better than expected. But do you know how? They're asking for real skills. The requirements are strict, he said. Lin Zili answered confidently, why wouldn't I know? When I worked at the nail salon, I used to exchange experience with people all the time. I'm totally professional, okay? You looking down on your wife? How would I dare? Lin Yingjun laughed. In the whole world, you're the best. Even Zhengren isn't as good as you. Lin Zili beamed. Well, not exactly. Zhengren is still better than me. Lin Zhengren leaned over and took a look. Sure enough, the music company she was talking about was Zhengxi Music. Where Lily was. It was fine, if his mom liked it, she could give it a try. After all, she really did pick up new skills quickly. Lin Zili said excitedly, how about I go try the interview? Just as she finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Lin Zhengren heard it and went to open the door. When he did, he found that the visitors were none other than Pan Lin and Zhang Jingxi. Chapter 238, Honey, Zhengren brought another girl home again. This morning, after Zhang Jingxi, Zhang Qian, and Feng Meng got scolded by their parents and sat through the family meeting at the villa, Zhang Jingxi returned to her bedroom, holding her phone, deep in thought. She debated whether it would be better to call him or just go find him directly. Calling would be quick and convenient, and she could hear his voice right away. But if she called, Lin Zhengren would definitely tell her to stay home and rest properly after her recent illness. She couldn't exactly disobey him, which meant she wouldn't get to see him. But if she went to find him, would that seem a bit too forward? Was it appropriate for a girl to go to a boy's house on her own initiative? Would it come across as impolite? But she was basically his girlfriend now, so visiting him shouldn't be an issue. And she really wanted to see him. Even when it came to making big decisions for her company, Zhang Jingxi had never been this torn before. But she knew one thing, whether it was business or life, hesitation only led to failure. In the end, she spotted a coin on her bedroom desk and decided to leave it to fate. Heads meant she would call, tails meant she would go find him. One toss to decide everything. She tossed the coin lightly. Heads. Zhang Jingxi stared blankly at the coin in her hand, her gentle gaze dazed, and muttered to herself, this one doesn't count. One more toss. Tails. She smiled, quickly called Pan Lin over to buy gifts and get ready to visit Lin Zhengren. Which led to the scene happening now. Inside the house, Lin Zhengren stood, looking at Zhang Jingxi standing at the door in jeans and a pure white long-sleeve shirt, elegant and gentle. Now recovered, Zhang Jingxi's complexion was glowing with a healthy flush, and her slightly wavy long hair made her look even more stunning. In the hallway behind her stood Pan Lin and 3 to 5 men in suits, each carrying a pile of gifts. Lin Zhengren looked puzzled. What are you doing here? Zhang Jingxi hadn't expected Lin Zhengren to be the one opening the door, she thought it would be his mom or dad. Surprised, she said, Zhengren. I came to see you. Pan Lin also smiled and greeted, good morning, Mr. Lin. Lin Zili, who was sitting on the couch, got up and walked over. Who is it, Zhengren? Who's here? But when she saw Zhang Jingxi standing at the door, she froze. For a moment, Lin Zili felt like this girl looked familiar, but that thought was quickly thrown out as she was stunned by Zhang Jingxi's beauty. There was a mature, big sisterly vibe about Zhang Jingxi, gentle and elegant, the kind of beauty that would make anyone think, she's so gorgeous. Even though Zhang Jingxi had met plenty of clients and business leaders before, she had never been this nervous visiting Lin Zhengren's home. Not knowing how to greet them properly, she gave a slight bow and said, hello, Andy, I'm. Lin Zili blurted out, eyes wide, here to see Zhengren again? Again? Yes. Oh my god. As long as a good-looking girl showed up at their house, it was definitely for Zhengren. She hurriedly called out softly to her husband, honey, quick, get over here. We've got trouble. Another girl's come to our house. Hearing this, Lin Yingjun was also surprised and got up. When the two of them saw Zhang Jingxi, they gasped again. Just how was their son pulling this off? From He King, to Lily, to Wenwen, to Little Ming, and now this one. Was it that every outstandingly beautiful girl would be drawn to their son? How many was this now? How were they ever going to deal with this later? Lin Zhengren, however, looked pretty relaxed, though he hadn't expected Zhang Jingxi to actually come. Lin Yingjun asked blankly, "Are you Zhengren's friend?" Zhang Jingxi answered quickly, "Yes, I'm Zhang." She hadn't expected to get so nervous under Lin Zili and Lin Yingjun's stares, and she stumbled over her words. Lin Zhengren continued for her, "Jingxi. She's Zhang Jingxi." Lin Yingjun, Lin Zili, and Zhang Jingxi all turned to look at him. Zhang Jingxi blushed and nodded. "Yes, Zhang Jingxi." The couple exchanged a glance, their eyes practically communicating a whole conversation. Lin Zhengren didn't care about his parents' surprise, they were always like this, leaving people hanging at the door. So he said to Zhang Jingxi, "Come in. Let's talk in my room." She replied, "Okay. Uncle, Auntie, sorry to bother you. Since this is my first visit, I brought some gifts for you both." She turned and signaled Pan Lin to set the gifts down. Pan Lin also politely said, "Uncle, Auntie, nice to see you again," and motioned for the suited men behind her to bring in all the gifts. Big bags, small bags, all kinds of expensive-looking presents, around 40 to 50 boxes in total. Lin Yingjun, still reeling from the shock of his son's popularity with women, was now stunned by the mountain of gifts. He asked, puzzled, "You brought this much?" That's enough, that's enough." Lin Zhengren was also curious. "Why so many?" Zhang Jingxi honestly didn't know how much she should bring for her first visit to her boyfriend's house, so she had Pan Lin prepare 4 entire carloads of gifts. Only one car's half-load was brought in, the rest were still at the complex entrance. Zhang Jingxi had planned to gauge their reaction and decide when to stop, knowing that bringing too much would be awkward, but too little would be worse. After all, Lin Zhengren's parents would be her parents too in the future. "Was it too much?" she asked. Lin Zhengren looked at the half-wall of gifts and said, "Of course it's a lot. And it's not even done yet. How much more is there?" Zhang Jingxi glanced at Pan Lin, signaling that it was enough, then said, "Just this much." Lin Zhengren was speechless. From her look at Pan Lin just now, he knew there was probably still more. He turned to his parents and said, "Mom, Dad, we're heading to my room. Don't disturb us unless it's important." Lin Zili, still confused, pointed at the pile. "But Zhengren, this." Before she could finish, Lin Zhengren had already led Zhang Jingxi to his room. Pan Lin didn't follow them, instead, she and the suited men withdrew and waited downstairs. With the bedroom door and the front door closed, everything suddenly fell silent again. Lin Zili and Lin Yingjun stared at their son's bedroom door for a long moment before exchanging another look. Lin Zili said, "Honey, do you know what I'm thinking?" Lin Yingjun nodded. "I think so. But I bet you can't even put it into words." "Yeah, my head's a mess right now. But as long as you know, that's fine. I just want to say. At this rate, can Zhengren even handle it? Isn't he getting a bit too flirtatious?" Lin Yingjun said blankly, "Yeah, but honestly, isn't it a little late to bring that up now?" The two of them said in unison, "Late or not, we definitely need to find time to have a serious talk with Zhengren about this. Otherwise, if it keeps going like this, it'll be a disaster." Lin Zili walked over to the mountain of gifts, puzzled. What does this girl do, exactly? How come she bought so much stuff? How much money is this? And I don't even recognize most of these brands. Just a rough guess, it's gotta be worth at least 10 grand. Lin Yingjun recognized a few familiar brands. He picked up a box of dried fruit and suddenly frowned. 10 grand? I've seen this brand before. Just this box alone costs over 3,000. What? That expensive? Where do you see it? I've never even heard of it, Lin Zili asked, confused. Lin Yingjun said matter-of-factly, "I'm a government worker after all." Lin Zili quickly covered his mouth. "You better not say stuff like that." Lin Yingjun rolled his eyes. "Relax. I'm just a regular civil servant. It's all above board. And anyway, I didn't actually buy it, just heard about it from others." Lin Zili looked at the boxes again and gasped, picking one up. "There's Ma-O-Tai too? Is this real? What does this girl's family even do?" Chapter 239, The Lin family's future daughter-in-law. Lin Yingjun stared at the bottle of Ma-O-Tai in his wife's hand. "It doesn't look fake. Also, honey, did you notice? One of the girls delivering the gifts, wasn't she the same one who came by last time to deliver books to Zhengren? All dressed up in a neat suit? I think she looks like..." Lin Zili's eyes widened. "A salesperson?" Lin Yingjun corrected her, "What salesperson?" A secretary. That's what I meant. Who said salesperson? You must have heard wrong. Lin Yingjun. Lin Ziyi thought for a moment. So, this pretty girl who just went into Zhengren's room must come from a business family? Inside Lin Zhengren's bedroom, since he had only been back home for a couple of days, he hadn't started tidying up yet. His parents also wouldn't dare touch his things, so the room was still filled with stacks of books on cardiovascular health. Seeing this familiar sight when she walked in, Zhang Jingshi immediately thought of her sister. Kaianqian's bedroom was the same way. But as she looked at the covers, she realized these were all medical books, not like her sister's random collection at all. I'm sorry for showing up like this. I hope I'm not disturbing you? She asked. Lin Zhengren closed the door and smiled. Of course not. Did you come over for something? Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Jingshi shook her head. No, ever since I was discharged, I haven't had any more dizziness or spells of confusion. Plus, our family's private doctor checks on me every day. I'm doing really well. Lin Zhengren nodded. That's good. Glancing around at the books piled high, he said, just sit on the bed. I haven't had time to clear all these yet, and there's no space left on the chairs. I'll move them all to the storage room in a few days. Zhang Jingshi picked up a book. All of these are medical books? You studied all this because of my illness? Lin Zhengren didn't deny it. The evidence was right in front of them, no point denying it. Well, your condition was rare and time was tight. If I wanted to find a solution quickly, I had to go through previous cases and research. Luckily, all the hard work paid off. Zhang Jingshi's eyes swept over the books, taking in every corner of the room, and a wave of emotion welled up inside her. This was his bedroom, filled to the brim with books, all because of her illness. Just imagining how long he must have spent studying made her heart ache. Even though she had asked him about it at the hospital and had guessed he probably hadn't rested much for a week, seeing all this with her own eyes still filled her with guilt. This kind of kindness she could never repay, not even in a lifetime. Seeing her zoning out, Lin Zhengren sat down on the bed and said, "Come sit." Zhang Jingshi snapped out of it, set the book down, and sat. She gazed at Lin Zhengren tenderly and deeply. He looked back at her too. They stared at each other for a long while before he finally smiled. Zhang Jingshi blushed and pulled herself together. I came over because I wanted to tell you something. I told my parents about you curing me. I felt like I couldn't hide it, they know me too well. Plus, every time your name came up, I'd zone out. Lin Zhengren wasn't surprised. It's fine. I told you when you got discharged, if your parents asked, you could tell them. Zhang Jingshi remembered that. That day, when they separated at the hospital, Lin Zhengren had given her a bunch of small but important instructions. She promised, "Don't worry. My parents won't tell anyone. They understand how serious this is. But after they found out you saved me, they, and my grandfather too, want to invite you over to our house." She even explained how her parents had originally wanted to come find him themselves, but she stopped them. She didn't hide anything from him. After hearing her out, Lin Zhengren thought about his upcoming trip. I might need to travel for a bit soon. Once I get back, I'll visit your parents. Should be about 10 days. I'll confirm with you when I'm back. Zhang Jingshi nodded and smiled. Okay. Just go by your schedule. No need to change anything for us. But the trip is for. I promised T King, Lily, and the others a while ago. When it came to relationships, Lin Zhengren was very honest, aside from occasionally hiding that little fox's whereabouts, because she once told him not to tell anyone. Otherwise, he didn't plan on hiding anything, better to be openly flirty than to lie. Still, hearing that, Zhang Jingshi's heart sank a little. She did feel a bit jealous, but his honesty reassured her, it didn't feel like he was sneaking around. I see. As for Lin Zhengren's relationships with He King and Zhang Zuli, Zhang Jingshi had a rough idea. After all, she had seen how he interacted with them over the years. It definitely didn't seem like just ordinary friendships, though she had never investigated. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Lin Ziyi, cheerful from outside. Zhengren? Mom cut up some fruit for you too. Can I come in? Lin Zhengren answered, sure, come in, Mom. Lin Ziyi pushed open the door, saw them inside, and Zhang Jingshi quickly stood up to greet her. Andy, thank you. Let me take that. She tried to take the fruit plate from Lin Ziyi's hands. But Lin Ziyi chuckled, no need, no need. Zhang. Lin Zhengren filled in, Jingshi. Zhang Jingshi. Hearing him call her that, Zhang Jingshi glanced back at him, face full of shyness. Having seen countless pretty girls show up at her house, Lin Ziyi could tell at a glance whether they liked her son or not. Seeing Zhang Jingshi blushing, Lin Ziyi sighed inwardly. As expected. Definitely not just an ordinary friend. Lin Zili put the fruit plate on the table and said, Zioshi, your uncle and I have some errands to run, so we probably won't be back by noon. You two just stay home and relax. Oh, and about those gifts at the door, they're too much and too expensive. Zhang Jingshi listened carefully. Lin Zili added with a smile, we're very happy to have you visit, don't get me wrong. It's just that there's too much, and some of it's way too valuable. How much must all that cost? We'll keep 1 or 2 boxes, but the rest, please take them back. Otherwise, Auntie and Uncle really can't accept it. Zhang Jingshi explained earnestly, they're not that expensive, Auntie. It's just a little token of respect for my first visit. It's not much, please accept it. But Lin Zengren knew that she had indeed brought too much. His parents had never received this many gifts in their lives. But now that it was already delivered, if they insisted on returning it, Zhang Jingshi might overthink it. Especially since, to her, it really wasn't much money. So as the person involved, he cut in, Mom, don't worry about it. You and Dad go shopping. I'll talk to her. With that, he saved them from a lot of back and forth. Lin Zili could only answer, alright, Zengren, you decide. Your dad and I are heading out. Do you guys need anything? Zhang Jingshi waved her hand. No, Andy, I couldn't possibly trouble you. Lin Zengren also said, we're good, Mom. Hee, alright, you two talk. We won't bother you anymore, Lin Zili said, smiling as she closed the door behind her. Lin Yingjun was already in the living room packing up for their shopping trip, a little outing to lift the spirits of an unemployed wife. Lin Zili walked over and exchanged a look with her husband. She sighed and whispered, she's definitely fallen for Zengren. You can tell just by looking at her. Lin Yingjun had realized it the moment he saw Zhang Jingshi. Otherwise, why else would she bring so many gifts? It was obvious, just like the others, she was here to become the Lin family's daughter-in-law. We'll talk to Zengren about it later. For now, let's just let them be. Let's go shopping. By the way, if you're going for interview soon, do you need to pick up anything? Yeah, I need a few books. The interview requirements are pretty strict. I've gotta study hard. Chapter 240, You've been my girlfriend all along. After Lin Yingjun and Lin Zili left, Lin Zengren sat in his room, picked a slice of apple from the fruit plate his mom had brought, popped it into his mouth, and asked Zhang Jingshi, what do you want to eat? Zhang Jingshi instinctively wanted to say she didn't want anything, she had never liked eating when visiting someone else's home. But just as the words reached her lips, she realized, she was at his house. She glanced at a piece of apple. I'll have an apple. Lin Zengren picked up a slice with a toothpick and handed it to her. Zhang Jingshi took it with a soft thank you, nibbling at the apple delicately and gracefully, looking every bit a perfect guest. Watching her eat, Lin Zengren noticed how refined she was, her posture elegant, her movements gentle, like she was born noble. But it was precisely this kind of deep-seated grace that made things between them still feel a little formal. Even though their relationship wasn't what it used to be, Lin Zengren could tell she was still cautious around him, striving for perfection. Lin Zengren started, about the gifts in the living room. Before he could finish, Zhang Jingshi's phone rang. Out of respect, she glanced at the caller ID, declined the call, and said apologetically, sorry, go ahead. Lin Zengren said casually, you can take the call first. Zhang Jingshi shook her head. It's fine. You're more important than a phone call. She wanted to say the person in front of me is much more important than some random call, but meeting his gaze made her too shy to finish. She simply said softly, you talk first. Lin Zengren didn't insist and casually glanced at her phone. Seeing his look, Zhang Jingshi gave in awkwardly. Alright then, I'll just take the call quickly. She answered, and after hearing what was said on the other end, her expression changed to anxious surprise. Broken leg. Did you call a doctor? Okay, I understand. After she hung up, Lin Zengren asked what had happened. Zhang Jingshi said, Yuan seems to have fractured her thigh. Yuan? Who's Yuan? She's the cat from the cat cafe, the one that was really clingy with you. Remember? You even said you'd met her before. That jogged Lin Zengren's memory, it was the cat he met when he and Han Wenwen first encountered each other. Later, Zhang Jingshi adopted her from the cafe. Yeah, I remember now. They said she fell from a climbing rack and got her leg stuck. She's getting old, not as sturdy as younger cats anymore. Lin Zengren got up. I don't have anything urgent today. Let's go check on her. Since the cat cafe called you directly, it must mean Yuan's really important to you. Plus, I haven't seen her in ages. Zhang Jingshi nodded and stood up too. The reason Yuan was so important was mostly because Lin Zengren said he'd known that cat before. For her, Yuan was a reminder of him. She asked worriedly, are you sure it's okay? I don't want to mess up your plans. No worries. I'm not that busy. The two of them left the room together. As they walked out, Lin Zhengren asked, by the way, why is the cat called Yuan Yuan? Zhang Jingshi said, she didn't have a name before. After you visited the cafe that time, I thought she and you were connected by fate, so I named her Yuan Yuan. No wonder. I thought I didn't recognize the name. Passing by the mountain of gifts in the living room, Zhang Jingshi asked, should I take those back? They were meant for uncle and auntie anyway. And it's not really that much, right? Lin Zhengren thought for a moment. Just leave them. I'll talk to my parents about it tonight. She let out a sigh of relief. Okay. Downstairs, Pan Lin, who had been waiting, hurried over when she saw them coming. President Zhang, President Lin. After Zhang Jingshi explained they were heading to the cat cafe, Pan Lin quickly had the driver pull the car around. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the cafe. 3 staff members stood there looking guilty, with the store manager practically bowing in apology. I'm so sorry, President Zhang. It's completely my fault for not watching you on properly. Normally, Zhang Jingshi might have been upset. 3 people couldn't take care of 1 cat properly? But with Lin Zhengren here, she just asked calmly, forget it. How is she now? The manager replied, the doctor said it's a right leg fracture. They've treated it already. It's just that because Yuan Yuan is older, recovery might be slower. We're really sorry, President Zhang. Zhang Jingshi frowned slightly at him, and the poor manager turned pale with fear. In the end, she just waved it off. Go back to work. Learn from this. They all apologized again and scattered to their tasks. Zhang Jingshi and Lin Zhengren walked over to where Yuan Yuan was lying. The little cat seemed to recognize Lin Zhengren, letting out a soft meow and nuzzling weakly against their legs. With his master of all things ability, Lin Zhengren could roughly assess the cat's condition. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Pets really did have much shorter lifespans than humans. He first met this cat back in middle school, when she was still climbing trees and being mischievous. 6 years later, she was visibly more fragile. The little cat glanced at Lin Zhengren, then at Zhang Jingshi, then let out another soft meow, her eyes filled with joy but also some confusion. Thanks to his ability, Lin Zhengren could vaguely understand what she was feeling. It was as if she was saying, you two are together now? What about the big fox sister who saved me back then? You don't want her anymore? Lin Zhengren smiled helplessly, patted her head, and answered with his eyes, we're together too. Satisfied, the little cat lay down contentedly. Zhang Jingshi, even though she couldn't understand, could tell something had just passed between them. What just happened? She asked. Lin Zhengren smiled. Nothing. She's not young anymore, but thanks to you, she's been living a good life here. Apart from the fracture, she's perfectly healthy. Zhang Jingshi found it incredible. You can diagnose cats too? Lin Zhengren looked at her and said, I know a little. A little? You know way too much. Yuan Yuan curled up and fell asleep. Lin Zhengren and Zhang Jingshi walked around, checking on the other cats. Looking at the cafe's decor, Lin Zhengren asked, did you renovate this place? Zhang Jingshi nodded. Yeah, there were some areas I didn't like, so I made a few adjustments. She suddenly thought of something, her voice dropping slightly. By the way, when we were at your house, you called me Jingshi for the first time. Lin Zhengren gave her a puzzled look. Zhang Jingshi explained shyly, when Auntie couldn't remember my name, you said it, Jingshi. That's my nickname. Only my parents call me that. From her expression, Lin Zhengren could tell she really liked it. You like it when I call you that? He asked. Zhang Jingshi blushed. Honestly, I'm fine with whatever you call me. Zhangji is fine too. It's just, to outsiders, it might sound a little distant. Like there's a big age gap between us, even though there really isn't. Lin Zhengren laughed. I only called you that because you kept calling me Zhengren little brother. Every time we met, it was little brother this, little brother that. If I didn't call you Zhangji, wouldn't it seem rude? Zhang Jingshi didn't know what to say. She had totally miscalculated back when they first met at the supermarket. She mumbled to herself, if I'd known, I wouldn't have called you that. Lin Zhengren chuckled. Since you like it, I'll call you Jingshi from now on. He paused and called her softly, Jingshi. Zhang Jingshi stared at him blankly, her cheeks flushing deep red. Just hearing him say her name made her heart flutter. She said softly, then I won't call you little brother anymore. She thought for a second. How about, I call you Zhengzhen? Zhengzhen? Lin Zhengren nodded. Sure. Zhang Jingshi smiled, pursing her lips. It feels like we're so much closer now. But when she saw him still staring at her, her heart raced. Finally, she asked the question that had been on her mind. Zhengzhen. So, does that mean I'm your girlfriend now? Are we officially together? Do you like me? Lin Zhengren reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. He gazed down at her. What do you think? If I didn't like Jingxi, why would I do all those things? Ever since the day we hugged in the car, Jingxi has already been my girlfriend. Zhang Jingxi's beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled with joy. She bit her lower lip, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. You know, I've been waiting so long for you to say that. Of course I'm your girlfriend. I've liked you for a long time. She rose onto her tiptoes, her alluring red lips brushing closer. Lin Zhengren wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her. This time, it wasn't just a light peck. He could feel her true tenderness through the kiss. Even her smiling eyes glistened with tears of happiness. A dream she had held on to for so long had finally come true. Chapter 241, Signing a contract with the Empress of the Imperial Capital at noon. Zhang Jingxi personally made lunch for Lin Zhengren in her private kitchen. Steak. While the food was being served, Lin Zhengren's phone buzzed with a message from He King. The message little He King sent through her smart device had that soft, sweet tone to it. Lin Zhengren, when are you coming? Originally, Lin Zhengren had said he'd visit them today, especially since Zhang Jingxi was recovering well. But then, Zhang Jingxi came over instead. So he could only go in the evening. After replying to the message, He King knew he was busy, so she didn't press him further. Alright then, we'll wait for you in the room tonight. Zhang Jingxi placed her own steak on the table and, instead of sitting across from him, paused to ask, can I sit next to you while we eat? Lin Zhengren thought, she really always has that rich lady aura around her, and replied, yeah, sit wherever. Seeing him still fiddling with his phone, Zhang Jingxi took the initiative to cut his steak for him. Just as she finished slicing it, his phone buzzed again. This time, it really was business from the Zhang group. Ever since she'd recovered, their work calls had been relentless again. Lin Zhengren asked curiously, more calls from Zhang group? Zhang Jingxi looked visibly annoyed. Yeah. Mind if I take this? Only after he gave her a nod did she answer. She said a few brief things to the person on the other end and quickly hung up. It was more stuff about clients. Lin Zhengren offered, the Zhang group always seems to have issues with clients, huh? Zhang Jingxi replied out of habit, clients come in all shapes and temperaments. Some of them are hard to read. Right now, a few vendors connected to the Zhang group's new product are tough to negotiate with. But never mind that. Let's eat first. Lin Zhengren chuckled, you say that now, but once I leave in a few days, you'll still have to deal with it. I heard you pushing everything to tomorrow on that call. And besides the Zhang group, don't we have our own company's clients to handle too? Zhang Jingxi looked at him with a warm gaze. You won't be at the office tomorrow anyway, so I'll have time to figure out how to deal with them. No rush. Lin Zhengren wondered if omniscience might come in handy now. Do you have detailed info on these clients? Yeah, it's all on my phone. Why? Let me take a look. Since he asked, Zhang Jingxi pulled up the client info on her phone and handed it to him. Technically, this stuff was confidential. Definitely not for outsiders. But Lin Zhengren wasn't just anyone. She trusted him completely. Lin Zhengren skimmed through the client profiles. These are the target clients for the Zhang group's new product, right? You're trying to sell to them. Yeah. These are all business owners from out of province. Inside the province, the Zhang group has influence and easier deals. But those out of province bosses? Their personalities are all over the place. Lin Zhengren tested omniscience on the files. And sure enough, it worked. No matter the industry, as long as he needed it, the experience and knowledge would immediately surface in his mind. Pointing at one photo, he said, this guy. If negotiating with him directly doesn't work, you could try going through his ex-wife. Zhang Jingxi blinked in surprise. Huh? His ex-wife? Wait, you know him? How would I know some guy from out of province? He pointed at the photo. It was a selfie of a middle-aged man in a white dress shirt and slacks, taken during an outdoor trip. There were picnic items nearby, a blanket, food, and even a vase with flowers on it. Lin Zhengren said, look. There's food for two here, like he was dining with someone. Judging by the setup, the other person was also male. But there's a bouquet of flowers on the blanket, and he's wearing a wedding ring on his ring finger. Zhang Jingxi immediately caught on, the flower vase is with his things, so he must have brought it. Not his friend. And if a man brings flowers to a picnic while wearing a wedding ring, he must really love his wife. Then she smiled slightly, not doubting him, just curious, your logic makes sense, but something feels off. Like, how can you be sure he's divorced just by looking at the photo? Just because he was eating with another guy? What if his wife just couldn't make it that day? Plus, some men do like flowers. Maybe he's the kind who brings them for fun. Lin Zhengren didn't say much. He simply pointed at another detail in the photo. It was the man's ring finger. Zhang Jingxi zoomed in, her pupils dilating in shock. She saw it. The ring he was wearing now was clearly smaller than the old tan line left on his finger. It was a size smaller, a perfect ring-shaped contrast. The kind of thing most people wouldn't notice, but Lin Zengren had spotted it instantly. He explained, "From this, you can tell the man has a wife now, but the ring he wore in this photo isn't the same one from his current marriage. The mark doesn't match. He switched it out before going out. Combined with the flowers. He's probably still hung up on his ex-wife." Then he added, "Of course, this is all just educated guessing. But it gives you a direction. The rest can be confirmed with some background digging. Approaching it from this angle might work wonders." By now, Zhang Jingshi was getting used to Lin Zengren's freakish talent. He just seemed to be better at everything than the average person. She nodded. "Yeah, I think it'll definitely help. Even just the ring detail says a lot. If the sales team adjusts their strategy based on this, we'll probably land the deal." She praised him, half sighing, "You really are amazing. I always thought I was good at reading clients, but the next to you, I've got no edge at all. If I had your skills, I can't imagine how much smoother my work would be." Lin Zengren reached out a hand. Zhang Jingshi looked confused. "What is it?" He replied seriously, "I didn't say all that just to help you temporarily. I want to make your future work easier." "Huh? What do you mean?" "Hold my hand. Whatever I ask next, just answer honestly. After that, I'll teach you something. Then reading client profiles will be way easier for you." Zhang Jingshi looked at his sincere expression. She didn't fully understand what he was up to. But she was his girlfriend now. Whatever he asked, she had no intention of saying no. "Really? It's that Mangekyō?" She placed her soft hand in his, fingers interlaced. "All right. What do you want to ask, Zhang?" He asked. "Jingshi, would you be willing to always stay by my side from now on?" Her eyes trembled. She was still basking in the afterglow of their earlier kiss, cheeks flushed red. "Of course. From now on, I'll always be yours. And only yours. My life belongs to you. I'll follow you forever." "You have successfully signed a contract with the Empress of the Imperial Capital," Lin Zengren let go with a smile. "All right, now I'll check a few more clients. Your work's about to get easier." Zhang Jingshi blinked. "That's it?" "Yep. It might seem odd now, but you'll understand soon." Lin Zengren then continued analyzing several more clients. At first, Zhang Jingshi didn't feel any different. After all, it was just holding hands. But the more she listened, the more stunned her beautiful peach blossom eyes became. There was this newfound clarity in her mind like never before. She realized she could actually start keeping up with Lin Zengren's thought process. She was finally beginning to see exactly where the leverage points were with each client. Chapter 242, Farewell and the Upcoming Trip. This is amazing. How is this happening? I really feel different. As soon as I look at the info, I notice things I never did before. Seeing her shocked expression, Lin Zengren chuckled and asked, "Feels like things aren't as hard as they used to be, right? Should save you a lot of energy." Zhang Jingshi stared at him, incredulous. "Yeah, but how does it work? Is it some kind of psychological suggestion or something?" Lin Zengren smiled without answering. "Who knows?" That left Zhang Jingshi shaking her head with a hopeless laugh. From the day she met him, she could never figure him out. And now? Still the same. There was always something mysterious about him, something that just pulled people in. Her heart was always drawn to him. Thanks to that little detour, the two of them finished lunch quite late. By mid-afternoon, even the sunlight had dulled to a soft amber glow. As Lin Zengren and Zhang Jingshi said goodbye to Yuan and walked out of the cat cafe, he chatted with her. "Jingshi, I'm heading out tomorrow. I'll be gone for around 10 days. Before I head back to Zitong City, I'll give you a call and stop by to see Uncle and Auntie." Zhang Jingshi followed closely at his side, reluctant to see him go, but she nodded. "All right. Be careful out there. Don't rush, whether it's on the way there or back. Safety first. If you need anything, call me. I'll handle it right away." "Okay, but it probably won't be that dramatic." Pan Lin, who'd been waiting outside the cat cafe, saw the two come out and quickly stepped out of the car for the next stop. But from Zhang Jingshi's expression, she could already tell. Their date was about to end. Lin Zengren glanced at his phone. It was 3:40 in the afternoon. Time to go find those three little troublemakers. "You're not going back to the office today, are you? You just got better. Don't push yourself too hard." Zhang Jingshi's gaze was gentle and trembled slightly. Her fingers curled slightly as she whispered, "No, I'm not going to the office tonight. I've spent so much time with you today, I wouldn't be able to focus anyway." Her eyes were filled with reluctance, not wanting to part at all. She just wanted to stay with Lin Zengren a little longer. The feeling was so strong, The softness in her eyes had that bittersweet sadness after something beautiful. From a distance, Pan Lin picked up on Zhang Jingxi's emotions. She turned and gave a subtle wave to the cat cafe's manager, telling them to head back inside. The manager nodded respectfully and returned to the cafe, closing the door and getting back to work. Pan Lin quietly slipped back into the car, not wanting to interrupt. That left just Lin Zengren and Zhang Jingxi outside the cat cafe. She moved in close and hugged him, resting her cheek against his chest, listening to the heartbeat of the man she loved. "I'll wait for you. Come find me in 10 days. I'll be waiting for your call." Lin Zengren held her tight in return. "Yeah. Rest up well these next few days. Hopefully by the time I'm back, you'll be fully recovered." Zhang Jingxi's breath trembled as she slowly closed her eyes. Tears glimmered in the corners. "I'm already better." Inside the Rolls-Royce, Pan Lin sat in the front seat and glanced through the window, eyes wide in surprise as she watched the two hugging outside. Her jaw dropped. Did President Zhang finally get together with President Lin for real? She wondered. She couldn't remember ever seeing them hugging so openly on a street like this. Finally. President Zhang had gotten the person she wanted most. Even the driver, who'd spent every day chauffeuring President Zhang around, was stunned. He'd never seen this side of her. So soft and affectionate. In Lin Zengren's arms, Zhang Jingxi seemed like just an ordinary woman in love, enjoying the warmth of her man's embrace. Compared to the occasional polite kindness she showed others, this emotion was far more natural. They hugged for several minutes. Then Lin Zengren whispered, "I should go now?" Time really did fly. Zhang Jingxi looked up at him. "Let me drive you." "No need. It'll take at least 20 minutes round trip. Just head home and rest. I'll grab a cab." She frowned slightly and reached out to gently touch his cheek. "Then I'll see you in 10 days. "Yeah." Lin Zengren leaned in, and she immediately parted her lips, eyes closed, meeting him halfway. They kissed again for a little while. Pan Lin and the driver couldn't even bear to look. They turned their heads to stare at the road instead. Lin Zengren hailed a cab and looked back at Zhang Jingxi, who was standing beside Pan Lin outside the car. "Jingxi, I'm heading out." She slowly waved. "Safe travels." The cab sped off and disappeared down the road. Pan Lin and Zhang Jingxi stood there, watching it disappear into the distance. Pan Lin glanced at her boss's face. Both happy and a little heartbroken. "President Zhang? Is President Lin not coming to the office again for a while?" Zhang Jingxi didn't look away. "He's always busy. Every time we're together, it feels like he's gone in a flash. 10 days felt so long." Pan Lin smiled. "But he'll always come back. I mean, you two are officially together now." That finally brought a smile to Zhang Jingxi's face. She looked at Pan Lin. "Don't go around telling people about us. It'll just cause him trouble. That includes the driver." "Of course. Let's go home. I'll take it easy tonight. Back to work tomorrow." Pan Lin opened the car door for her. Zhang Jingxi took one last look at the end of the road before getting in. Pan Lin closed the door and got in the front seat. "Let's head back to the villa." The driver stepped on the gas, and the Rolls-Royce disappeared into the city streets. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Zhang Zuili, wearing her hair in twin ponytails, had a cloth tied over her eyes and was facing the wall. Han Wenwen and He King were both hiding in different corners of the room, trying to hold in their giggles. "Are you guys ready? I'm gonna start looking." Zhang Zuili called out. Han Wenwen and He King both nodded. Zhang Zuili teased them, "Say something." "How am I supposed to start if you don't answer?" He King answered sweetly, "We're ready." Han Wenwen was exasperated with her and quickly waved at her to move spots. Zhang Zuili heard the sound and instantly began to reach around. The three girls were having a blast. Until Han Wenwen happened to glance through the peephole. And saw someone walking up to their door. Smiling, she immediately opened it. Hearing the door open, Zhang Zuili froze. "Hey! No leaving the room, that's cheating. How are we supposed to play if people walk out?" Lin Zengren stepped into the room and saw Zhang Zuili blindfolded. "What are you guys doing?" The second he spoke, Zhang Zuili ripped off the cloth, and He King ran over, grinning from ear to ear. Everyone was excited to see him. "Lin Zengren. You're here." He King beamed. Zhang Zuili was just as surprised. "Zengren? Didn't you say you'd come tonight? Why so early?" Han Wenwen laughed from the side. The three of them had missed him a lot. They all gathered around him. Lin Zengren smiled. "It's already 4. Close enough to evening. But seriously, you three still playing hide and seek at 18? Zhang Zuili blushed in embarrassment and quickly hid the cloth behind her back. What about it? Who says only little kids can play?" He King giggled. "Girls are just like that. Come sit down, Lin Zengren. It's been days since we saw you. Are things at the company settled?" Yeah, all done. I came to talk to you guys about the trip tomorrow. Chapter 243, Departure. The four of them sat on the bed. Lin Zhengren sat cross-legged in the middle. Zhang Zuili sat duck-style with her golden twin tails draped over her thighs. Little He-King hugged her knees obediently, and Han Wenwen had her arms resting on bent legs. All three girls stared intently at him. It felt like a family meeting. Lin Zhengren, taking the lead like the head of the household, said, I've been busy this past week with some stuff, but luckily it didn't mess up our travel plans. How's everyone doing with packing? He-King was the first to raise her hand in support. All done. I'm ready to go anytime. Zhang Zuili raised her hand too. I made time to go home and pack the past few days. My suitcase is all set. Han Wenwen held up her fox-like hands, smiling. Same here. Lin Zhengren nodded. Great. I haven't packed yet, but I'll throw my stuff together tonight. Tomorrow, we head out. Zhang Zuili was surprised. We're leaving tomorrow? That's fast. Little He-King looked concerned. You just finished dealing with work stuff, shouldn't you rest up a bit? Even though it's a vacation, we're still going hiking and stuff. It might get pretty tiring. The little fox chimed in too. Zhengren, maybe you should rest an extra day. It's not like we're in a rush. No need. You three are underestimating me. Yeah, I've been busy, but it's not like it's physical labor. Plus, I've been resting all day today. A good night's sleep and I'll be just fine. The three girls saw that he really did look okay. So they didn't argue. Lin Zhengren laughed. If anything, you three should be the ones getting ready. Hiking is real physical work. Little He-King patted her chest. No problem. Zhang Zuili was just as confident. It's just hiking. Piece of cake. Alright, it's settled then. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., we meet right here in front of this hotel. We'll take the car and head out for the mountains. All three chimed in together, okay. Since they were leaving the next morning, the four of them parted ways that night. They waved goodbye to each other, then went home to get a good night's rest, preparing for a week-long trip. On the surface, it was just a vacation. But in truth, each of the three girls had their own plans. Han Wenwen wanted to investigate how her skin had improved. She planned to try something with Lin Zhengren again to find out the truth. Zhang Zuili couldn't stop thinking about that kiss at the hotel last week. She kept dreaming about that moment and was determined to get intimate with Zhengren this trip. She wanted to take his first time. Only Little He-King had purer intentions. She just wanted to spend as much time with Lin Zhengren as possible. Though, there was something else on her mind. Does Wenwen like Lin Zhengren too? That's something she wanted to figure out during this trip, with all their thoughts swirling, after a night of rest. The next morning, as the sun rose, Lin Zhengren stood by his window in a daze. Dark clouds had swallowed up the usual blazing sunlight, leaving the room dim. Even though there hadn't been heavy rain for over a month, it just had to rain today. Fine droplets tapped steadily against the window, as if hinting that this trip might be more complicated than expected. But it didn't change the trip itself. Lin Zhengren rolled his suitcase out the door. Mom, Dad. I'm heading out on that trip with He-King, Lily, and Wenwen. Should be gone a little over a week. His parents stood by the door to see him off. Alright, you four be safe. Call us when you get there, his dad said. Lin Kai looked out the window at the gloomy sky. The weather's not great today. Take it slow on the road. Don't worry. This little rain won't bother us, Lin Zhengren smiled. Then he remembered something. Oh, Mom. When are you going to that job interview? Lin Zili didn't overthink why her son was asking. Even though I have experience, I still need to study a bit more. I'll stay home and learn for about a week. I'll probably go after you're back. Lin Zhengren gave a quip and left. He met up with the three girls outside the hotel, all of them holding umbrellas. Even with the cloudy sky, the three of them, He-King, Han Wenwen, and Zhang Zuili, had all changed into new outfits and looked absolutely stunning. Drop-dead gorgeous. Zhang Zuili held up her umbrella and frowned. It's actually raining today? The forecast didn't mention any rain. Little He-King asked, will the tourist spot even be open? Han Wenwen flipped through the updated weather report on her phone. It says the next 3 days won't be great. Sun won't come out until the 4th day. Lin Zhengren explained, no worries. We're not going to one of those big tourist attractions. The place we're headed to is always open. I originally planned for us to take a bus, but with this weather, public transport might be a hassle. How about we just rent a car? We'll get an SUV and do a road trip. I'll drive. All three girls were surprised and spoke at once. You'll drive us? Zhang Zuili quickly shook her head. Forget renting a car, Zhengren. That's not a good idea. You don't even have a license. What if we get caught? That'd be a disaster. Little He-King added, yeah, That's illegal. Lin Zhengren pulled a driver's license from his pocket. Who says I don't have a license? Here it is. I always bring it with me. The three girls stared in shock. Han Wenwen was especially confused. She'd spent plenty of time secretly hanging out with Lin Zhengren, but she'd never heard of this. She took the license and checked it. It's real? When did you even get it? How did I not know? Zhang Zuoli and He King also leaned in, clearly confused. Zhang Zuoli asked, yeah. When did you learn to drive? I thought getting a license took forever. Booking tests, practicing, all that. Lin Zhengren figured, in my past life, I already knew how to drive. This time, with the system, it was a piece of cake. I signed up really early. My instructor helped me book the test slots. I just went in, passed, and got the license. Didn't take much time, so of course you didn't know. Han Wenwen was curious. That easy? Zhang Zuoli let out a breath and smiled. Well, makes sense. It's you we're talking about. Nothing ever slows you down. Suddenly, little He King looked super excited. Knowing they were going on a road trip made her feel like they were a little family going on an outing. Having grown up without much of a father figure, she always longed for this kind of experience. Clenching her little fists, her eyes sparkled. So we're driving? We won't have to rush. We can go wherever we want. Lin Zhengren smiled. We can even enjoy the rain on the way. It's a vacation. Comfort is what matters most. Zhang Zuoli glanced at He King, thinking she looked so happy. With their minds made up, the three girls hopped in a cab with Lin Zhengren and headed to the rental place. Lin Zhengren rented a nice SUV. A Land Cruiser, spacious enough for the three girls to move around freely in the back. After loading up their luggage, the four of them officially hit the road and began their journey. Chapter 244, A Family of Four. The car cruised through the city streets under a light drizzle. He King, Han Wenwen, and Zhang Zuoli were all impressed by how spacious the interior of the SUV was. It felt like they could lie down and use it as a bed. Completely different from the compact sedans they were used to. At first, all three girls were seated in the back, but He King noticed the empty front passenger seat and suddenly asked mid-drive, Lin Zhengren, should I sit up front? I could help you keep an eye on the road. Still focused on driving through the city, Lin Zhengren replied, I don't really need help with that. Pretty sure you wouldn't understand the map anyway. But if you just want to come sit for fun, go ahead. Little He King softly explained, yeah, I don't really know how to read maps. But I want to learn. I want to learn to drive too. Don't worry, I won't bother you. I'll just sit in the front and study on my own. Lin Zhengren didn't object. Alright, I'll pull over and let you switch seats. Okay. He pulled over to the roadside temporarily, and He King hopped out of the back seat and into the passenger seat. She smiled sweetly, all set. And the car started rolling again. Han Wenwen and Zhang Zuoli exchanged a glance. They both noticed that little He King seemed a little more proactive and excited than usual today. After settling into the front seat, He King buckled her seatbelt and turned to stare at Lin Zhengren while he drove. She truly felt like she was in one of those family road trips from TV. Lin Zhengren was the dad, she was the mom, and the two girls in the back were their kids. A smile of pure happiness spread across her face as she sat in the front seat, lips curling into a sweet grin. Lin Zhengren asked, you really want to learn to drive? He King replied immediately, yeah. A lot of classmates said that once you get into college, it's time to learn to drive. I probably won't drive much even after I get my license, but if you're ever out drinking for work, I could come pick you up. Lin Zhengren gave the innocent He King a sidelong look. Then what's the driver for? Yeah? That could come in handy. She smiled. Right? Han Wenwen chimed in from the back, then I'll sign up with Zhao King when the time comes. He King turned around and nodded. Yeah. What about you, Lily? Are you gonna learn after college too? Zhang Zuoli blinked. Not really into it. I've always felt like I don't have a good sense for driving. I'd rather not be a menace on the road. Besides, if Zhengren's going to work dinners and stuff, he'll have a driver anyway, right? At that, He King and Han Wenwen froze. And for some reason, a certain little fox's motivation to learn how to drive dropped by more than half. He King was still okay though. After a second, she perked up again. Oh, right. Zhengren's a big boss now. Of course he'll have a driver. Then Han Wenwen added curiously, oh yeah, Lin Zhengren, is it true you're the general manager of Zhengshi Company? Last week Lily told us about the company, so the three of us looked it up online. It's huge. And the registered capital's over 100 million. He King also chimed in, yeah. I've been wondering. So is it true? Are you really that rich now? Lin Zhengren looked puzzled. You two didn't know? Han Wenwen and He King shook their heads. Never heard anything about it. Lin Zhengren said, that's weird. Lily should know. You three are always together. I thought she told you. Zhang Zuili giggled from the back. I thought He King and Han Wenwen knew too. Guess they were totally in the dark. Lin Zhengren exhaled. Well, now you know. Yeah, I'm the general manager. But honestly, I'm kinda hands-off when it comes to the company. Most of the daily stuff is handled by Zhang Jingxi. Zhang Qian's older sister. She's the vice president. As soon as he mentioned Zhang Jingxi, the three girls fell silent for a beat. They hadn't brought it up over the past few days. But they all knew. If Lin Zhengren had been handling company matters for over a week, then most likely he'd been alone with Zhang Jingxi the whole time. Han Wenwen's fox eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Zuili also shot Lin Zhengren a wary glance. Even though He King had never really met Zhang Jingxi, just thinking about how gorgeous she was, and knowing Lin Zhengren had a flirtatious streak, made her a little uneasy too. The car eventually reached the highway and continued for several hours. The rain hadn't let up. In fact, it was coming down even harder now. But they were well outside the city by this point. At first, the girls chatted about all sorts of random things. But after a few hours, the conversation died down, and things got quiet. Han Wenwen and Zhang Zuili pulled out blankets from their backpacks, wrapped themselves up, and fell fast asleep. He King munched on snacks while scrolling through driving tutorials on her phone. She let out a yawn, thinking she might nap too. But when she looked back at Wenwen and Lily, she realized they were both already asleep. Originally sleepy herself, He King suddenly stared blankly at the two sleeping girls. And realized it was just her and Lin Zhengren who were still awake. The rhythmic rain outside snapped her awake. She glanced at Lin Zhengren and whispered, Lin Zhengren? You've been driving for so long. Aren't you tired? Maybe we should stop and rest a bit? Lin Zhengren, who was in much better shape than most, replied, not tired at all. If you're sleepy, go ahead and rest. We've still got a few hours to go. He King saw that one of his hands was on the steering wheel, the other resting on the gearshift. That's when she suddenly remembered something she'd seen online. She squeezed her legs together and subtly shifted her hips, sliding both legs to the left, closer to him. Her face turned pink. Of course Lin Zhengren noticed her little movement and asked with a laugh, what are you doing? He King shyly shook her head. It's nothing. It's just. I saw a video online once. Wenwen showed me actually. It said that when a girl likes the guy who's driving, she should put her legs to the left while he's shifting gears. That's what being obedient looks like. Lin Zhengren figured that Fox has probably corrupted this airhead 100 times by now. But it was summer and raining, and He King was wearing a skirt. With her legs leaning to the left, her smooth white thighs peeked out subtly beneath the hem. It looked really nice. And since she'd already made the move, it felt wrong not to respond. So Lin Zhengren instinctively placed his hand on her leg. He King quickly covered her mouth. She hadn't expected him to actually touch her thigh. Flushed with embarrassment, she didn't dare make a sound for fear of waking the others in the back. Her big, bright eyes looked up at him, shimmering with emotion. Her body was stiff with nervous tension. After a while of resting his hand there, Lin Zhengren noticed her reaction and chuckled. You got any gum or something? He King nodded shyly. Yeah, it's in my backpack. Want one? She reached behind the seat and carefully pulled her bag from the floor without making a sound. Unzipping it gently, she found a stick of gum, unwrapped it, and brought it to his mouth. Lin Zhengren pulled his hand back, and He King bit her lip. He said, the AC makes it hard to tell, but it might get chilly when we get out. Make sure to wear a jacket before stepping out. We probably won't be able to sightsee much today. Let's just climb halfway up and find a place to stay. Got it. She sat up properly again, watching as raindrops continued to fall across the windshield, wiped away over and over by the wipers. With her hands resting on her legs, she smiled. When we get married someday, will we be able to do trips like this from time to time? It feels so nice. Of course. Once we buy a car, I'll take you all out for fun whenever I feel like it. He King saw that Lin Zhengren was about to spit out the gum, so she reached over and cupped her hand under his mouth. Spit it out in my hand. I'll throw it away. Lin Zhengren raised an eyebrow. No tissues? I do. But just spit it in my hand. It's fine. I've been snacking non-stop anyway. I was gonna wipe my hands. Go on, spit it out. It'll taste gross if you chew it too long. Lin Zhengren looked at this silly girl. After he spat out the gum, He King happily withdrew her hand and tossed it into a trash bag. She wiped her palm with a wet wipe. Then immediately tore open a new bag of chips and popped one into her mouth. The first chip, she offered to Lin Zhengren. And just like that, she was back to crunching snacks again. Basically cancelling out her earlier cleaning effort. Chapter 245, the mountain path after driving for some more time. They finally arrived at their destination in the late afternoon. Lin Mountain. This spot was chosen by the three girls together when they decided they wanted to hike in the mountains. Not for any grand reason. Just because it had the character Lin in the name. It sounded like Lin Zangren. Although there weren't many tourist attractions on the mountain, that didn't really matter to any of them. The whole point was to relax. They parked the SUV in the lot at the base of the mountain. There were only a few cars scattered around. Even though it was a holiday, the rain had clearly discouraged most people from coming. After waking up, the three girls leaned against the car windows and looked out at the dim stairway climbing the mountain. Raindrops drizzled from the sky, and occasionally, flashes of lightning flickered between the clouds. The trees on the mountain rustled gently, though thankfully, there was no wind. Zhang Zuili, looking cute and a little silly, gulped nervously inside the car. This is Lin Mountain? It looks nothing like the pictures. She pulled out a brochure from the car showing off Lin Mountain. Sunshine, flowers, birds, and bustling tourists. But in reality, Lin Mountain looked completely wild and deserted except for the narrow man-made steps. She even started to wonder if there were tigers or bears lurking somewhere. Zhang Zuili stared at the pamphlet and then the mountain. Are we sure this is even the same place? It feels kinda creepy. If the three girls had come by themselves, King might have been scared too. But with Lin Zangren there, her courage shot up. Maybe it's just because it's raining? The skies are gloomy. Give it a few days and it'll be fine. Unexpectedly, Han Wenwen looked quite intrigued by the desolate mountainside. This place is cool. Feels super mysterious. Her invisible fox tail practically wagged behind her. She looked like a fox spirit coming home. Lin Zangren's sweat dropped. Zhang Zuili did too. Yup, this girl's definitely a reincarnated fox spirit. Lin Zangren reminded them, alright, grab your umbrellas. There's no way we can explore today. Let's just hike up to the lodge halfway up the mountain. They've got a collection of antiques on display. Zhang Zuili flipped through the brochure. Oh yeah, I remember now. The lodge's exhibit is one of the few tourist attractions here. Supposedly they've got a lot of rare collectibles, but the brochure doesn't show what they are. We'll see when we get there. I'm kinda curious myself. Lin Zangren opened the door and stepped out with his umbrella. The three girls each followed with their own. Because the stairs were too narrow to walk side by side, they had to go in a line, Lin Zangren in front, then King, followed by Zhang Zuili, and Han Wenwen taking the rear. Han Wenwen volunteered to be last since she wasn't the least bit afraid. Even so, as Zhang Zuili climbed the wet, slippery steps, umbrella in hand, she couldn't help shivering from the cold air and the eerie forest around them. This place really isn't haunted? Han Wenwen noticed her reaction and laughed. Lily, are you scared? Zhang Zuili replied stubbornly, I'm not scared. I've just never hiked a mountain before, okay? It's just unfamiliar. And there's so many of us. Why would I be scared? She was clearly stammering. Han Wenwen was surprised. You've never been hiking? King also asked curiously, Lily, you've never climbed a mountain? Zhang Zuili replied like it was obvious, yeah, what's so weird about that? Zedong City doesn't even have mountains. I've never been to a place like this. My parents never really took me traveling. The little fox nodded in understanding. That explains it. Back in my hometown in the south, there are mountains everywhere. We've got all kinds of events too. Like the heart-linking festival. Super accurate. If you're single, you draw a fortune stick on the mountain and find your true love. If you're already with someone, your relationship deepens. Girls were naturally drawn to this kind of thing. Even Zhang Zuili perked up, intrigued. Really? That sounds fun. I want to go to your heart-linking festival sometime. Han Wenwen smiled. For sure. It's seriously accurate. I'll take you with King when we get a chance. King beamed. Yeah, we'll take you. But right after saying that, she glanced at Han Wenwen's playful smile and suddenly remembered something. Back when they were kids, during the heart-linking festival, Wenwen had drawn a fortune stick with the character Lin on it. At the time, she'd joked that maybe her fated one was someone from Lin Zangren's family or something. But now, thinking about it, could that stick have been referring to Lin Zangren all along? Did Wenwen believe Lin Zangren was her true love? Otherwise, why would she say the festival was super accurate? The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. While the girls chatted, Lin Zangren kept leading them up the path. Interestingly, despite how long they'd been walking, they hadn't seen a single other person. The only sounds were the rain and the croaking of frogs and other mountain critters. Not even any lights. After what felt like forever, Zhang Zuili realized her shoes were starting to get damp from the rain. She glanced back. And suddenly realized Han Wenwen was missing. Huh? Where's Han Wenwen? Lin Zhengren and He King also looked around. Wenwen? Where'd she go? Zhang Zuoli stammered, I don't know. She was just behind me. She turned around. Only for a human-shaped figure with a foxtail to suddenly appear and pat her on the shoulder. I'm right here. Zhang Zuoli freaked out like a startled kitten, screamed, tossed her umbrella, and bolted straight into Lin Zhengren's arms, trembling and tear-eyed. Zhengren. Zhengren. Han Wenwen took off her fuzzy cartoon fox mask and looked confused. It's me. Why are you so scared? Isn't this mask cute? Zhang Zuoli peeked out and saw it was just a fuzzy fox mask in Wenwen's hand. She started to relax. But then noticed the pink foxtail swaying behind Wenwen. She panicked all over again. No. You're not Han Wenwen. You're a fox spirit from the mountain. You even have a tail. She burrowed deeper into Lin Zhengren's arms. Han Wenwen turned around and pulled the tail off. Huh? This is a toy too. It's fake. But Zhang Zuoli was still huddled in Lin Zhengren's embrace, trembling. Fake? Knowing she'd never been to the mountains before, Lin Zhengren gently patted her head and comforted her. Don't be scared, Lily. I'm here, remember? And Wenwen wasn't trying to scare you. With tears still shimmering in her eyes, Zhang Zuoli stubbornly replied, I'm not scared. I just haven't been to a place like this before. Alright. Just let me hold you for a while. You don't have to. She murmured, but she didn't move from his arms either. Slowly, she began to calm down. Seeing Lin Zhengren hug her like that made both Han Wenwen and He King jealous. They wanted to be hugged too. He King asked curiously, Wenwen, where'd you even get that mask and tail? We didn't see you carrying anything earlier. Han Wenwen replied casually and pointed off to the side. Got it at the shop by the lodge entrance. There were lots of people there. The four of them followed a small side path. And all of them widened their eyes in shock. Because right there, halfway up the mountain, was a huge lodge. It was lit up brightly and bustling with activity. Outside the lodge was a long row of food stalls and street vendors. Couples and tourists wandered under umbrellas, chatting and laughing. The area was well lit and full of life. Everyone was stunned. He King gasped, Whoa. So many people? But we didn't see anyone on the way up. Lin Zhengren looked at the directions people were coming and going and suddenly realized something. We must have taken the back trail. Look at where everyone else is coming from. They're not walking the same path we did. Zhang Zuoli saw all the people and her fear instantly vanished, leaving only embarrassment behind. He King added, I knew it. This place is in travel guides and everything. Even if it's raining, no way it'd be deserted. We totally took the wrong path up. Then she smiled brightly. But this place is so lively. Chapter 246, The Hot Spring Lodge. Han Wenwen and He King exchanged a glance and then both turned to look at Lin Zhengren. Lin Zhengren knew exactly what the two were thinking. Even though He King had already been munching away in the front seat the whole ride. Let's check in first, then we'll walk around together. The two agreed right away. Only Zhang Zuoli stayed silent. All three turned to look at her. Zhang Zuoli blinked her still slightly embarrassed eyes and gave a small laugh. Sure, hee. So Lin Zhengren led the three of them through the bustling crowd to the most popular hot spring lodge on Lin Mountain. The lodge was huge, 5 stories high, with a massive hot spring pool in the back. Supposedly, the hot spring had a long history. Over 100 years. So the lodge was named the century-old historic hot spring lodge. Lin Zhengren glanced at the sign and muttered, what a straightforward name. Inside the first floor, many people were lined up at the front desk. While waiting in line, Lin Zhengren asked the girls, do you want one room each, or the three of you together and me in a separate room? The 3 girls exchanged glances. The second option, they said in unison. When it was finally Lin Zhengren's turn, he hadn't even spoken yet when the staff member said, all the single rooms are fully booked today, and the king rooms are sold out too. Lin Zhengren was momentarily speechless. So what's left? There are 4 of us. All the cheaper rooms are gone. What's left are just a few premium options. For 4 people, we still have a 4-person suite available. It comes with a bathtub and free meals at the lodge for all 3 meals. But the price is a little high, and unfortunately, we don't have any discounts this week. That's fine. Can we take a look at the room first? Lin Zhengren asked. Of course, I'll have someone show you. He King quickly asked from behind, how much is it? The receptionist called a staff member over to lead them and replied, 2,888 yuan per night. He King froze. 2,888 a night? And they're calling that just a little expensive? That's very expensive. Han Wenwen did the math in a whisper, divide by 4. That's over 700 per person. Lin Zhengren thought it was reasonable. After all, hotel stays during trips were usually around this range. Another staff member led them to the 5th floor. While following behind, King quietly tugged at Lin Zhengren's sleeve and whispered, "Lin Zhengren, are we really staying here? If we stay a whole week, we'll be spending tens of thousands. Why not find a cheaper place? We already spent a lot on the car rental." "It's not a big deal," Lin Zhengren replied casually. "Besides, didn't we agree before the trip that we'd come to the mountain for the hot springs?" Little budget-conscious King pouted. "That's true, but I didn't think traveling would be this expensive. It feels kind of wasteful. Like we're not managing our money at all." Seeing how distressed she looked, Lin Zhengren pulled out his phone, casually opened his WeChat balance, and showed it to her. "This is just a small portion." King peeked at the screen curiously. Her pure apricot eyes widened. There were 7 digits on the screen. "Huh? That much? I've been general manager of Zhengshi Company for 2 years now. I don't really spend much on myself. So this amount is nothing for us." King swallowed hard in shock. Then she muttered blankly, "I suddenly feel like I don't deserve you." Lin Zhengren looked at her helplessly and patted her head. "Don't say stuff like that." King replied with less confidence, "It's just I probably won't earn this much in my whole life. It makes me feel guilty, like I'm dragging you down." Lin Zhengren burst out laughing, looking at the silly girl. "You'll probably get back into taekwondo competitions after college, right? One day, maybe you, or the 3 of you, will become famous. You might end up earning more than this." King looked at him sweetly. She knew he was partly trying to cheer her up, but still, "Then when I make money in the future, you can spend it however you want. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours." Lin Zhengren smiled. Behind them, Han Wenwen and Zhang Zuoli could hear the two whispering up front, though they couldn't tell what was being said. But it was definitely disgustingly sweet. When they reached the 4-person suite, the staff opened the door. "This is the 4-person room." Once inside, they saw it had a rather unique layout. It was actually a combination of a triple room and a single. The first thing they saw were 3 single beds arranged side by side. Then off to one side, there was a door. Opening it revealed a separate room with 1 more single bed. So really, it was like a 3-person room plus a separate single inside one suite. Han Wenwen looked around and thought, "This room feels like it was custom made for us. This layout is kind of genius." Zhang Zuoli nodded. "It's really cool." Even Lin Zhengren hadn't expected the 4-person suite to be set up like this. "We'll take this one. I'm booking it." The staff nodded, thinking these young people must really have money. "All right, please follow me to the front desk to register." Lin Zhengren asked, "Our luggage is still at the base of the mountain. I didn't see a way to drive up. Is there a solution?" "Of course. We'll give you a temporary access pass. You can take your car up via that road there." He pointed to a gated path. "Drop off your luggage, then drive it back down. Parking isn't allowed up here." "Got it, thanks." After checking in, Lin Zhengren went back down to bring the car up. The 4 of them unloaded their bags into the hotel. Then they all went out to explore the town together. They followed the crowd through the snack street, chatting and laughing, snacking on treats and exploring vendor stalls. Balloon darts, ring toss. You name it. For the 3 girls, it wasn't about winning. It was all about the fun. Though those games were notoriously difficult. Good thing Lin Zhengren was even more inhuman. Every time the girls failed to win a prize, Lin Zhengren stepped in and, with lightning-fast skill, won whatever they wanted. He practically cleaned out the prizes the vendors couldn't give away. The girls held piles of toys and plushies, grinning ear to ear. Meanwhile, the vendors and some bystanders stood there slack-jawed. Stunned not just by Lin Zhengren's skills, but also by the fact that, how the HLL does this guy have 3 ridiculously gorgeous girls hanging off him? King, Han Wenwen, and Zhang Zuoli were like walking goddesses. Wherever they went, heads turned. And all 3 stayed close to Lin Zhengren the whole time, making the surrounding onlookers feel jealous and amazed in equal measure. They completely lost track of time and played until past 2 a.m. Exhausted from a day of travel and excitement, the 3 girls crashed the moment they got back to the hotel. And slept hard all the way into the next afternoon. Lin Zhengren accepted the complimentary lunch brought by the hotel and casually asked, "Hey, I heard there's a museum or exhibit here? What's in it?" The staff replied, "Oh, that's our curator's private collection. It's a separate ticket. Kids aren't allowed. It's, a bunch of animal reproductive models." Lin Zhengren actually froze for a second. Huh? At that moment, Zhang Zuoli woke up in bed and overheard their conversation. Blushing furiously, she sat up and asked, "Huh? Reproductive organ models?" Chapter 247, Brother Zhengren, hurry. The other 2 girls, Han Wenwen and King, also sat up in their pajamas on their respective beds. Still groggy, Little He-King looked blankly at Lin Zengren standing at the door alongside the front desk staff. She tugged at her blanket and dumbly asked, "What are you guys talking about?" The receptionist smiled and repeated, "I said there's a personal collection from the curator on the first floor of our hotel. It features many anatomical models of animals. If you're interested, you can buy tickets to check it out." Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes froze for a second. Little He-King's face flushed red in an instant. She even thought she must have heard wrong. How could those 3 words be said so bluntly? Anatomical. She repeated, voice even more dazed. The receptionist smiled. "Yes, that's right. Anatomical models." Lin Zengren took the lunch and the staff left. During lunch, Lin Zengren looked at the 3 girls' varying expressions. Lily and He-King were both flushed with embarrassment, while the little fox remained calm as ever. "Let's go have a look after we eat," he said. The 3 girls nodded as they ate. After changing clothes, they headed together to the hotel's collection gallery on the first floor. The ticket price was surprisingly reasonable. 40 yuan per person, not bad. The collection gallery was much larger than they expected, about 120 square meters. Inside were all kinds of display cases and bookshelves, filled with jars and clay models. Probably over 100 kinds. The models were obviously fake, but the specimens in the jars were all real, preserved according to the staff. They were even arranged by size. For example, the cat's was only 1 centimeter. And had spines. The gorilla's was 4 centimeters. There were also ones from slugs, dogs, cows, horses. The largest was from an elephant. 1 meter long. Lin Zengren looked on purely with academic curiosity. He actually found it quite interesting. But it was a different story for the 3 girls. Zhang Zueli kept her lips tightly pressed, face red the entire time. Even the usually composed Han Wenwen had a faint blush on her face. At first she hadn't minded. It was just small animals, after all. But once she stepped in, it somehow reminded her of last week's events. And of Lin Zengren. The most interesting one was little He-King. Ever since entering, she kept her head down, holding Han Wenwen's hand, blushing like crazy. "There's way too many," she mumbled. If she weren't being led, she'd probably bump into things. Even though they wandered around, they didn't fully explore it all. They didn't stay for long before leaving. Looking outside the hot spring hotel, the rain was even heavier than yesterday, pouring down in sheets. Even the crowded food street from the day before had been completely cleared out. Nobody in sight. Zhang Zueli walked to the hotel entrance, staring at the mountain rain. Compared to the city, it was even more stunning. Rain lashed at the endless trees, the smell of wet earth strong in the air. Such heavy rain. "Looks like we're stuck inside today," Lin Zengren said. "Let's head back to the room. We'll rest for today and decide tomorrow." All 3 responded in unison. On the way back, no one spoke. They were all a bit awkward after seeing those so-called art pieces. If it had just been the girls, it might have been okay. But seeing those specimens with Lin Zengren around made them feel incredibly shy. However, Han Wenwen stared at Lin Zengren's back, biting her lip for some reason. Back in the room, Lin Zengren stood by the window, watching the rain. He-King and Zhang Zueli took turns using the bathroom, while Han Wenwen sat on her bed, looking at Lin Zengren by the window. Suddenly, her fingers clenched into fists, and she let out a long breath. Then, she covered her stomach and turned to He-King and Zhang Zueli. "King, Lily, my stomach hurts a bit. I'm going to use the public restroom outside." Little He-King had just come out of the bathroom and looked puzzled. "Diarrhea? Did you eat something bad yesterday?" Han Wenwen shook her head and laughed. "I don't know, but using the bathroom here feels kind of awkward. I'll just go to the public one outside." He-King responded, "Then hurry." Han Wenwen grabbed an unopened pack of tissues and quickly left the room. Face still red, she walked down the long hallway. The little fox stepped into the public bathroom. Since every guest room in this hot spring hotel had a private bathroom, the public ones were rarely used. It was quiet and clean. Han Wenwen entered a stall, locked the door, and sat on the toilet. But she didn't actually use it. Instead, she sat there covering her face, dazed. Her face, originally just a little flushed, now slowly burned red all over. Worse than He-King back in the collection gallery. Her cheeks were hot. What am I even thinking about? Why is my head full of? She hadn't thought much of the collection itself, just found it a little embarrassing. The blushing came from thinking about Lin Zengren. But on the way back, watching Lin Zengren's back, seeing him standing by the window, looking out at the mountain rain. She clearly recalled kneeling in a hotel room last week, helping Lin Zengren. Her heart was racing. Not out of excitement or fear, but from a strange, itchy feeling in her chest. At this moment, Han Wenwen bit her lip, trying to steady her breathing. But she couldn't. She just couldn't calm down. Her breathing only grew heavier. With it came her unique little fox scent. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, and her pupils sparkled like they held water. She knew. There was no calming down now. Brother Zangren. Han Wenwen tilted her head to rest against the stall wall, closed her eyes, and gently touched her own thigh. In novels and dramas, they say a girl's first time changes her. Han Wenwen now knew it was true. That blissful experience last time had her longing for it again these past few days. Even if she forgot it occasionally, the smallest trigger could awaken that desire. Her desire to truly have Lin Zangren. Brother Zangren. Wenwen wants you. Back in the hotel room, Lin Zangren received a message a dozen minutes later. It was from Han Wenwen. Just 5 words, come find me, now. At first, Lin Zangren was confused. But then she sent another message, Brother Zangren, hurry, I'm begging you. He realized what she meant. What the hell was she doing? He turned to He King and Zhang Zuoli, who were already sitting on the bed. Stay put, I'm stepping out for a bit. Zhang Zuoli was curious. What's up, Zangren? It's pouring outside, where are you going? He casually replied, just going to ask if there's anything else fun to do in the area. Don't want to waste time looking tomorrow. Zhang Zuoli responded with an okay and didn't think much of it. He King didn't suspect anything either. Still too shy and awkward from those specimens, wondering how anyone could even collect that stuff. She looked at Han Wenwen's empty bed and thought. Even flirtatious Wenwen must have been embarrassed, right? Pulling out her phone and checking the time, she suddenly thought of something. Wenwen's been gone a while. Lily, your stomach okay today? Zhang Zuoli leaned on the headboard, playing with her phone. I'm fine. But with yesterday's rain and food, having the runs wouldn't be strange. He King blinked her innocent almond eyes. True. But Wenwen's stomach is usually pretty strong. Chapter 248, The little fox leaned against the stall divider in the public restroom, eyes hazy after messaging Lin Zangren. Boys and girls are built differently. Boys might calm down on their own and snap out of it quickly, but for a little fox like her, it only made the longing worse. After Lin Zangren walked out of the hotel room, he called Han Wenwen. She answered immediately, her voice sounding very different from earlier. Lin Zangren asked where she was. Han Wenwen's voice turned sultry and sweet, public restroom. Come quickly, Brother Zangren. As soon as he heard that, Lin Zangren headed toward the restroom. Just as he was about to ask for the exact stall, Han Wenwen suddenly stepped out of one and yanked him straight into the women's restroom. She dragged him into a stall and locked the door. Lin Zangren was wondering what was going on with his fox. Then he saw Han Wenwen's flushed cheeks and her soft, shallow breathing. He immediately realized what she'd just been doing in there. He was a bit surprised. Lin Zangren stared at her face and gently touched her cheek. The little fox obediently cupped his hand and rubbed her cheek against his palm. Brother Zangren. Lin Zangren asked curiously, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Han Wenwen stared at him without answering, then leaned in with her lips. And kissed him. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist. After a while of kissing, Han Wenwen gazed into his eyes and said in a soft, whiny voice, it's all Brother Zangren's fault for taking us to that exhibition hall. It reminded me of last week again. Her hand slowly slipped under Lin Zangren's shirt. But Lin Zangren grabbed her hand. There's not enough time today. He King and Lily are still in the room. If we disappear for a few hours and they can't find us, they'll start to worry. The little fox's face fell instantly, her eyes shimmering with tears. She was actually upset to the point of almost crying over this. Lin Zangren didn't expect such a reaction. He chuckled, what's wrong? Is it that serious? Blushing, the little fox complained, of course it is. This kind of thing, once you start, it's hard to stop. I've been thinking about it every day. Wenwen really likes Brother Zangren. My heart's all yours, and now I just have to look at you every day without being able to have you. Brother Zangren, do you not even want my body? Was it because I didn't serve you well enough last time? Lin Zangren thought to himself. Nothing major even happened that time. She just got a little taste of sweetness, and now she's completely hooked. She really was born with that seductive fox charm, and he had a feeling her appetite would only grow from here. How could that be? I've just been busy lately. Didn't I spend all of last week with you three? Then what now? I'm feeling really uncomfortable. My heart's all itchy. Han Wenwen looked at his hand, then suddenly took it and rubbed it against her face. Maybe Brother Zangren could help me out a little now, and then later tonight I'll serve you properly, okay? Lin Zangren smiled, put down the toilet lid, and sat down. Come sit on my lap. Biting her lip, Han Wenwen immediately threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and straddling his lap. They kissed again. Feeling something under her thighs, Han Wenwen closed her eyes, her blush deepening. She nibbled on Lin Zhengren's ear. Brother Zhengren. You're so good at this. Some things you're just born knowing. Weren't you the same last week? You picked it up fast. Han Wenwen whispered softly in his ear, thank you for working so hard, Brother Zhengren. I promise I'll take good care of you tonight. Or, maybe you can just take women for real tonight. Then she looked into his eyes. But really, you won't let me touch you now? I can tell Brother Zhengren wants it too. Lin Zhengren wrapped his other arm around her waist. You think I don't want to? But I don't like rushing. Getting interrupted by other stuff halfway through just makes me feel off. Han Wenwen buried her face in his neck, biting gently. Then later tonight, I'll make sure Brother Zhengren enjoys himself to the fullest. She closed her eyes again. Brother Zhengren. Brother Zhengren. You're my everything. I really can't live without you. Back in the hotel room, He-King was still on her phone. It had been over half an hour since Han Wenwen left. She was getting worried. Wenwen still isn't back? I think I should go check. If it's something serious, we might need to take her to the hospital. Yeah, it's been a while, Zhang Zuoli agreed after checking the time. I'll go with you. Little He-King got out of bed and put on her shoes. It's fine, I'll go alone. I'll see what's going on first. If something's really wrong, I'll call for you. Alright, then give me a call if anything happens. Got it. Phone in hand, He-King left the room and headed to the public restroom. Back inside, Zhang Zuoli leaned against the headboard, wondering why Zhengren hadn't come back either. What's taking him so long on the first floor? Meanwhile, little He-King walked toward the women's restroom. Inside the stall, Han Wenwen was biting Lin Zhengren's neck hard, her brows slightly furrowed. Brother Zhengren. Just a little more. At that moment, little He-King's voice came from outside. Wenwen? Wenwen, are you in here? No one answered. It was quiet. But both Han Wenwen and Lin Zhengren heard her. He-King was confused. Why wasn't she here? She pulled out her phone and called. Immediately, Han Wenwen's ringtone rang out from inside the stall. But the little fox was in no shape to answer. As the phone rang, she clutched Lin Zhengren's shirt tightly. Her body shivered. Outside, He-King heard the ringtone and walked closer. Wenwen? Are you in there? Why aren't you answering? Are you okay? Following the sound, she walked closer. Just as she was about to reach the stall door, Han Wenwen finally responded. Zhao Qingqing. You're here? I'm using the toilet. He-King stopped walking. You're still not done? Is it serious? Should we go to the hospital if it is? Han Wenwen's voice was a bit weak, but she forced a laugh. No, it's not that bad. I'll take some medicine later, it'll be fine. He-King replied, if it gets worse, we're going to the hospital. It's fine, really. If it's serious, I'll go. Okay. But you usually have a strong stomach. Also, I called you just now. Why didn't you say anything? I thought you weren't even in here. Inside, Han Wenwen glanced at the man she loved and whispered, I was just getting into the zone. That's why I didn't respond. He-King heard that and let out an awkward laugh. Oh, I see. Alright, I'll head back then. Don't worry about me. He-King turned to leave and casually muttered, by the way, why hasn't Lin Zhengren come back either? What's he doing downstairs? Inside the stall, Han Wenwen had eyes only for Lin Zhengren, gently kissing his lips. Thank you, Master, for rewarding me. Lin Zhengren chuckled. I should go. He-King's looking for me. The little fox clung to him, full of jealousy. You're such a flirt. Wait for me tonight. Chapter 249, Hot Springs. Lin Zhengren got up and left, while Han Wenwen sat back down on the toilet, drained and reluctant to see him go. After sitting there in silence for a while, she pulled out the unopened packet of tissues she'd brought from the hotel. With delicate fingers, she gently peeled open the sealing strip on the packaging. Biting her lip, she carefully used the tissue to wipe the water spots off the floor. After wiping once, she still felt it wasn't clean enough, so she wiped again. Then she wrapped the used tissues with fresh ones. And only then did she toss them into the trash bin. Lifting the toilet lid, she let out a long breath. Her eyes smoldered with charm as she gazed at the floor, her voice light and airy. Still not enough. I need to completely, entirely have Brother Zhengren. Brother Zhengren is mine. Wenwen's. He-King returned to the hotel room after leaving the restroom. She peeked her dazed little head through the half-open door and saw Zhang Zuoli curled up on the bed playing with her phone. Lin Zhengren's still not back? Zhang Zuoli replied, nope. How's Han Wenwen? Is her stomach hurting that badly? He-King opened the door wider and answered, she said it's nothing serious. She'll take some medicine first, and if it doesn't work, then go to the hospital. I'm gonna head down to the first floor to find Lin Zhengren. He's been gone a while now. Hearing that King was going to find Lin Zhengren, Zhang Zuoli instinctively got up too, curious about what that dummy was up to. Wait for me, I'll go too. But just as she stood up, her phone started ringing. Seeing the call was from Wang Lan of Zhengxi Music, she answered with a puzzled look. Hello, Sister Zhang? Wang Lan said on the phone. Hey, Lily. Do you have a moment right now? There's something I need you to fill out for the company. I've already sent it over to you. Zhang Zuoli replied, I'm not busy. What's it about? It's about the Little Star Award you won earlier. That gave you a spot in the music candidate program in Magic City, remember? They just got back to us. If you fill out this form, you'll officially be able to join the competition this year. Zhang Zuoli's face lit up with excitement. Really? I can compete in the music candidate program? Music Candidate was the biggest national music competition platform. Many top singers got their big break from there and skyrocketed to fame. Though Zhang Zuoli was already somewhat known in the music world, she hadn't reached household name status yet. But this competition could be her ticket to real stardom. Awesome, I'll fill it out right away. At the door, King saw Zhang Zuoli's excited reaction and asked softly, what's going on? Zhang Zuoli hung up the call and bounced off the bed with joy, her golden twin ponytails flying. King. I can join Music Candidate. I need to fill out this form right away and then tell Zhengren the good news. King had seen Music Candidate too and knew how wildly popular it was across the country. She was happy for her. Really? Then you're definitely gonna blow up. Zhang Zuoli scratched the back of her head sheepishly and chuckled, I haven't even competed yet. Who knows if I'll get famous, hee hee. King cheered her on, you totally will. Especially if Lin Zhengren keeps coaching you. Congrats. So, are you still coming with me to find him? Looking at the form on her phone, Zhang Zuoli said, I better finish this form first. You go ahead, I'll catch up after. Seeing her sitting cross-legged on the bed excitedly fiddling with her phone, King was genuinely happy for her. So she didn't disturb her. Quietly closing the door, she headed downstairs to find Lin Zhengren. Muttering to herself, Music Candidate, huh? That's amazing. I should work hard to enter some competitions too and make money. I can't just keep spending Lin Zhengren's money. I need to let him spend mine too. Once I get into college, I'll start practicing seriously. King walked into the lobby and spotted Lin Zhengren sitting on the couch, flipping through what looked like a travel guide. It looked like he'd been sitting there for a while, though in reality, he'd only just come over. Seeing him, King ran a few steps and smiled brightly. Lin Zhengren. He looked up, why'd you come down here? King walked over and stopped beside him. You've been out for ages and never came back. What are you doing? Looking at tourist spots. There are that many attractions on this mountain? I thought Lin Mountain wasn't really that famous. Lin Zhengren gestured for King to sit. She glanced toward the front desk, then obediently sat down next to him. He pointed to the first place in the book. He had just discovered it. Looks like we picked a great time to come. They say a few days from now, you can see a beautiful meteor shower from the top of the mountain. A lot of people came just for that. Meteor shower? King grabbed the booklet and looked at the promotional photo full of shooting stars. Totally surprised. Whoa, you're right. So pretty. And it's in 3 days? That means we'll be here just in time. Lin Zhengren nodded and continued, I also asked the front desk about good spots for a picnic. They gave me some suggestions. Once the rain stops in the next couple days, we can go have a barbecue or something. Yay. She happily flipped through the guide, then spotted the indoor hot springs and asked softly, by the way, where are the hot springs in our hotel? When are we going? I actually didn't ask, he replied, then turned and directly called out to the staff. Hey, sis, where's the hot spring at this hotel? The front desk replied, the hot springs are our specialty. They're out back. We have 2 kinds. Public ones divided by gender, which are cheaper but crowded, and private ones, which are quiet and undisturbed. The moment King heard private hot spring, her cheeks turned pink. Lin Zhengren didn't hesitate, how many people can use the private one? The front desk said, 5 or 6 people is no problem. You 2 are staying in a 4-person room, right? Girls tend to remember handsome faces, and Lin Zhengren's was definitely memorable. Not to mention he had 3 very pretty girls with him. I'd recommend the private one if you're okay with the price. It's a more relaxing experience. Lin Zhengren decided, private it is. Blushing, King glanced at him but didn't say a word. The front desk checked the computer, alright, we're fully booked for today, but I can reserve one for tomorrow night. Please pay over here. Lin Zhengren got up to pay. King thought to herself. Private hot spring. That means boys and girls won't be separated, right? So embarrassing. The mountain rain was already starting to lighten, now only a faint drizzle. Instead of staying on the couch, Lin Zhengren and He King found a better spot to enjoy the rain. It was by a tall window farther from the hotel entrance, with a few steps to sit on and a vending machine nearby. The drinks were overpriced, and the front desk sold water too, so barely anyone came here. He King had spotted the vending machine while Lin Zhengren was paying and wandered over out of curiosity. Only to accidentally discover that from here, you could see the undeveloped mountain forest soaked by rain in all its breathtaking beauty. You could even see faraway peaks in the distance. So she called Lin Zhengren over to admire it with her. When he arrived, he was impressed too. The two of them stood by the window, gazing off into the distance together. He King leaned against the glass, speaking in her soft, sweet voice, "It's so pretty." Just then, a small roll of white stockings suddenly fell out from her jacket pocket. Chapter 250, Plans can't keep up with changes. When that pair of stockings hit the ground, the little girl still hadn't noticed. It was Lin Zhengren who spotted it first. He picked it up and asked, "What's this?" Little He King turned her head at the sound. When she saw what was in Lin Zhengren's hand, she froze for a second, then frantically patted her own pocket. Realizing one was missing, she reached out to grab it. "Ah! My stock! How did it end up in your hand?" But Lin Zhengren didn't let go. With her tiny bit of strength, there was no way she could get it back. As she reached out and failed to take it back, she accidentally tugged off the hair tie wrapped around it. The tights unfurled from Lin Zhengren's hand. Little He King was so embarrassed her cheeks practically started steaming. She crouched on the ground with her face buried in her hands, not wanting to face anyone. Lin Zhengren looked at the white stockings and chuckled. "Stockings? Why are you carrying something like this around? I've never seen you wear them." She was dying of embarrassment and really wanted to say it wasn't hers, that someone else had dropped it. But she couldn't lie to Lin Zhengren. She'd told him before that no matter what, she'd never lie to him. So she could only try her best to come up with an explanation. I just bought them for fun. I saw them while online shopping once and figured I'd never worn any before, so I got them to try. But I haven't had time to wear them." Lin Zhengren studied the white stockings in his hand and felt the material. He'd actually imagined He King wearing white stockings before. Her sweet and soft vibe seemed like it'd totally suit that look. "Why haven't you had time to wear them?" "Huh?" Little He King looked up at him slightly, struggling for a response. Because that night a week ago, we weren't alone together, right?" After saying that, she covered her face again. Lin Zhengren remembered the night she come alone from the south to the small town in Zitong City. 4 of them had squeezed onto one bed. They had said they'd spend that night alone together, but, well, plans can't keep up with changes. Lin Zhengren crouched down too, still holding the stockings, making He King even more flustered. He asked, "So what you're saying is, if Lily and Wenwen hadn't been there that night, you were planning to wear these for me?" Her face turned tomato red, and she made a sparrow-like sound. She tried to explain, "Don't laugh at me. I know I might not suit this kind of thing, but people always say guys like stockings, so I figured maybe you'd like them too. I'm not saying you're pervy or anything. Just thought maybe you might like them." Lin Zhengren rolled the stockings back up and handed them to her. "Here." Little He King peeked at him, then quickly took them back and hid them against her chest. Lin Zhengren sat on the steps by the vending machine. "I actually do like them. If you have time in the next couple of days, let me see you wear them." "Huh?" Little He King blushed and looked at him blankly, clutching the stockings tightly. She shuffled over in tiny steps to sit beside him, then asked tentatively, "You really like this kind of thing too?" Lin Zhengren answered naturally, "All guys do." He King was at a loss for words. "Then I'll wear them for you another day." Lin Zhengren smiled, and she got even more embarrassed. The two of them sat quietly on the steps below the vending machine, watching the rain through the floor-to-ceiling window. After a while, the silence settled in. He King quietly said, "My mom said if you ever get the chance to visit the South, you're welcome to come stay with us." Lin Zhengren thought for a moment. "It's true, I haven't visited Auntie in years. Once we're in college, I'll find a break and go back with you." "Okay." They sat silently again, watching the rain. He King started to feel something was off and suddenly asked, "Lin Zhengren, you're acting kind of weird today." "Weird how?" "Just a little off. Normally, if you caught me hiding stockings, you'd totally tease me about it. Like, if you liked stockings, you'd say." She mimicked his usual tone and expression, "I do like stockings. Since you brought them, why not put them on for me now? It's not like we've got anything else to do." She stared at him, puzzled. "But today you just said you'd have me wear them for you later, and that was it? That's not like you." Lin Zhengren thought her imitation was actually pretty good. And she wasn't wrong. Normally, he would say something like that. But, considering what just happened with Wenwen, I'm just worried that if you wear them now, I won't be able to hold back. Huh? Her face turned bright red. Hold back? Hold back from what? Exactly what it sounds like. They stared at each other. Despite her usual clumsy behavior, King knew Lin Zengren inside out. Every expression, every little move. This was the boy she'd liked since they were kids. And right now, his gaze felt a bit more intense than usual. Or maybe excited? Why? Could it be because of the stockings? King didn't even know what she was thinking anymore. Maybe she just blurted it out. Maybe she really wanted to try. But she did say it. Her voice soft and sweet. How about we get a room? There was a moment of silence. Then Lin Zengren unexpectedly asked, "You sure?" King's lips trembled, and she slowly nodded. "I'm sure." Without another word, he stood up and pulled her along. Little King was scared out of her mind. He yanked her up, and she flailed a bit in a panic. Lin Zengren. They went to the front desk. Little King blushed furiously and clutched that rolled-up pair of stockings tightly in her other hand. "Lin Zengren, do you have any king rooms available right now?" The receptionist, who had just seen the two of them sitting and chatting on the couch, was a bit surprised. There just happened to be two that opened up. "Lin Zengren, we'll take one." "Receptionist, do you have your ID?" Lin Zengren pulled his ID from his pocket and handed it over. Both he and the receptionist looked toward King. She stammered, I didn't bring it. But I remember my number." "That's fine," the receptionist said. "Just tell me your ID number and I'll enter it." King glanced at Lin Zengren and swallowed nervously. It was sudden, but she had already prepared herself for certain things. "My ID number is..." The room was booked. Lin Zengren led her to a king room on the first floor, opened a door, and stepped in. The curtains were drawn. The sound of the rain outside made the room feel even more silent. No one turned on the light. Little King was pulled onto the bed, lying flat. Lin Zengren braced his hands on either side of the bed and looked down at her. King was so scared she closed her eyes, her hands clenched tightly in nervous fists. Lin Zengren saw her trembling a little, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. He asked softly, "Scared?" She slowly opened her eyes and stared carefully at him. In the dim room, she studied his face, then whispered, "A little." Seeing her teary, misty eyes, Lin Zengren suddenly felt a deep tenderness toward this little girl who'd followed him around since they were kids. His feelings for her had always been more like doting on a sweet little sister. It wasn't even like this with Lily. Lily was more of a true childhood friend. "Do you still want to keep going? I'll ask you one more." Before he could finish, Little King suddenly burst into tears and said, "Yes, keep going." Lin Zengren's gaze quivered slightly. He slowly leaned in, and King gently lifted her head. The two of them kissed, softly, in the dark. Chapter 251, Happiness. Although King had read a ton of adult inappropriate novels ever since she met Han Wenwen. An insanely large number, to be honest. When it came to those steamy male-female scenes, she usually skipped over them, or at most snuck a glance or two. So, in reality, she only had a vague idea of how things worked. She didn't really understand the details, and books didn't exactly spell them out either. Take kissing, for example. Right now, Little King's small hands had gone from nervously clenching to gripping a small corner of Lin Zengren's shirt. She lay on the bed, chin tilted up, her pale swan-like neck stunningly beautiful. Eyes shut, she slowly met his lips. Lin Zengren's lips and breath made her heart race uncontrollably. She knew kissing wasn't just about lips touching lips. There were other things involved too. So, she nervously tried to bite Lin Zengren's lip gently. Lin Zengren paused in confusion and opened his eyes. King noticed he'd stopped and slowly opened her teary eyes as well. And saw the curious look on his face. "What are you doing?" he asked. King's face was bright red, and her voice came out timid, "Kissing, I'm kissing you." Lin Zengren focused on the important part, "I know we're kissing. I mean, why are you biting my lip? If you bite my lip like that, how am I supposed to kiss you properly?" King didn't get it and fumbled for words, "I can't kiss you like that." But in novels, when the male and female leads kiss, the girl always bites the guy's lips. Lin Zengren couldn't hold back his laughter. Which made King so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. "Is that wrong?" he explained. "Even if they do bite lips in the novels, it's probably just the lower lip, right? Not clamping down on the whole thing?" King's eyes welled up with tears. "I don't know, okay? I don't understand." She paused, then whispered, "Can you teach me?" He thought to himself, this little girl. She really hasn't changed one bit since we were kids. "I'll teach you." He kissed her again, and little King obediently kissed him back. As they kissed, he taught her what to do, and she listened carefully, learning bit by bit. From the initial shyness, she gradually began to feel that kissing was kind of magical. She had always thought kissing was just lips touching, like eating a snack or something. But experiencing it for real was a whole different feeling. As they continued kissing, King even let out a few soft whimpering sounds. The hand that had just been clutching a corner of his shirt slowly moved to wrap around his back. They kissed for quite a while. Feeling like she was getting the hang of it, Lin Zhengren playfully asked, "So? You've got it now?" King shyly bit her lip, sort of. Kissing feels really nice. Noticing she was still clutching the white stockings in one hand, Lin Zhengren suggested, "Put them on for me." She nodded quickly, like a pecking chick. Inside the room, Lin Zhengren sat on the bed. Little King sat at the edge and first took off her white sneakers. Then she glanced at him and started straightening out the pantyhose. She rolled them into a bundle and slipped one pale little foot inside, slowly pulling them up. Then did the same with the other foot and pulled them up together like pants. All done. She tiptoed in the stockings, standing by the bed. The full-body white stockings made the soft, sweet King look like a piece of milk candy. Her skirt and the white stockings matched perfectly. Plus her waist-length ponytail and full chest. It all showed off her untouched, flawless face and figure in full. Do I look good, Lin Zhengren? Lin Zhengren looked her over and couldn't help but smile. More than just good. They suit you perfectly. Keep them on just like that. Keep them on. She wrung her hands, but didn't reject his suggestion. Okay. Lin Zhengren patted the bed. Come here. Obediently, little King climbed back onto the bed in her stockings and sat in front of him. They looked into each other's eyes. She carefully reached out to hold his hand and asked, Lin Zhengren, your first kiss. It's gone, right? I can kind of tell that you've kissed Lily before. Lin Zhengren didn't lie to her. He nodded. I have. King bit her lip, voice trembling a bit, then. What about your first time? Still there, he said. King's tense lips suddenly relaxed, and she smiled softly. I'm so happy. Lin Zhengren gently wrapped his arms around her waist, and King lifted herself from her seated position. They kissed again, fingers interlaced, slowly lying back onto the bed. Outside, the rain was letting up. In a fifth-floor room of the lodge, Zhang Zuoli was sitting on the bed, legs folded like a duck, happily filling out the registration form for the music candidate show on her phone. Han Wenwen came back from the bathroom and saw Lily smiling brightly. With King and Lin Zhengren nowhere in sight, she asked, Lily, Lin Zhengren and little King aren't back yet? Zhang Zuoli looked up and quickly replied, King went to the lobby downstairs to find Lin Zhengren. Are you still feeling sick, Han Wenwen? Han Wenwen's cheeks turned faintly red as she recalled what had happened in the restroom just now. But Zhang Zuoli hadn't noticed since she was busy filling out the form. The little fox shook her head and went back to her bed. Not anymore, I'm feeling a lot better. That's good. What are you doing? So focused. Oh. She beamed. It's the sign-up form for music candidate. Once I finish, I'll get to compete this year. Han Wenwen knew that was the most famous music program in the country. She felt genuinely happy for Zhang Zuoli. Really? That's amazing. The two girls chatted for a bit. Then Han Wenwen lay back down, gazing at the rain-drenched mountains outside the window. The exhaustion hit, and she felt like closing her eyes for a bit to catch up on some sleep. Meanwhile, in a King room on the first floor. Under the covers, Lin Zhengren held little King's hands down on the bed. Their fingers interlaced. Her flushed face looked up at the boy she'd liked for so many years. She saw the serious look in his eyes. And felt the taste of happiness. Lin Zhengren, I love you. I love you too, he replied softly, reaching up to remove the hair tie from her ponytail. With her hair falling loose, King smiled and said, keep bullying me forever, okay? Always. That afternoon, the two of them stayed in the room for a full 3 hours. Chapter 252, Impossible Things. As the sky gradually darkened, beneath the covers, Lin Zhengren looked at the utterly exhausted little King in his arms. There was a bit of sweat on her forehead, and a few strands of hair had stuck to her face. Her little hands curled up in front of her, exuding an oddly tender beauty. Lin Zhengren gently brushed the strands of hair from her face. King stirred at the movement, slowly opened her eyes, and shyly smiled at him. Lin Zhengren. What time is it? A little past 4. 4 something. So more than 3 hours have passed already. Time flies. Lin Zhengren asked her how she felt. Though what he really meant was she tired? Because with King's personality, she was always obedient. Whatever Lin Zhengren asked her to do as a kid, she would do. Naturally, today was no exception. She had been obedient to the point of being unreal. King replied in a soft, sweet tone, other than being nervous at first. She trailed off, feeling shy even saying it. Her pure eyes fixated on his neck instead of meeting his gaze. After that, not anymore. I'm completely yours now. Although, I always have been. Lin Zhengren smiled and stroked her hair. Little King smiled happily and closed her eyes. Lin Zhengren asked, sleepy? I've got no energy left at all. Just want to sleep. How about you nap here? I'll extend the room, and once you wake up, we'll head back. King shook her head. No, let's go back and sleep in the room. I want to rest properly. Because I know. You won't be able to stay here with me the whole time. I'd be scared sleeping alone here. Lin Zhengren smiled. Alright then, get dressed. King nodded, okay. I'll help you put your socks on. Lin Zhengren thought, she's so out of it she can barely talk. How is she going to help me? I can do it myself. He helped her sit up. King sat on the bed and used the last of her strength to get dressed. Completely powered down. No fuel left in the tank. So Lin Zhengren had no choice but to scoop her up in a bridal carry after he got dressed. King panicked for a second. Lin Zhengren explained, just sleep. I'll carry you back. You probably can't walk anyway. She knew he was right. Her face turned red as she rested her head against his chest and completely passed out, sinking into the warmth. Lin Zhengren carried her to check out. Then headed back up to the 5th floor room of the lodge. He opened the door with his keycard. Inside, the little fox, Han Wenwen, was still napping. Zhang Zuili had just finished filling out her registration form when she received a contestant list from Wang Lan. She had spent the entire afternoon poring over it excitedly. Until she saw Lin Zhengren return, carrying King in his arms. Seeing that he was carrying her, Zhang Zuili, who had been immersed in the joy of her upcoming competition, suddenly snapped back to reality. Zhengren, you're back. Huh? What happened to King? Lin Zhengren closed the door and explained, she fell asleep downstairs. Don't wake her. Let her rest. Zhang Zuili acknowledged quietly and watched as he gently laid King on her bed. King was fast asleep, with a dreamy, blissful smile on her face. Lin Zhengren even thoughtfully covered her with a blanket, which made Zhang Zuili's eyes glaze over a little. She picked up her phone to check the time. It was already past 4 p.m. After getting the message from Sister Lan, filling out the sign-up form, and reviewing the competition list, over 3 hours had passed without her realizing. Which meant she had let King and Zhengren spend nearly 4 hours alone together that entire afternoon. But seeing King sleeping peacefully made her quietly breathe a sigh of relief. If she's asleep, then it should be fine. She figured King must have gone down to find Zhengren around 1 p.m., and the two of them probably just chatted on the lobby couch, with King falling asleep on his shoulder. Just like when she and Zhengren went to the movies. They probably stayed like that until now, and Zhengren didn't want to wake her. So he carried her back. Yeah. That must be it. Zhang Zuili smiled softly and whispered, Zhengren, I've got some good news. Sister Zhang called me this afternoon and told me to fill out the application for the music candidate show. If all goes well, I'll get to compete this year. Lin Zhengren perked up. Really? They finally reached out? Perfect timing. We'll have free time during college. I'll go with you. Zhang Zuili nodded happily, her twin ponytails bouncing. Okay. But right after she nodded, she noticed Lin Zhengren looking at King again. With a gaze full of tenderness and deep affection. Sure, he was usually gentle with King, but never with the kind of expression. That look made Zhang Zuili's heart skip a beat. A sudden surge of jealousy slammed into her. Her eyes blurred, lips parted slightly. She tried to recall. Where had she seen that gaze before? Oh. It was the time she and Zhengren had booked a hotel room together. After they kissed, that was the same look he'd given her. Could it be that he kissed King just now too? Or even... She stared at Lin Zhengren, unable to let her thoughts go any further. Only one phrase echoed in her mind, impossible. First of all, it was daytime. And second, there was no place to do that kind of thing. What was she even thinking? Something like that couldn't possibly happen so easily. Right? Just then, Lin Zhengren said, it's still not too late. Let's head out for dinner in about an hour? Zhang Zuili snapped out of it. Okay. I'm gonna lie down for a bit. If you need anything, come find me. I won't lock the door. Because the room was a combination of a triple and a single, naturally, the single room went to Lin Zhengren. He headed into the private room, shut the door, and lay down to rest. Zhang Zuili kept watching him until he disappeared inside. Then her eyes fell back on the sleeping King. King looked so peaceful. Suddenly, Zhang Zuili curved her lips into a strange smile. I'm overthinking things. Just imagining nonsense, She whispered to herself with her eyes closed and raised a hand as if trying to wave away the thought. Zangren's still a decent guy. Not like most boys out there. Her cheeks flushed. It was probably just a kiss. Yeah, I'm a little jealous. But it's not like I can't accept it. After all, she's his girlfriend too. Just as she finished whispering to herself, the sleeping He King, maybe half dreaming, suddenly murmured, "Lin Zangren." Zhang Xueli's ears perked up, and she looked over. Then heard He King continue, "I love you. Keep bullying me. I like it when you bully me." Zhang Xueli's beautiful eyes slowly widened. Her pupils trembled and flickered in shock. Chapter 253, Lily's thoughts. The room had gone quiet. Zhang Xueli's phone was still playing information about the music candidate show. Contestant profiles and past music works. But she was no longer paying attention. She just listened to the sound, hugging her knees, sitting at the edge of the bed, spacing out. In the distance, the sound of a fox-like yin-yin cry echoed softly. By the window, the little fox, Han Wenwen, stretched lazily and comfortably woke up first. Her fox-like eyes gazed at the ceiling, then at the window, which showed it was nearly evening. After pausing a moment, she picked up the phone from under her pillow in surprise. "It's past 4 already? I actually slept for a full 3 hours." She let out a long sigh, thinking. Even though it was only a short while in the bathroom earlier. But having Brother Zangren help her was totally different from doing it herself. The pleasure level was way off the charts. She turned to look at little He King, still sleeping soundly under the covers, and at Zhang Xueli, sitting silently on the bed hugging her knees. Han Wenwen whispered, "Zhao King's already back? Where's Brother Zangren?" Her voice trailed off. But Zhang Xueli seemed completely out of it, still lost in her thoughts. Han Wenwen sighed in relief and slowly sat up, using her hands to push against the bed. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders. "Is Lin Zangren back yet?" Still no reply. Han Wenwen curiously looked over at her. "Lily? Lily?" After calling twice, Zhang Xueli finally snapped out of it and turned her head, realizing Han Wenwen was awake. "Oh, Han Wenwen, you're up. What's wrong?" Han Wenwen gave a helpless smile. "You're spacing out? Don't tell me you're nervous about music candidate already?" Zhang Xueli chuckled. "Nothing to be nervous about. Compared to Zangren, the competition's not that big of a deal. And it's not like it's happening tomorrow." "Huh?" Han Wenwen didn't understand. She could tell Lily's vibe was totally different from before her nap. She continued, "Did Lin Zangren come back?" "Yeah, he's resting in the room. Said we'll go eat at 5. After that, she went back to zoning out." The little fox blinked, puzzled about what had gotten into Lily. Why did she suddenly seem like she'd lost half her soul? She got out of bed. Her long white legs poked out from beneath her skirt as she reached for her slippers, put them on, and walked to Lin Zangren's room. She gently knocked on the door. Lin Zangren replied, "Come in. It's not locked." The little fox opened the door just a crack, poked her fox-like head inside, and spotted Lin Zangren sitting on the bed reading. He looked up and smiled. "You're awake? What's up?" Han Wenwen shook her head meaningfully, smiling sweetly. "Nothing. Just checking if you were back." Then she winked at him and closed the door. But just as she was about to go wash her face, her nose twitched involuntarily. She sniffed. Something smelled off. She glanced at Lin Zangren's closed door again. Her face first showed confusion. Then a faint blush. Wait. Isn't that Zangren Jiji's? You know what scent? She was pretty sure she wasn't imagining it. It was faint, but definitely there. She turned to look at the half-open window. The rain outside had stopped, and the wind was still. But because the window was ajar, the scent in the room would have partially dissipated over time. Which meant she couldn't quite tell when it had started, or exactly where it was coming from. But it had been there. First, she ruled out the possibility of Zangren doing it himself. After all, before she served him last week, she had never smelled that kind of scent on him. So it meant Zangren didn't have a habit of handling things on his own. But this afternoon, she had been asleep. Lily had been going over application materials. Zhao Qingqing was the quiet, obedient type. And she was sleeping right there on the bed. Totally impossible. Could it be that Zangren's desire had simply spiked today? That was why she could faintly pick up that scent. If so, then didn't that mean her nose had gotten even sharper? She'd evolved. If that's the case, it looks like Brother Zangren won't let her off tonight. And she should properly serve him. Claim Zangren's first time for herself. Having made up her mind, the little fox no longer planned to just wash her face. She decided to shower instead. To prepare for the night. Back at her bed, she opened her suitcase and pulled out a towel and shower gel. "Lily, are you using the bathroom? If not, I'm gonna go shower." Zhang Xueli gave a soft "Nope. Han Wenwen. What's going on with her? Carrying the towel and shower gel, she stopped beside her and asked with concern, Lily? Are you okay? Did something happen? Zhang Zuoli chuckled weakly and waved her hand. No, nothing. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Nothing happened, and nothing will happen. There's no way anything happened. Seriously, nothing at all. I'm just overthinking. You could have just said one sentence. Why are you repeating yourself so much? Zhang Zuoli blinked. Did I repeat myself? More than just a little, Han Wenwen said seriously. You sure everything's okay? Hearing that, Zhang Zuoli suddenly grew anxious. Of course everything's okay. Why would you think anything's wrong? There's no way anything's wrong. Han Wenwen stared at her. Something felt off. Well, as long as you're fine. I'm gonna shower now. Go ahead, go ahead. Han Wenwen went into the bathroom and locked the door to shower and freshen up. Zhang Zuoli stayed sitting with her knees hugged to her chest, turning her gaze toward the bed where He King still lay sleeping. Her brows knit slightly, her face full of jealousy. By the time Han Wenwen finished showering, it was past 5 p.m. During that time, Lin Zhengren had checked his phone and saw that there were no new messages from the company. Which meant that Zhang Jingshi had probably taken care of everything herself these past few days. He sent her a few messages. Jingshi, how's your health lately? Has the company been busy these days? Zhang Jingshi replied almost instantly, feeling great. The company's not too busy either. How about you? Everything going smoothly over there? Yeah, going well. That's good. Ever since you and I got together, something really magical happened. My work efficiency's gone way up these past few days. It's crazy how much easier everything feels now. Lin Zhengren chuckled and chatted with her a bit more. Ever since they formed their pact, he had clearly felt his cultivation progress speeding up. Thanks to the pact, he gained a threefold bonus from his contract partner's growth. But the three little girls normally didn't gain XP very fast. They weren't studying or working constantly. Zhang Jingshi, however, was different. She was buried in company affairs every single day, learning tons of diverse and intensive things. Which meant Lin Zhengren's experience points had been climbing non-stop. He was even about to level up again soon. At around 5 p.m., Han Wenwen had finished drying her hair and was sitting on her bed. Lin Zhengren stepped out of his room. Even though Zhang Zuoli had been spacing out this whole time, the moment she saw him, she instantly snapped back to attention and quickly sat up straight. Lin Zhengren asked, Are you too hungry? If you are, let's go out and grab something to eat. Let's skip the hotel food tonight. The lunch they served earlier didn't taste that great anyway. Zhang Zuoli nodded. Han Wenwen nodded too. Okay. Then she glanced toward the still sleeping He King. What about Zhao Qingqing? Should we wake her up? Lin Zhengren looked at He King, and Zhang Zuoli watched him closely. That soft, gentle expression on his face stirred her jealousy again. Lin Zhengren said, Let her rest. No need to wake her for now. We'll just bring the food back and eat in the room. Chapter 254, The Three Little Ones Under the Light. Lin Zhengren left the inn with Zhang Zuoli and Han Wenwen to look for a good place to eat nearby. Back in the room, little He King was still sound asleep by herself. No one noticed that, immersed in her dream, little He King's brows were slightly furrowed. She seemed to feel a faint burning sensation spreading slowly through her body. The minor blemishes on her face were gradually fading. Her previously dry lips were turning soft and rosy, and even the tiny pimple on her forehead was slowly disappearing, though the process was quite slow. Lin Zhengren. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengren, Han Wenwen, and Zhang Zuoli wandered the streets and found a popular rice noodle shop. While waiting in line, Han Wenwen took out her phone from her pocket and used it as a mirror to check her face. Ever since her skin became a little smoother, it didn't seem to have changed again after today's nap. Staring hard at every tiny detail, she could still spot a few pores and imperfections. It wasn't perfect? Could it be? Brother Zhengren's help didn't work on her? Maybe she needed to actually eat something delicious for it to take effect? Stuck between the two, Zhang Zuoli glanced back at Han Wenwen holding her phone up, but didn't think much of it. It was totally normal for girls to care about their looks. But her mind kept circling back to what He King had said in her sleep. She looked at Lin Zhengren standing in front of her and said on impulse, Zhengren. Lin Zhengren turned around. What is it? Zhang Zuoli hadn't meant to say it out loud. She stammered, unsure how to phrase her question. And no, it's nothing. Lin Zhengren raised an eyebrow. Just say it. Zhang Zuoli forced a smile. Really, it's nothing. I just wanted to call your name. You're still going with me to the competition, right? Of course. When have I ever gone back on my word? She smiled and shook her head. Never. When it was Lin Zhengren's turn to order, he asked for 4 bowls of rice noodles. Zhang Zuili added, "Boss, no spice in mine." The three of them bought the noodles and headed back to the inn. He King was still snoring away sweetly in bed. Han Wenwen looked a little puzzled. Did Zhao King not sleep well last night? She's really out. Still not up. Lin Zhengren placed the packed dinner for her on the side. She must really be tired. Let's eat first. She can eat whenever she wakes up. The girls responded, and the three of them sat around the inn's dining table, quickly finishing their noodles. Around 6 in the evening, Lin Zhengren returned to his private room. Han Wenwen was preoccupied with what would happen later that night. She lay on the bed, unable to even focus on her phone, just waiting quietly for the second half of the night to arrive. Zhang Zuili wasn't in the mood to play on her phone either. After dinner, she just sat on the bed, staring blankly at the bedsheet. Totally dazed. For a while, the room felt unusually quiet compared to the night before. Only the hum of the air conditioner could be heard. Han Wenwen turned to Zhang Zuili. "Lily? You're not on your phone either? What are you doing sitting there?" Zhang Zuili looked over. "You're not on yours either. Should we turn off the lights and sleep?" Han Wenwen let out a small sound of agreement. "Sure, let's sleep early. The rain stopped anyway, and we've got to go camping tomorrow. Hiking's gonna be tiring." "True. Good night." So, a little after 6, Zhang Zuili got off the bed, turned off the light, and lay down under her blanket. Han Wenwen closed the windows and pulled the curtains shut. They could faintly hear the sounds of tourists outside and the occasional footsteps in the hallway, but inside the room, the four of them really did start to sleep. Han Wenwen turned onto her side, pulled out her phone, and checked the time. It was only 6 in the evening. Originally, the little fox was planning to convince everyone to sleep early tonight. Ideally before 10, so once Zhao King and Lily were both asleep, she could sneak into Brother Zhengren's bed for some cuddling. The more time she had, the better. But now it looked like heaven was on the little fox's side. Zhao King had been sleeping since the afternoon and still hadn't woken up, and Lily didn't look like she was planning to stir up anything either. So tonight, wasn't this the perfect chance to head into Brother Zhengren's bed earlier? 10 o'clock. No, maybe 9:30. Just hold out a little longer until Lily is fast asleep, then go. By 7 in the evening, it was completely quiet. The air conditioner hummed softly. At 8, still no sound except the light breathing of the girls. In her sleep, He King let out a soft, whimpering sound. By 8:30, there was the faint rustling of Zhang Zuili turning over. At 9:10 p.m., the seemingly sleeping little fox lay curled up under her blanket. Her fox-like eyes slowly opened, sharp and alert, staring at the curtain. She kept her phone hidden under the covers to avoid even a sliver of light escaping, checking the time. Forget the 9:30 plan. She was going now. She first turned slowly to check on Zhao King and Lily. Everything looked normal. Moving with extreme care, Han Wenwen lifted her blanket and sat up. She propped her pillow up vertically and covered it with a blanket to make it look like someone was still lying there. She didn't even dare put on her slippers, afraid they'd make noise and wake the others. Barefoot, she stepped onto the floor. Swallowed nervously, then crept slowly toward Lin Zhengren's room. Since both Zhang Zuili and Little He King were facing away from her, it was almost foolproof. Biting her lower lip, she gently twisted open the doorknob to Lin Zhengren's room and slipped in silently. But right at that moment. What a coincidence. He King's eyes groggily fluttered open. She'd been woken up by the urge to pee. Half asleep, she got out of bed and, not finding her slippers, just walked barefoot to the bathroom. She couldn't hold it anymore. She pushed open the bathroom door, which hadn't been fully closed, and relieved herself. But when she tried to flush, she couldn't find the button. There was a little panel above it in this hotel bathroom, and she had touched the panel instead. She blinked, confused and half awake. Where's the flush button? She stood up and went to turn on the bathroom light. But just before she did, her gaze accidentally landed on Han Wenwen's bed. Something looked off. He King wasn't the sharpest thinker, but instinctively, she chose not to turn on the light. She walked over to Han Wenwen's bed and found she wasn't there. Only a propped-up pillow under the blanket. All her recent suspicions flared up at once. Little He King immediately turned to look at Lin Zhengren's room. She slowly twisted the doorknob and peeked inside. At that moment, the little fox was silently standing beside Lin Zhengren's bed, watching him sleep, clearly about to wake him up in some sneaky way. Her lips were already moist, her eyes suggestive. But just as she was about to lift the blanket, the door creaked open, and He King stepped in. The little fox turned her head at the sound. He King's eyes widened as she made out Han Wenwen's figure in the dark. And then, the main room's light suddenly came on. It was Lily who had gotten out of bed and flipped the switch. She had been startled awake by He King's "Where's the flush" button? And had just happened to see He King open Lin Zhengren's door. She quickly got up and turned on the light. Now, with the lights on, everything was out in the open. The little fox stood frozen beside Lin Zhengren's bed, staring blankly at He King. Zhao King. Standing at the doorway, fully awake now, He King stared at Han Wenwen, who was clearly up to something. Wenwen, why are you in Lin Zhengren's room? Then, under the full glare of the lights, He King turned to look at Zhang Xueli behind her. Zhang Xueli stared at He King, dazed and jealous, and blurted, He King? Lin Zhengren, of course, had woken up too. Sitting up in bed, he looked at the three girls, now standing in a line, staring at each other. Chapter 255, Truth or Dare. The air was thick with awkwardness and confusion. Zhang Xueli's jealousy, He King's doubts, and Han Wenwen's panic. All those emotions tangled together, making time itself feel like it had slowed down. The little fox was the first to break the silence with a dry laugh. Zhao King, I just happened to be going to the bathroom and thought I'd stop by to check if Lin Zhengren was asleep. He King looked back at Han Wenwen but said nothing. Her round almond-shaped eyes blinked twice. Even with her smiling expression, Han Wenwen had cold sweat forming on her forehead. She knew full well that excuse made no sense. After all, Zhao King and Lily were clearly Brother Zhengren's girlfriends. Her sneaking into his room in the middle of the night? There was no way to justify that. No excuse could cover it up. Then Zhang Xueli added to the chaos, asking, He King, why did you go to Zhengren's room right after using the bathroom? Her question made the situation even messier. He King glanced at Lily and noticed the unusually strong jealousy on her face. At that moment, Lin Zhengren let out a quiet sigh. Just from those few eye exchanges, he'd already figured out the gist of what was going on. Clearly, tonight wasn't going to end peacefully. But since all three girls were his, as the man of the house, Lin Zhengren had to step up and sort things out. A few minutes later, Zhang Xueli, Little He King, and Han Wenwen were all sitting on their respective beds. Lin Zhengren put on a jacket. There was no way he'd be sleeping tonight. He looked at jealous Lily first. He'd already noticed something was off with her back when they went out to buy noodles. She called his name but didn't bring up anything specific. Now he finally understood what had been on her mind. Zhang Xueli, seeing Lin Zhengren looking at her, turned her jealous gaze away and said nothing. Then Lin Zhengren looked at Little He King, who was sitting on the middle bed. The afternoon's intimacy between them flashed through her mind the moment she felt his gaze. A blush appeared on He King's face as she gave him a sweet, obedient smile. But her eyes also drifted toward the little fox by the bed. Finally, Lin Zhengren looked at the little fox herself. Han Wenwen bit her lower lip, staring at the floor. Lin Zhengren spoke. Let me explain. But Han Wenwen interrupted, let me talk to Zhao King. At this point, Han Wenwen knew there was no hiding it. Even though Zhao King hadn't seen anything concrete, the way she had looked at her just now clearly showed she already suspected something. There was no way to keep it a secret anymore. And since it had been her idea to keep everyone in the dark in the first place, it was better for her to come clean rather than let Brother Zhengren take the fall. It would seem like he was avoiding responsibility. Lin Zhengren saw Han Wenwen looking up at him and gently asked, You sure? It might be hard for you to explain. Han Wenwen smiled. A little, yeah. But I'll talk to Zhao King alone. Brother Zhengren, you go comfort Lily. The clever Han Wenwen also realized that Lily's jealousy stemmed from Zhao King. But since Lily had been asleep at the time, she didn't know exactly what had happened. Still, the moment Brother Zhengren came out of Han Wenwen's mouth, both He King and Zhang Xueli froze. They'd never heard Han Wenwen call Lin Zhengren that before. In their minds, she'd always addressed him as Lin Zhengren in a formal way, for years without change. Lin Zhengren turned back to He King. He King. Little He King blinked, then responded, staring at him. Even if she wasn't the brightest, she could sense something from the way he was looking at her. Was Lin Zhengren into Wenwen too? Her little face showed a trace of jealousy, but she still nodded, as if to say, Don't worry, Wenwen and I will talk it out. No fighting. Lin Zhengren smiled and patted Little He King's head. Seeing that, Zhang Xueli's jealousy flared again. Her small hand clenched the blanket, and her heart tightened for a moment. Until Lin Zhengren walked over and said, Put on a jacket. Want to take a walk with me? Zhang Xueli looked puzzled. Where are we going? Lin Zhengren didn't say much. Zhang Xueli just grabbed her coat from the bed, glanced back at He King, and followed him out. The door clicked softly shut behind them. Now only Han Wenwen and Little He King remained in the room. The two best friends who used to talk about everything were now sitting in silence for the first time. Han Wenwen parted her lips to speak, but before she could say anything, Little He King got out of bed, stepped into her slippers, and went to flush the toilet. With all that had just happened, she'd completely forgotten to flush earlier. The sound of running water echoed in the silence. He King stood at the bathroom door, looking at Han Wenwen. Han Wenwen looked back at her. They stared at each other for a while. Then both smiled at the same time. Little He King's voice was soft and sweet. I brought a deck of cards. Wenwen, want to play? Whoever loses has to tell the truth. No lying allowed. Han Wenwen understood what she was trying to do, and slowly nodded. Okay. Meanwhile, out on the street. It was only a bit past 9 p.m., so the place wasn't deserted. In fact, it was lively. The snack street wasn't jam-packed, but you could see laughing couples and tourists everywhere you looked. The mountains after rain carried a fresh, cool scent. Lin Zhengren and Zhang Zuoli strolled through the snack street. He asked if she was hungry. Zhang Zuoli shook her head. We already ate, remember? I don't eat as much as He King and Han Wenwen, and I'm not big on snacks. Lin Zhengren looked at the naturally dear Zhang Zuoli. You're jealous, huh? Zhang Zuoli hadn't expected him to say it so bluntly. She stammered, even if I try to act tough and say I'm not jealous. Who'd believe that? Lin Zhengren spotted a small lookout platform ahead. Since it was late, the mountain below was pitch black and there wasn't much of a view. Hardly anyone was there. Let's go over there. The two of them slowly made their way to the platform. There wasn't a soul in sight. And no lights. They stood by the railing, looking down the mountain. Zhang Zuoli leaned against it. It's so dark. Can't see anything down there. Kinda creepy. Lin Zhengren smiled. Scared? Zhang Zuoli snorted. As if. I'm not that cowardly. Besides, you're right here with me. I'm not scared at all. The only thing I'm scared of in this whole life is... She paused, then mumbled softly, is you suddenly not liking me anymore. That's impossible. If I like someone, I like them all the way. Honestly, I think I'm a really devoted guy. Zhang Zuoli pursed her lips. Her expression changed a little. I believe the first part. But the rest? You're kidding, right? It's not like I just met you today, you dummy. Lin Zhengren chuckled. When you looked at He King back in the room, you were super jealous. Were you about to ask what happened between me and her this afternoon? Me and her, earlier, we... Zhang Zuoli's lips trembled. From his tone, she already knew the answer. She quickly cut him off. Zhengren, don't say it. I'll cry. Lin Zhengren looked at her. Zhang Zuoli's voice had turned hoarse. She said slowly, I only realized today just how selfish I really am. I don't want you doing that kind of stuff with anyone else. Her voice cracked. I know we all agreed it's every girl for herself, but I can lose at anything. Except losing you. I thought I could accept you being intimate with He King, but just imagining you two doing those things today. I got super jealous. It hurt so much. It made me not even care about the music competition I've looked forward to for so long. Her tear eyes looked out into the dark, wiping her tears with her sleeve. You know you've always been the most important thing to me. Nothing else compares. You. Her emotions suddenly broke. Her eyes welled up. You didn't really do it with He King, did you? Why didn't you choose me? I was so ready for this trip, and I still ended up being the loser. She cried hard in front of Lin Zhengren. He reached out and pulled her into a hug. Zhang Zuoli cried even harder in his arms, like her heart was breaking. Lin Zhengren stroked her head gently. What do you mean, loser? It's not like we broke up. Zhengren. I feel so selfish. I know both me and He King are your girlfriends. I know I already agreed. But I still get jealous. Especially about your first time. It's not selfish. That's just being human. I mean, I like all of you. That's why I want all of you. You big playboy. There, cry it out. You'll feel better. But tell me the truth. Do you hate He King? No. I don't hate her. We're actually pretty close. We're all good sisters. But that was your first time. Hurry and comfort me, Zhengren, I'm heartbroken. You know I'm usually strong, but I can't stop crying. Lin Zhengren noticed a storage room next to the platform. Though it was locked, that didn't stop him from opening it. Time to find a quiet place and really comfort her.